Wong wong wong. The blood-red spear was unstoppable, tore through the cosmos. During a bitter battle between peak Empyreans, another peak Empyrean had launched a sneak attack. See, the divine dream space was torn open. The blood-red spear pierced in, thrusting straight towards the point between Empyrean divine dream's eyebrows. The golden crown Empyrean was crimson with effort. He attacked without holding anything back. Seeing the blood-red spear shoot towards her, Empyrean divine dream floated backwards. Her beautiful eyes opened and a light melody began to bloom from between her cherry-red lips. Although the sound was faint, it was enchanting and wondrous. In that moment, the surrounding space seemed to have a marvelous reaction to this faint sound. Within the pitch-black space, starlight surged. Immediately, heavenly sounds appeared like sunshine reviving the dark world, all of it flowing out from Empyrean divine dream's body. From the emptiness of space, sublime luminescence shot out. True phoenixes appeared, dancing in the universe. All sorts of beautiful sights began appearing in the dark universe. Seeing this, Lin Ming's pupils contracted. Dream Soul Immortal Melody. At the Divine Realm first martial meeting, Lin Ming had personally experienced Frost Dream's immortal melody. It was because of this that he had tied with her. As this mysterious melody appeared, from within the peaceful world, infinite killing intent rose. Underneath the hands of Empyrean Divine Dream, the Dream Soul Immortal Melody was countless times more formidable than Frost Dream's version. In an infinitely fascinating illusion, divine mountains appeared, floating up and down in space. Towering spiritual trees reached into the skies, on equal ground with the heavens. These divine mountains floated atop planets. The planets roared as they crashed into that blood-red lance. As for the true phoenixes, they flapped their wings and flames swept through the world, surrounding the golden crown Empyrean. Raging flames even burnt through the void, as if a sheet of black paper had been ignited. The golden crown Empyrean trembled. Beneath the high heat, his flesh and blood seemed to be baking and burning. As the blood-red lance was struck by those planets, it began to crack apart. It wasn't just the primal god Empyreans that were shocked, but even the human Empyreans were left dumbfounded. Divine Dream. She seems to have made a breakthrough. Skyrend Godlord and Great Limitless Buddha had only ever heard rumors of Divine Dream's prestige and strength. Neither of them had truly seen her fight. In the Divine Realm, although Empyrean Divine Dream had used her Divine Dream space before, it had always been seen as ethereal and wonderful, filled with a mystical rhythm and an exquisite aesthetic sense. Never before had it been used in such a horrifying manner, ringing with killing intent. The top human powerhouses could feel that from the start, Empyrean Divine Dream had been fighting with everything she had, without holding anything back. With her own power, she contended with two peak Saint Empyreans, and it was obvious that she had completely suppressed the both of them. This was a nearly unimaginable strength. Skyrend Godlord and Great Limitless Buddha both felt they were far inferior to her. This woman, how could she be so fierce? Amongst the Saint Race Empyreans, another person moved. A great black bow appeared in his hands. He stepped forth into the void. Blood shot out from his hands, forming into a blood arrow. With a deep roar, the bowstring tightened again without end. All light in the surrounding space seemed to gather on the tip of the arrow, causing everything to tremble. Endless strength gathered onto the arrow points, aimed straight towards the distant Empyrean Divine Dream. The arrow point exuded a boundless shaking. Pitch-black ripples appeared, spreading out in all directions. This strength was mighty and forceful, giving off a feeling that it could even pierce through the cosmos, a completely irresistible attack. All starlight for 1,000,000 miles began to sway and distort. The essence of the starlight began to gather towards the arrow point. More and more energy gathered. The arrow began to howl as black light appeared around it. Whoosh! The blood-red divine arrow that gathered the endless starlight pierced through space and vanished without a trace. This all-annihilating arrow shot to the edge of the Divine Dream space. Once the arrow arrived at its target, it would be 3 against 1. 3 peak Empyreans to fight Divine Dream. And at this time, light bloomed. A golden Buddha diagram spanned through space. It was incomparably large and shined with an eternal light, bathing the surrounding space in a warming glow. In the boundless Buddha light, small Buddhas appeared. These Buddhas sat cross-legged within the endless Buddha light, reciting ancient texts. The broad texts gathered together, shaking the world. The great Buddha diagram collided with the pitch-black arrow. Waves of ringing sounds echoed through the world. A boundless explosive light submerged all. Finally, that black arrow vanished, completely submerged by this Buddhic light. To bully one with so many, do you really think there is no one in my human race? A cold voice resounded in space. The one who had moved was Emperor Xianxia. His figure floated in the center of the giant golden Buddha diagram. His handsome face was flooded with a chilling killing intent. It was rumored that even though Emperor Xianxia was young, his strength had already surpassed that of great limitless Buddha. He was the #1 master of Mount Padala. In his hand, a wisp of black light glowed before being erased, as if he were extinguishing a candle. His aura was deep and unbreakable like a prison, unfathomably deep. The anger on his face was like a volcano soon to erupt. Emperor Xianxia had blocked that cosmos-shaking arrow, his actions shocking the Saint Empyreans. In particular, the peak Empyrean who shot out the arrow had a dignified look in his eyes. That arrow just now had been condensed from that peak Empyrean's blood vitality and energy. He didn't know how much strength Emperor Xianxia had used to block it, but he had used at least 80% of his strength. Emperor Xianxia's body emitted a blinding radiance, like a great sun rising in space, dazzling to the eyes. His eyes opened and endless Buddhic light swirled in his palms, forming a vast dharmic wheel. In the center of this dharmic wheel, 6 masses of power appeared, each one containing the irresistible strength of a samsara. In the center of each mass of power, the figure of Emperor Xianxia appeared. Whirl, whirl, whirl. These figures of Emperor Xianxia emitted light that distorted the void. Like a boundless vortex, this light covered the world. Bang! The 6 Emperor Xianxias in the center of these 6 samsaras joined together with Emperor Xianxia's true body. They began to drag in the figure of the peak Empyrean with the pitch-black bow. This was a fierce battle. You are courting death. The Saint Empyrean was enraged. He drew his bow and shot again and again. Whoosh! 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 Pitch-black shadows tore through the void, carrying with them a heaven-destroying momentum as millions of beams of black light appeared. These black lights were from the peak Saint Empyrean, shooting arrow after arrow. Each arrow was infused with blood essence, easily able to pierce through a planet. But those seemingly mighty black arrows were useless in front of Emperor Xianxia. Each arrow was stopped by the endless light of the golden Buddha diagram, melting away. Emperor Xianxia's 6 great avatars formed a Buddha diagram with his main body. Within this Buddha diagram, every Emperor Xianxia was covered with a martial intent. With the main body and the avatars added together, there were 7 martial intents. This was the basis of Emperor Xianxia's martial arts. In the past, Emperor Xianxia divided himself into 1 billion avatars, each avatar comprehending 7 martial intents on their own and finally fusing them together. In terms of achievements in martial intents, Emperor Xianxia had already reached the peak. It was impossible for anyone to surpass him in this aspect. The 7 layers of martial intents suddenly evolved into 6 samsaras. An incomparably powerful true meaning of the great Tao swirled in space. His fists were like planets, his pupils like suns. His vast and boundless aura locked in the surrounding world, suppressing all. Inexhaustible Buddhic light shot out from his body, brutally battling with the Saint Empyrean before him. Bang! 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 The sounds of explosions continued without end. That Saint Empyrean with astonishing archery skills was pushed back again and again by Emperor Xianxia's tide-like barrage. Explosions blew up in the void behind him. As the peak Saint Empyrean was forced backwards, the pressure on him increased with each step. His face became increasingly grim. This Saint Empyrean was still able to barely defend against Emperor Xianxia. Although he wasn't Emperor Xianxia's match, the difference wasn't too great. He wouldn't be immediately defeated. But as he turned his head to see Divine Dream fighting the two Saint Empyreans, he discovered that their situation was even worse than his own. There were two of them, and the strength of those two was considered to be at the pinnacle of all Saint Empyreans. Yet they were single-handedly beaten down by Divine Dream alone, with a chance that their lives would be ended. It had to be known that once one reached the level of a peak Empyrean, it was difficult to die unless a true divinity attacked. "We should retreat," the bow-wielding Empyrean told the other peak Empyreans with a sound transmission. It was already impossible for them to win. Staying here would only mean more casualties. "Withdraw." As the red-robed Saint General desperately resisted the Divine Dream Space's symbol attack, he grit his teeth and sent out a sound transmission. The Saint Race Empyreans all felt humiliated by this. For these past years they had domineeringly wandered through the divine realm, and even human Empyreans were afraid to fight them. Yet today they were the ones being beaten up instead. "Good. Well done. The shames of today will be avenged in the future. Just wait for my Saint Race's good fortune, Saint Sovereign, to kill his way into the divine realm and exterminate your entire race." Some Saint Race Empyreans boastfully blustered. So what if the human Empyreans were stronger? No matter how fierce Emperor Xianxia was, he was only 10 to 20% stronger than a normal peak Empyrean, and no matter how overwhelming Divine Dream was, even if she could suppress several peak Empyreans together, if she were to meet the true divinity level good fortune Saint Sovereign, then she wouldn't be his match at all. "Heh! You still want to run? Keep on dreaming." Skyrend Godlord immediately saw through the Saint Army's plan of escaping. He roared out loud and waved his sleeves. A clear and holy energy shot out, as if a great universe existed within it. A wave of swallowing power swept towards the group of Saint Empyreans. A world dancing within the palm. Great limitless Buddha spread out his palms and relics shined in his hands, their brilliance spreading through the cosmos. Wherever this Buddhic light covered, loud Buddhist chants resounded like the 8 guardians of Buddhism, Devas and Yakshas, a trillion arhats, all of them appearing together. For a time, the surrounding space for 1,000,000 miles was covered by this seething spiritual light. On this side of the battlefield, the light of blood shined bright and the smell of death filled the air. Arcs of red lightning and strands of Buddhist chants intersected, collided, causing massive tracts of space to collapse and crack apart beneath the savage impact of energy. The heavenly Tao laws collided and distorted, even muddling space. Potent strength destroyed all. However, the Saint Race Empyreans wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. They counterattacked, resisting the human race together. Many Saint Empyreans took out their Empyrean spirit treasures. Divine light flashed and astral essence turbulently flowed out. There were Saint Empyreans whose fists smashed open the void, like meteors passing through space. In terms of quantity, the Saint Empyreans had the advantage. When they combined their strength together, they were able to rival the human Empyreans. But the many world kings and holy lords weren't as lucky. Saint Race spirit ships were swept into energy storms, instantly blowing up. The martial artists on board were ejected into the vacuum of space. Half of them immediately killed. "Form the array," a Saint Race Empyrean shouted out loud. In a battle between Empyreans, the strength of world kings and holy lords was almost negligible. But if their strength was gathered together through a spirit ship's grand array formation, then their fused strength could not be underestimated. At the very least, escaping wouldn't be a problem. The Saint Race Empyreans were already steadily taking steps to retreat. And once they fled the battlefield, it would be hard for humanity to catch up to them. "Focus your efforts and kill their elites," Empyrean Divine Dream said. Her Divine Dream space covered 2 Saint Empyreans. They were the Saint General and the Golden Crown Empyrean. Among the Saint Army, these were the 2 strongest individuals. Divine Dream's intentions were clear. She wanted to cut down these 2 individuals. Emperor Xianxia joined in. He gave up his assault on the other Empyreans and hurtled towards these 2 peak Empyreans. In the 7 universes of the Saint Race, there were many Empyreans. But peak Empyreans were still extremely rare, and every death of a peak Empyrean was still an enormous loss to the Saints. Moreover, these two people were the main commanders in the Saint race army's invasion of the Divine Realm. Damn it! The Gold Crown Empyrean was incensed as he discovered that Divine Dream had locked onto him. He howled. His skin and flesh cracked open, revealing white tendons. These tendons were extremely tenacious. They were a part of his supernatural bloodline powers. As he attached these tendons to his blood lance, the lance hummed and shivered, causing the surrounding space to vibrate and mystical runes to circle around it. Light gathered, forming an incomparably black divine light. The lance thrust out. The space around the black light cracked planets, able to pierce through the void and twist the laws of the heavens and earth. Whoosh! With this strike, the Saint race Empyrean's body shivered. He had clearly consumed a great deal of energy. The blood lance was like a black hole, swallowing light and energy wherever it went, constantly expanding as it continued forwards with an overwhelming momentum. As the divine dream space was struck by this attack from a peak Empyrean consuming their blood essence, it was nearly punctured. But at the same time, Emperor Sakya's eyes glittered with a cold light. His main body, as well as those 6 martial intent avatars, plunged into the golden Buddha diagram. Like 7 supreme Buddhas, they floated like 7 stars within the Buddha diagram. Endless golden light emitted from their bodies, resonating with the Buddha diagram and evolving into 6 incomparably realistic scenes. In the fathoms of hell, seas of blood boiled over. Mountains of bones piled high into the skies as hungry ghosts scavenged through the ground, howling with deathly hunger. In the heavens, goddesses fluttered about, the sounds of celestial dragons reaching through the horizon. Above these 6 images, a grand golden Buddhist temple stood tall. Countless ancient Buddhas sat atop a mountain of lotus thrones, their ancient mudras flooding this world. Emperor Sakya had evolved a great world of the 6 paths of samsara. Emperor Sakya's strike contained the true meaning of the 6 paths of samsara, the 7 layers of martial intents, as well as the supreme treasure of Buddhism, the wheel of samsara. Together, they formed a strange and singular harmony that emitted a vast might. This was one of Emperor Sakya's manifestations after comprehending the true meaning of Buddhist martial intents to their pinnacle. The true meaning of the 6 paths of samsara were like grinding pans of the great Tao that ruthlessly grinded down upon the black hole blood lance. The Buddhas arrived, their light like a tide, their sound like thunder. The rays of Buddhic light were blinding and thicker than a mountain. As they flowed down from up high, the void tore apart and even planets exploded. This Buddhic light finally fell upon the Gold Crown Empyrean. Bang! The Saint Empyrean violently shook. Wherever his body was covered in this Buddhic light, it would explode, causing him to vomit mouthfuls of blood. And at this time, Divine Dream also attacked. Within the Divine Dream space, countless towering trees appeared that blocked out the void for 10,000 miles, bringing with them a premonition of certain death. The Golden Crown Empyrean was pierced through the chest by one of these ancient trees, causing him to spit out even more blood. Ah! The Golden Crown Empyrean cried out in suffering, his face twisted and fierce. Arclight, the death of the rabbit is also the sorrow of the fox. As the red-robed Saint General saw that it was impossible for his companion to escape, he howled in anger and indignation, wildly burning his bloodline. The red-robed Saint General no longer cared about consequences. As a Saint race Empyrean, his bloodline was his foundation. By burning his bloodline in this manner, it was possible he would even drop cultivation boundaries. But at the same time, the strength he gained from burning his blood was terrifying to the extreme. It would be similar to half the strength from an ordinary true divinity. His body turned into a beam of divine light that directly tore open the divine dream space and fled deep into the cosmos. But behind him, with a loud cracking noise, the thunder-like sounds that Emperor Sakya cast out materialized into substantialized sonic waves that rolled out in all directions without end. The Golden Crown Empyrean, whose body was pierced through by the heaven-towering tree, began to crack apart. He cried out in pain, his entire body dripping with blood. Each drop of blood was amazingly bright, As it splashed out into space, it whistled like meteors, containing a potent power. His body was struck in the thunderous rumble. More and more trees pierced through his body. Finally, his entire body burst apart, turning into a sea of blood fog. The Golden Crown Empyrean was one of the commanders of the Saint's army within the divine realm. But today he had perished here. As for the other commander, the red-robed Saint General, he didn't hesitate in suffering heavy losses, even possibly dropping cultivation boundaries, to flee the battlefield. In this battle of the Saint Army's two high commanders, one was heavily wounded and the other had died. This could be called a total victory for humanity. The divine dream space gradually faded away. Empyrean Divine Dream's sacred and holy figure began to slowly reappear. Her body was bathed in a haze of profound spirit power, without a trace of the mortal world around her. "We're leaving." Empyrean Divine Dream decisively issued a stern evacuation order. It was unwise to pursue a desperate foe. Moreover, this was the domain of the saints, and the human army shouldn't enter too deeply, otherwise it was possible for them to suffer annihilation. At this time, the Ark of Hope flew forwards with extreme speed. In black clothes, Lin Ming stepped out from the Ark of Hope. Behind him, Daiwahen to Bague and the other ancient race Empyreans also emerged. The ancient race Empyreans were overjoyed. They had seen life after death and had also experienced the strength of humanity. They felt as if this trip to the divine realm was worth the difficulties. Junior Lin Ming greets Senior Divine Dream. Lin Ming bowed in the void. At this time he felt extreme gratefulness. In order to rescue him, Divine Dream had accepted the potential risk of utter extermination to arrive here with the elites of humanity. This was a kindness he would mark down in his mind. "It's good that you are safe," Empyrean Divine Dream said with a long breath. It was only now Lin Ming realized that even though Divine Dream seemed light and indifferent all this time, the truth was that she was slightly pale beneath the fog that shrouded her face. "Senior Divine Dream?" Lin Ming asked, concerned. But Empyrean Divine Dream only waved her hand to indicate that she was fine. At this time, Xianxia had rushed forth like a gust of wind to throw herself into Lin Ming's arms. "Big brother Lin." Since Lin Ming's great battle with the good fortune Saint's son, over 20 years had passed. Xianxia had been pregnant all this time as she waited for Lin Ming's return, but during this period she never heard any news about him. This distress she felt during this time could be imagined. Lin Ming held onto Xianxia, lightly stroking her luxurious black hair. He softly said in her ear, "I'm fine." The two people supported each other. But at this time, Empyrean Divine Dream waved her hand and the surrounding scenery instantly changed. Lin Ming, Xianxia, and Empyrean Divine Dream immediately arrived in the White Jade Palace. Lin Ming was startled. He thought that Empyrean Divine Dream would first meet with Daiwahen to Bague and the others, but she had instead chosen to directly return to the palace instead. As soon as they entered the palace, Divine Dream shuddered and a bright white light began shining from within her body. This white light shined bright, moving outwards until it finally separated from Divine Dream's body. Slowly, the white light condensed into the figure of a person, a young girl. In space, she held onto her knees. Her body was naked, but her thick waterfall of icy blue hair covered her curves. Only her beautiful face and perfect arms and legs showed on the outside. There was not the slightest flaw in her jade-like skin and the tone of her muscles. At this time, the young girl's eyebrows were pressed together, as if she were in pain. Taicha's sight was enough to rouse the sympathy of anyone. This young girl was none other than Frost Dream, the one Lin Ming had fought at the Divine Realm first martial meeting. Lin Ming was shocked. He had already heard that Frost Dream was Divine Dream's plan in order to break into the true divinity realm. Divine Dream had severed her primordial spirit, reincarnating that portion of her soul in order to create an avatar. It was said that once Frost Dream became a peak Empyrean, Divine Dream would fuse together with her, and together they would break into the realm of true divinity, even becoming an outstanding existence amongst true divinities. But now, there was still a massive disparity between Frost Dream and a peak Empyrean, yet Empyrean Divine Dream had fused with her? Was it for that battle just now? Lin Ming suddenly recalled the battle. Although Empyrean Divine Dream seemed light and unperturbed the entire time and her steps were also calm, the truth was that she had consumed a considerable amount of strength. In order to ensure absolute victory, Empyrean Divine Dream had chosen to temporarily fuse with Frost Dream in order to be in the strongest state possible for a short period of time. This state was highly taxing on Empyrean Divine Dream. Thus, her face was pale, and she instantly separated from Frost Dream as soon as the battle finished. Because of many reasons, this sight couldn't be seen by outsiders. So, Empyrean Divine Dream didn't greet the ancient race powerhouses first, and had instead immediately brought Lin Ming and Xianxia into Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. Senior Divine Dream, are you all right? Lin Ming was highly concerned about Divine Dream's situation. In truth, he understood that Divine Dream had yet to break into the true divinity realm. She was just a tiny bit away. If Divine Dream didn't temporarily fuse together with Frost Dream and only fought with her true self, then although she could still suppress a peak Empyrean, wanting to prevent them from escaping and killing them was extremely difficult. Moreover, that Golden Crown Empyrean and Red-Robed Saint General were both outstanding Saint Empyreans. At this time, blue misty light began glowing around Frost Dream. This misty light gathered on her supple figure, turning into a blue dress. Frost Dream stretched her body. Floating in the air, she reached back her hands and flipped out her hair. As her long hair fell back in waves, fragrant wind blew through the air, enchanting the senses. Miss Frost Dream, Lin Ming greeted. Frost Dream nodded in return, responding with Sir Lin. Before composing herself and remaining quiet, Lin Ming then discovered that Frost Dream's cultivation had reached the World King realm. Compared to himself, she was even faster. However, this was normal. Frost Dream was Divine Dream's avatar and had Divine Dream's soul as her foundation. Frost Dream's cultivation speed would naturally be exorbitantly fast, and with the invasion of the Saints, Divine Dream must have also decided to speed up Frost Dream's breakthroughs in order to quickly step into true divinity. You've heard that it was a black-clothed woman who sent me a sound transmission saying that you were in the primeval universe? Do you know who that woman is? Divine Dream asked Lin Ming. She clearly had some understandings of the primeval universe. Junior believes that this woman was likely Soul Empress Shang Mei. Lin Ming said, glancing at Xianxia. Xianxia was astonished, but as she thought about it, it could only be her. That woman had been shrouded in a black fog and was incomparably mysterious. Even so, Xianxia was able to faintly feel the terrifying strength that lurked beneath the surface. Out of all the woman Lin Ming knew, only Shang Mei could know so much and have such abilities. Let us return first. Now isn't the time to stay here. This is the Saints' universe. It is too dangerous. As Divine Dream spoke, the fleet turned around and flew towards the Divine Realm. After several great void shifts, the fleet returned to the God-lamenting wall. Because of the great calamity, the God-lamenting wall connecting this Saint Race universe and the Divine Realm was extremely fragile. Skyren Godlord was able to forcefully form a connection through it. The fleet returned to the Divine Realm in glory and victory. Looking at these familiar starry skies and feeling the familiar heaven and earth origin energy, Lin Ming bathed himself in the atmosphere. The Divine Realm, he had finally returned. During this trip, he had been gone for over 20 years. He had been to the Soul World and Primeval Universe, risking his life several times and now finally returning safely. Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. Within a grand hall of white jade, the human Empyreans and ancient race Empyreans had gathered together. Lin Ming and Xianxia were also included. You are descendants of the ancient races from 10 billion years past? For many human Empyreans, this was the first time they learned of the status of these ancient race Empyreans. The fame and magnificence of the ancient races from 10 billion years ago was too far-reaching and resounding. It was only that, in the present era, they had declined to a miserable state. Yes, we have been fighting with the Saints for many years now. The reason we fled this time was little brother Lin's suggestion. But during the process, We encountered the good fortune Saint Sovereign and were almost annihilated. Once upon a time, being from the ancient races was Daiwahen's pride. But now he felt that there just wasn't anything to be proud of. What? You encountered the good fortune Saint Sovereign? Then you! The human Empyreans were panic-stricken at hearing Daiwahen's words. They had encountered the good fortune Saint Sovereign and managed to survive somehow? At this time, Divine Dream slowly said, "Everyone, quiet yourselves. The good fortune Saint Sovereign has been severely wounded by the joint efforts of the ancient race martial artists, Lin Ming and Empyrean Primordius. He is currently recovering from his injuries, and moreover, the ancient races and Lin Ming have brought the path to salvation for us. Perhaps it is finally time for our human race to experience a favorable turn." As Divine Dream slowly spoke, all of the human Empyreans present were dumbstruck. The information contained in her words was far too great. Heavily wound the good fortune Saint Sovereign? How had they done that? Moreover, how was this related to Empyrean Primordius, who had perished 100,000 years ago? The path to salvation? What was that? As the human Empyreans were puzzled, Divine Dream looked at Lin Ming and said, "Why don't you come up and explain it yourself?" Whether it was the ancient races or the human race, Lin Ming was the greatest contributor to there being such a favorable turn. To bring back the method to salvation from the Azura Forbidden Land, to renew the God decrees, to contend with the good fortune Saint Sovereign, Lin Ming's function during all of this was irreplaceable. Lin Ming nodded. At a brisk pace, without showing arrogance or being subservient, he explained everything that had happened during his adventure through the soul world and primeval universe. The only things he omitted were the strange words Xiang Mei had said to him. The human Empyreans were dumbfounded upon hearing this. They knew that Lin Ming had left by himself, headed towards the world of the Spiritas to seek out a path to salvation for humanity. But almost no one had thought he would succeed. In the eyes of those people, his actions had been nothing more than a joke. Just what cultivation did Lin Ming have? Before he left, he was only able to defeat a great world king. And what humanity faced was a terrifying and massive race that had multiple true divinities and over 1,000 Empyreans. In the impending universal calamity, Lin Ming couldn't even be called a small wave. Even the human Empyreans felt the situation was hopeless and had nearly succumbed to sitting down and waiting for death. In such an atmosphere, Lin Ming had gone to seek out a road for humanity to take. Was that even possible? But the actual result had left them all bewildered. Lin Ming had truly found the method to salvation. It wasn't a way to directly face the saints, but instead an escape route for humanity. Just an escape route was not enough. In the divine realm's 3,000 great worlds and innumerable other worlds, there were countless great human influences. If all of these influences had to be notified and evacuated, that would be a mission of monumental proportions. If the saint race decided to launch their all-out invasion of the divine realm, now then humanity would have no time to flee. But Lin Ming had joined together with the ancient races and had managed to wound the good fortune Saint Sovereign, buying time for humanity in the process. This was just unbelievable. Many human Empyreans looked at Lin Ming with amazement in their eyes. When Lin Ming left the divine realm to go to the soul world and primeval universe, he could be said to have created a miracle. He had done a great service for humanity and could nearly be compared to Empyrean divine seal of 3.6 billion years ago. Everyone should be clear on what the method is. That is, before the saints' total invasion begins, we shall evacuate to one of the wild universes within the 33 heavens. The divine realm has over 1 trillion quadrillion people, and there are even more people in the lower realms. To evacuate them all is a completely impossible task. But we can evacuate the elites and preserve our martial arts civilization and inheritances. In other words, for at least the next 100,000 years, the general human population will have to live beneath the oppression of the saints. As for the elites of humanity, they must face the wilderness of the 33 heavens, suffering the difficulties to develop it and survive there. As for the future, whether we are eliminated or find a chance to breathe, all of that will depend on the next 100,000 years. In that group of elites who develop within the wilderness, We shall see whether or not we can raise proud children of heaven who can resist the saints. If we can, then we shall slaughter our way back to the divine realm and destroy the saints. If we cannot, then we can only wait to perish. After all, the God-lamenting wall is not an absolute protection. Empyrean divine dreams' words caused the human Empyreans to fall silent. Of the 33 heavens, 7 heavens belong to the Spiritas, 7 heavens belong to the saints, 1 heaven was the primeval universe, and another heaven was the divine realm. In total, this was 16 heavens. Besides these 16 heavens, there were also 17 more. These 17 heavens were death lands or wildernesses. Because of the Great Hundred Race War from 10 billion years ago, these universes had slowly declined. Moreover, the God-lamenting walls dividing these universes were extremely firm, unlike the walls dividing the divine realm and saint universes. The walls between the divine realm and saint universes would weaken in cycles until they finally completely vanished. Thus, for all this time, these 17 heavens had never had intelligent humanoid life forces exist within them. If the human elites were to use the Azura decree to penetrate through the God-lamenting wall and go to these abandoned heavens, it would undoubtedly mean a bitter and grueling journey. Many people would die as they pioneered new lands. Even those that survived would have to face the greedy gazes of the saints, unsure whether they would live to see the next day. Many human martial artists understood this. They knew just what it meant to escape into the wild universes. Moreover, they had heavy hearts upon thinking about abandoning the common people of the divine realm. But there was nothing they could do about this. After all, the elites of humanity were the targets of the saints. If these elites were killed, then that would be the same as wiping out humanity's inheritances. As for the common folk, the truth was that they held no value for the saints. The atmosphere in the Grand Hall became much more gloomy. Lin Ming had indeed discovered a path for humanity. But this path was filled with thorns. Empyrean Divine Dream slowly stood up. I, as well as all disciples of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, have already decided to leave the divine realm and develop ourselves in the wild universes. As for the rest of you, you can decide whether you wish to join me or stay in the divine realm. I understand that you have feelings for your homeland, and to abandon the home you've known all your life is a difficult choice. But sometimes you have to abandon what you know. To leave means facing unknown perils and shouldering the burden of being humanity's hopes and futures. To stay means living underneath the heel and oppression of the saints, struggling in battle. No matter what path you choose, your journey will be incredibly difficult. My only hope is that no matter when in the future, none of you will easily give up. This is because humanity truly stands on the precipice of life or death. 3.6 billion years ago, we were indeed defeated, but even then we still retained the divine realm. But if we are to be defeated again, now then we truly will not have any road to escape to. Empyrean Divine Dream's words were heavy and grim. All of the human Empyreans held their breath. For a time, the entire Grand Hall was silent, and even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Everyone faintly realized this was an important meeting that concerned the future of humanity. I represent Mount Padala to say that we will leave the divine realm and follow Divine Dream, Heavenly Palace. The first to speak was Great Limitless Buddha. The truth was that before this meeting began, he had already known of the situation. He was only making his stance clear here. I will also follow Empyrean Divine Dream. Me too. Empyrean after Empyrean opened their mouth, all of them willing to follow Empyrean Divine Dream. To abandon the divine realm was the only choice they could make in such a helpless situation. Good. Divine Dream took a deep breath. If that's the case, then let us not delay. We will disperse now and assemble the various great influences to prepare the evacuation. The good fortune Saint Sovereign may be heavily wounded, but the most he will need is several years to recover. We must use this period of time to complete the evacuation mission and bring as many people as we can in the time limit. Primeval universe within the infinite deeps. In the space that the good fortune Saint Sovereign was hidden in, over 20 Saint Empyreans in full battle attire had laid down a good fortune grand array. In addition, there were many world kings and holy lords. They were distributed at the edges of the good fortune grand array, supporting it. The Saint Empyreans had grim complexions. This was because the divine realm's red-robed Saint General had led the dregs of his defeated forces back here. The Golden Crown Empyrean had perished and the red-robed Saint General had been forced to burn his blood essence, causing his cultivation to drop. To the Saints, this was an unprecedented disastrous loss. But as these defeated troops came to the primeval universe, only then did they learn that the good fortune Saint's son, before issuing his order, had been severely wounded by the joint efforts of Lin Ming and the ancient races and was now recovering. This left them all dumbstruck. The good fortune Saint Sovereign was an outstanding existence even amongst true divinities. Even with the ancient race Empyreans and Lin Ming added together, how could they possibly have wounded the good fortune Saint Sovereign? His Majesty Saint Sovereign, the red-robed Saint General, was embittered. He had originally angrily come back, wanting to report the situation to the good fortune Saint Sovereign so that the good fortune Saint Sovereign would mobilize his full army to trample over the divine realm. But what he learned was actually something almost unbelievable. His Majesty has closed up in seclusion. No one may see him, the Empyreans responsible for protecting these grounds said. The red-robed Saint General gulped, feeling his head aching. The Saint race was at least 10 times more powerful than the primal god race, so how did that battle turn out with such a strange result? As the good fortune Saint Sovereign was in seclusion, the red-robed Saint General could only wait. He faintly guessed that this period of seclusion would not be short. It would be at least 2 to 3 years. At this time, a terrifying pressure arrived, like a galactic storm sweeping through the cosmos. Underneath this tremendous pressure, all holy lords and world kings were forced to their knees. Although the Saint race Empyreans weren't suppressed to such a miserable degree, they still felt their hearts race with fear. Without a doubt, this sort of pressure could only belong to a true divinity. All of the Saint martial artists rapidly bowed towards the void. They felt a vast sea of astral essence swell towards them. This was proof that the one arriving was a Saint race true divinity. At this time, the void trembled. A massive face appeared in the space 1,000,000 miles away. This face seemed to be carved from metal, solemn and mighty, possessing an astonishing character. As the Saint martial artists saw this giant face, they shivered. Astral Vault God King. In the Saint race's 7 heavens there was more than one true divinity. Generally speaking, the true divinities of the saints were extremely mysterious. They seldom appeared, and even the common people didn't know how many true divinities were in the Saint race or what their titles were. Astral Vault God King, one of the hidden God Kings of the Saint world. It is said that he is 100 million years older than His Majesty Saint Sovereign. Astral Vault God King. He shouldn't have come to harm the Saint Sovereign, right? Several peak Empyreans subordinate to the good fortune Saint Sovereign gulped as they thought of this. According to rumors, the good fortune Saint Sovereign was on ill terms with Astral Vault God King. It was said that they might have fought before, and it wouldn't be a surprise if there was some sort of personal grudge between them. Now that Astral Vault God King had arrived, if he really came to take revenge, then the Empyrean stationed here would only be able to stare helplessly on as he attacked the good fortune Saint Sovereign. Your Majesty Astral Vault. Several Empyreans greeted in awe. Out of my way! Astral Vault God King shouted out loud, and these Empyreans were swept away as if they were caught in a storm. They could barely steady themselves as they felt completely helpless in their fear. They were subordinates of the good fortune Saint Sovereign. It wasn't likely that Astral Vault God King had any good impressions of them. Astral Vault God King slowly flew forwards to the space distortion that the good fortune Saint Sovereign had hidden in and sneered. With a mere thought, a massive metal hand stretched out from space. This hand casually moved and easily tore open the space distortion that the good fortune Saint Sovereign had closed up in. Then Astral Vault God King stepped inside. The many Empyreans could only watch. They were unable to do anything, nor did they dare to do anything. All they could do was fervently hope that there would be no battle. If the good fortune Saint Sovereign was truly pushed to the edge, then he would detonate Famine's body. If so, then all the Empyreans here would perish in the aftermath. Oh! Within the endless darkness, 2 shadows faced each other. One was Astral Vault God King and the other was the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. Within the void, Astral Vault God King's form was incomparably massive, like a structure formed from metal. He was completely without hair, not even eyelashes. His skull resembled polished crystal, translucent enough that one could faintly see his brain within. His appearance was extremely unique. Good fortune. Astral Vault God King's voice was as cold as metal as it filled the space distortion. How did you end up like this? Weren't you always a skilled one? You called me and Soaring Feather here. Is it to beg for help? Astral Vault God King's voice had a mocking tone to it. The reason he came here was unexpectedly at the request of the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign looked at Astral Vault God King. No expression on his face. He only icily said, "And Soaring Feather?" Astral Vault God King raised his right hand and twiddled a feather between his fingers. He lazily said, "She didn't feel the need to come and see you herself, but if we speak she will naturally be able to hear us." "Is that so? I see." Soaring Feather didn't accept his invitation, but the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign didn't care. In the 7 heavens of the Saint race, the truth was that there were 3 true divinities. Soaring Feather God King was the only woman amongst them, and her whereabouts were always a mystery. She had gone into seclusion long ago, and many peak Empyreans didn't even know that there was such a true divinity amongst the saints. The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign looked at Astral Vault God King and unhurriedly said, "The reason I called you here today is because I want you, as well as Soaring Feather, to lead the armies to trample over the divine realm and exterminate humanity." Although the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign was injured, his voice was filled with energy that shook the void. Astral Vault God King's eyes widened for a moment. Then he began laughing. "Ha ha ha ha! Did I hear wrongly? You want me and Soaring Feather to exterminate humanity? Why? You don't need to mention something as mundane as the interests of our race to trick me. Although there are advantages to the saints in exterminating humanity, it's nothing at all to me. Did you think I wouldn't know that the reason you want to exterminate humanity is to accomplish your own goals? Why would Soaring Feather and I deign to help you?" Astral Vault God King aggressively said. The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign fell silent. Then he stretched out his hands. Above his palm, a black bead traced with red lines slowly revolved. This was the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. Seeing the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, Astral Vault God King's eyes began to shine. This spirit bead was inestimably valuable to a body transformation system martial artist. If you and Soaring Feather assist me, then I will lend you this bead for 1,000,000 years. But I have a requirement. When you destroy humanity, you must make sure you kill Lin Ming." The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's voice was filled with killing intent. The reason he had hurriedly summoned the other 2 true divinities of the saint race here to have them attack the divine realm was because he had a deep foreboding feeling in his heart. He felt that Lin Ming had brought something important back to humanity. If he couldn't eliminate humanity here, then the troubles would never end. Once the wildfires burnt down the fields, the new grass would grow once more. In particular, Lin Ming. His continued existence filled the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign with unease. He was an unknown factor. At the mere peak Holy Lord realm, he was able to have such a great impact on the war of the saints against the human race and ancient races. If he was allowed to grow up, then he would certainly become a scourge upon the saints. Before this, he had taken Lin Ming lightly because of his cultivation. Now he was willing to do anything within his power to kill him. Grand Mist Spirit Bead. As the Astral Vault God King looked at this red and black bead, his eyes revealed a deep greed. "What about it? Do you want to take it forever?" The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign coldly sneered, but didn't take away the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. He only glared at Astral Vault God King, saying, "You want to work together with Soaring Feather to take my life while I am injured and steal away the Grand Mist Spirit Bead?" The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign laid bare the thoughts within Astral Vault God King's heart. Astral Vault God King only lightly smiled, not responding. "You can give it a try, but I have ways to make you regret it." As the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign spoke, the massive body of famine began to wriggle underneath him, causing innumerable fountains of blood to gush out. Astral Vault God King's pupils narrowed. He looked at the good fortune Saint's sovereign, suspicion growing in his heart. He didn't know what hidden cards the good fortune Saint's sovereign had, but he was certain that there must be some secret on him. He even suspected that this concerned the Abyssals. In any case, even if he joined together with Soaring Feather to attack the good fortune Saint Sovereign, he didn't have full confidence that they would win. This was a purely instinctual feeling. To reach the cultivation of the true divinity realm, that meant one's destiny had accumulated to the peak. Like this, a martial artist would be able to develop vague premonitions in their hearts. Although it wasn't accurate every time, it was extremely valuable for reference. For months later, Mount Padala, this was the most glorious and oldest Empyrean holy land in the current history of humanity. Within Mount Padala, one could deeply feel the inside story of this land. The houses, the winding corridors, the paintings, and even the tiles. Everything was deeply marked by history. 3.6 billion years ago, the true divinity leader of humanity, Divine Seal, had died. Most Empyreans had died in the battle, and their Empyrean influences were destroyed with them, forever fading away into the sands of time. However, Mount Padala had remained fully intact. Within their library pavilions, they collected numerous ancient texts on martial arts. All of this played a vital role in the continued development of humanity's martial arts civilization. At this time, when humanity teetered on the edge of extinction, the many rulers and elites of humanity gathered once more at Mount Padala to face the upcoming storm. Within Mount Padala, in a secret chamber of a Buddhist temple. This chamber was extremely peaceful. Wafts of incense smoke curled through the air. The walls were decorated with sculptures of towering golden arhats. Between these arhats, 8 thick columns supported the ceiling. Each column was carved with a golden dragon that emitted a magnificent atmosphere. These were the infamous 8 celestial dragon columns of Mount Padala. This chamber was one of Mount Potala's treasures, where eminent monks would come to calmly meditate. Now, Lin Ming was sitting on a cushion within this chamber. In front of him was an old man in plain and humble clothing. This old man's face was withered and his eye sockets were deeply inset. His skin was dark and gray, and there was only a light smattering of hair atop his head. His hair was not silver or white, but dry and yellow, like dying grass. As he sat in front of Lin Ming, his entire body brimmed with a faint death energy, as if he were already dead. Lin Ming, I've taught you everything I can. This is the entirety of my life's secret techniques. I hope that it will be useful to you. The old man slowly spoke. This old man was Dragon Fang's honorable master, 3 Lives Old Man. Out of all the Empyreans of humanity, 3 Lives Old Man was unique and unconventional. Although he hadn't been able to break into true divinity, he had still managed to use all sorts of arcane techniques to live for 300 million years. He had experienced an incredible span of time and could be called a living history book of the human race. When Lin Ming returned to the Divine Realm, Divine Dream had convened all peak young elites of the Divine Realm, including June Blue Moon, Hang Qi, Dragon Fang, and Xiao Maxian, and began their training. In this training, they were allowed to freely choose from all the secret techniques of human Empyreans, without any hidden at all. Whatever they wanted to learn, they could learn. In particular, Lin Ming was looked after and taken as a priority by all the Empyreans. A revered Empyrean didn't hesitate to consume his own cultivation to help Lin Ming straighten his meridians and eliminate the small problems that had accumulated from Lin Ming developing his foundation so quickly. But as for the Empyrean technique that Lin Ming finally chose, it was 3 Lives Pupils. This was also the only secret technique he chose. The other transcendent divine mites were indeed fierce, but to Lin Ming, who studied the Azura Heavenly Tao, they weren't too valuable. Only the 3 Lives Pupils would be useful to him. It was an auxiliary technique that could be used to directly increase Lin Ming's combat prowess. Lin Ming would be able to fuse it with his own Davik eye so that they mutually complemented each other. It was as if this secret technique was tailor-made for Lin Ming all along. On the thick cushion, 3 Lives Old Man's eyes were still closed. You have opened the Davik Eye Dao Palace, and that has made you even more suitable to inherit my secret technique than Dragon Fang. I have barely been managing to maintain a sad existence for 300 million years, and for me to have a direct descendant in Dragon Fong and a half-descendant in you, I am glad I can see my own inheritances carried forwards in such a wondrous manner. When I die, I can do so in peace. As 3 Lives Old Man spoke, Lin Ming deeply bowed. He solemnly said, I thank Senior for the kindness of your guidance. 3 Lives Old Man shook his head. He quietly said, I should be the one thanking you, and perhaps all of humanity should thank you. With Lin Ming's return, not only did he bring back the method to salvation for the human race, but he even brought back a jade slip copy of the Holy Scripture's golden pages. These golden page duplicates came from Xianxia. As a beyond divinity level cultivation method, even a duplicate was able to provide a tremendous inspiration to human Empyreans. This was especially true for Divine Dream, who cultivated energy and divine. The profound comprehensions of the soul contained within the golden pages were perfectly suited to her. So for these past days, Empyrean Divine Dream had gone into seclusion as she studied the golden pages thoroughly. In these short several months she had obtained incalculable inspirations. This was all in order to establish as solid a foundation as she could so she could step into the realm of true divinity as soon as possible. Gradually, the early steps in the evacuation work for humanity had been completed. The evacuation from the divine realm was occurring a step at a time. Those that could leave were the elites of humanity. Brother Lin, take this cup of wine. A young man handed him a cup of wine. There was a little bit of emotion on his face as well as a little bit of disappointment in himself. This person was White King, a direct disciple of the vast universe Holy Lands. He didn't have some life and death friendship with Lin Ming. They were only acquaintances that had met at the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting and could be considered ordinary friends. But due to the invasion of the saints, and in a situation where humanity could perish at any moment, even 2 strangers of the same race could be like brothers. When parting approaching, the heart was always stirred. Lin Ming drank the wine. Brother Lin, you aren't going? Lin Ming shook his head. I'm not in a hurry. Lin Ming traced his spatial ring. This spatial ring contained the 3rd Emperor Jade of Fate. He wanted to go to the Azura Road and enter the 7th level of the final trial so he could obtain the highest completion percentage possible. Using this, he wanted to struggle for an opportunity to turn the tides of war against the saints. But currently, the final trial had yet to open. White King walked away, leaving with the other elites of vast universe Heavenly Palace. Elites from other Empyrean influences joined them. What awaited them was a journey into an unknown and wild universe. This would be an adventure filled with hardship and slaughter. Lin Ming knew that White King was only part of the first group of people to leave. There would be a 2nd group, 3rd group, 4th group. This would continue until all the elites had left, until all the Empyrean heavenly palaces became deserted lands. Partings occurred everywhere. Masters sent off their disciples. Sect masters sent off their disciples. Some people drank and bid farewell. Some hugged as tightly as they could. For those who were left behind, those that were leaving were family members, friends, comrades in arms. For those that were leaving, they would leave the universe they grew up in, their most beloved homeland, the land of their ancestors, their bloodline, the happiness and laughter, their pain and sorrow. Lin Ming deeply sighed. He turned and left, no longer participating in these sad partings. He had too many matters to attend to. Every breath of time, every hour was extremely precious to him. Time passed a day at a time. With every period of time, another group of people left. Lin Ming had no idea how many people had departed. But at this time, the situation suddenly changed. Panic-stricken World King rushed into Mount Padala. He brought with him terrible news. The saints had begun their full invasion of the divine realm. Many people were stunned. The good fortune Saint Sovereign had clearly been grievously wounded by Lin Ming and the ancient races. So how could he have recovered so quickly? And if the good fortune Saint Sovereign wasn't leading the troops, then if the saint armies were to invade the divine realm, they were bound to suffer serious casualties. How is this possible? Empyrean vast universe was completely shocked. Deep in his heart, he didn't want to believe such terrifying news. He hoped there had been some sort of mistake, but following that, the bloodied and almost disabled World King was escorted away and another piece of news was brought in. That was, the human Empyreans guarding the great worlds closest to the Saints had all died in battle. The Saints had truly begun their invasion. Moreover, the scale of this invasion was even greater than the invasion of the primeval universe. After all, the Divine Realm battlefield was far broader and every army could be utilized to their limits. At this time, humanity also learned that there was a true divinity leading the invasion of the Saints. His name was Astral Vault God King. Nobody had heard this name before, but just his status as a true divinity was enough to cause all Empyreans present to feel a heavy pressure. A great saint army led by a true divinity. This was simply impossible to contend with. So it is another true divinity of the Saints that is leading their armies. The good fortune Saint Sovereign is really recovering from his wounds. Empyrean Divine Dream sighed as she obtained the news. Even though Astral Vault God King was weaker than the good fortune Saint Sovereign, he still wasn't something they could deal with. Astral Vault God King had assembled the armies of the Saint race and then took over military control for the good fortune Saint Sovereign. All of this had been done in a mere several months, but at this time only half of humanity's elites had been evacuated. Summon an emergency meeting. This meeting was convened hastily, but all human Empyreans, including some human elites that had yet to evacuate, rapidly arrived. Humanity now ushered in the greatest crisis they had faced in history. From the moment the meeting was convened, the atmosphere was somber and dignified. In the divine realm, there were still many human elites who had yet to be gathered. If the Empyreans were to collectively evacuate the divine realm at this time, then those elites remaining as well as their descendants would be slaughtered. We must speed up the evacuation, an Empyrean suggested. In truth, the so-called speeding up of the evacuation was simply raising the threshold. They would only bring the most outstanding inheritances and geniuses. Ordinary geniuses would be left behind to fight for themselves. That doesn't make sense. There are some peak talents in the innermost depths of the divine realm, even in some medium and small worlds. They are too far away for us to reach. Even if we raised the threshold, they still wouldn't be able to catch up in time. Another Empyrean argued. Concerning the invasion of the Saints, everyone had their own opinions. But during this time, Divine Dream remained silent. A considerable number of people looked towards Divine Dream, waiting for her to express her intentions. By this time, Divine Dream had long become the true and unanimous leader of humanity. It could be said that every decision she made concerned the future of the human race. At this time, Divine Dream's expression was earnest, but her breathing wasn't uneven at all. She was as composed and tranquil as a placid lake. She opened her mouth. Her voice was slow and unhurried, but each syllable she spoke was filled with a potent power. We will meet them head-on. What? Empyrean Divine Dream's words shocked all the Empyreans and young elites present. Meet the Saints head-on? The Saints had a true divinity powerhouse leading their armies to war. Wasn't fighting them the same as fighting a hopeless battle? How can we possibly do that? A red-robed Empyrean stood up to oppose. I didn't say that we must win. The divine realm is the homeland of humanity, and we are the protectors of the human race as well as gods to countless trillions of quadrillions of lives. Just because the Saints have invaded doesn't mean we can abandon all our subjects like this. Even if it is for the future of humanity, I cannot accept such an excuse. There must be some people staying behind in order to stand responsible for humanity. Moreover, we have to fight because we must delay for more time to evacuate. Half of the elites still haven't evacuated, and we will not discard them. As Divine Dream spoke to her, she stood up. I will remain and meet the Saints myself. Among you all, those who voluntarily choose to stay behind may do so. The others will leave the divine realm and go to the wild universe. As Divine Dream spoke, many people were panic-stricken. Divine Dream wanted to stay in the divine realm? No, absolutely not. This was because to the current human race, Divine Dream's role was even more important than Lin Ming's. Whether it was fighting their way into the wilds of the 33 heavens or returning to the divine realm in the future, None of this could be done without Divine Dream. At this time, 3 Lives Old Man stood up and slowly shook his head. Divine Dream, it's enough that I stay behind. I do not have much time remaining, and for me to go to the wild universe is just a waste. I have already decided to stay in the divine realm and leave behind a lasting memory for the saints. Although 3 Lives Old Man seemed on the verge of death, he was still an existence that had lived for 300 million years. No one dared to underestimate him, nor did anyone know what cards he had hidden up his sleeves. In particular, during the war against the saints, 3 Lives Old Man had long since decided to martyr himself. A desperate and reckless peak Empyrean was a force that even a true divinity couldn't ignore. After 3 Lives Old Man spoke, another Empyrean stood up. Although my human race has declined, our pride hasn't. Even if we are to be defeated, we will be defeated with dignity. I will also stay behind. I will also remain. Another old Empyrean stood up. Without exception, all of these Empyreans were in the waning years of their lives. Their cultivations had already started to drop. The future of humanity belonged to the young. Going to the wild universe was the same as beginning from zero. These old Empyreans didn't have that much time to wait. One after another, elderly Empyreans stood up and decided to stay behind. Even old Empyreans of the ancient races planned to stay in the divine realm. Only Empyreans in their prime like Daiwahen and Tabague would go to the wild universe and help develop the land there. These Empyreans were the hope of the ancient races. At the same time, these old Empyreans also wanted to stop Empyrean Divine Dream. No matter what, she couldn't be allowed to stay in the divine realm to die. That would be far too great a loss. Humanity still needed her leadership. Divine Dream shook her head. I am staying behind, but not to die. I am confident that I can survive and eventually leave. And the other Empyreans that stay behind don't necessarily need to sacrifice themselves. Divine Dream's words left the other Empyreans shocked. She was planning on leading the human Empyreans to resist a true divinity, yet she still had the means to withdraw. If it is the good fortune Saint Sovereign, then my chances are much slimmer. But the other true divinities aren't necessarily invincible. Don't forget, we have the Ark of Hope, Divine Dream added. With the Ark of Hope, escape was indeed a possibility. At this time, Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. Just as he was about to speak, Divine Dream looked straight towards him and directly shot down whatever plan he was going to propose. Do not even mention it, you must leave. Moreover, you must leave now. Lin Ming originally wanted to say that the Ark of Hope could display the strongest might in his hands. But Divine Dream was firm in her decision. Lin Ming, as long as you live, then you will be the greatest threat to the saints. In this battle, to delay for time, you are not needed. Rather, your appearance will cause the saints to try and kill you no matter what price they have to pay, causing the exact opposite of the effect that we want. Divine Dream's words were approved by the many Empyreans present. Lin Ming had to leave. Staying was not worth the cost. Lin Ming agreed. After Divine Dream made her decision, the meeting ended. The Ark of Hope remained at Mount Padala. Lin Ming and other young elites were led to the back mountains of Mount Padala by some younger Empyreans. Here, there was a crowd of spirit ships, spirit boats, and divine palaces. There were even soaring spirit birds and other mounts. After a short period of time, Lin Ming and the others would board a spirit ship and travel to the wild universe. Many people hugged and gave their farewells. Hey boy, the human race is going to depend on you. When you go to the wild universe, make sure you slaughter your way until you shake up the world. Vast Universe lightly punched Lin Ming's chest. Lin Ming was a young elite who had emerged from the first martial meeting that was managed by Vast Universe and Divine Dream. He could be called a part of their lineage. Lin Ming had all sorts of feelings running through his mind. He didn't speak, only nodding and deeply bowing to Empyrean Vast Universe. Empyrean Vast Universe didn't leave. He chose to remain with Divine Dream. He was Divine Dream's old comrade-in-arms as well as an old friend. He was also in his prime, but he steadfastly chose to remain because he believed in Divine Dream and because he also believed in himself. He didn't intend to die in battle, but he did want to fight for a little bit more time for humanity. Only like this could he give an answer to the countless human lives of the divine realm. This parting could be called a parting of life and death. Lin Ming took a deep breath and stepped onto the spirit ship, not turning back to look. But as Lin Ming stepped onto the spirit ship, there was something that occurred which no one noticed. A spirit bird flying in the skies came to a halt above the spirit ship. It spun around, and then a single feather fell off this bird, slowly fluttering downwards. This feather was common and indistinguishable from an ordinary feather. But as it fell atop the spirit ship, it slowly stuck to the surface and then melted into the hull, vanishing from sight. The infinite universe, the vast and boundless space, a massive spirit ship quietly sped through the starry space. This spirit ship was named Epoch. The name signified humanity's wish to usher in a new epoch, one where their people would rise to glory once more. During this trip, Epoch would have to pass through over a dozen great worlds of the divine realm before finally arriving at a small world called the Bluesnow realm. This small world was hidden within a chaotic ocean of stars. Without accurate coordinates and a guide, it was basically impossible to find this land. The end of the Bluesnow realm pushed up against the God-lamenting wall. And behind this God-lamenting wall was another universe of the 33 heavens, a wild universe. Because the God-lamenting wall separating the wild universes had never weakened, this universe hadn't had an intelligent humanoid life form step foot in it for a long time. Several months ago, 20 human Empyreans were sent to the Bluesnow realm in order to join together and form a connection through the God-lamenting wall using the Azura decree and then maintain it. Following that, the elites of humanity passed through this connection and entered the wild universe. They quickly sped towards the nearest lands, establishing their own bases to develop the area. Epoch was an Empyrean-level spirit treasure spirit ship. It was naturally far slower than the Ark of Hope, and from start to finish, it would require 2 months to reach its destination. And during this long travel, many matters occurred. For instance, the great war between the remaining Empyreans and the Saints. In a grand hall within Epoch, many young elites had gathered. Dragon Fong, Hang Chi, Xiao Maxian, June Blue Moon, Lin Ming, and even the Celestial Smokeless. These young elites had reunited once again. Back during the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting, these young elites had been 20 to 40 years of age. They were high-spirited back then, looking to climb to the highest mountaintops. They showed their abilities above the arena stage. They attracted the attention of the cosmos and became renowned to trillions of quadrillions of people. That was an incomparably magnificent time, and after 100 years of life, they reunited once more. Although they each made considerable progress in their strengths, they actually gathered under such circumstances. Facing the great calamity of the divine realm, they had been forced to flee from their homeland and become fugitives. At this time, Xiao Maxian was looking out a porthole, gazing upon the endless starry skies. She rubbed her belly. It was unknown just what she was thinking. To abandon her homeland and go to an unknown world, it was inevitable that she would feel a deep melancholy in her heart. But what she could rejoice in was that Lin Ming would always be there at her side to accompany her. She silently looked at Lin Ming as he meditated in the grand hall. Xiao Maxian pursed her lips. In this great calamity, Lin Ming had become nearly her everything. I wonder how the seniors of my people and Empyrean Divine Dream are doing right now, Smokeless whispered, finding it hard to calm her heart. Beside her, Hang Chi was praying sutras and twisting the Buddha beads in his hands, deep in meditation. Dragon Fong embraced his black sword. He had a pot of wine in his hand and was quietly drinking from it. At some time, Dragon Fong filled a cup of wine. Then he silently raised it up in the air and slowly sprinkled it to the ground. Seeing this, Lin Ming sighed. He knew that Dragon Fong was giving his farewells to his master. In this bitter battle between the humans and saints, Divine Dream, Vast Universe, and some others might be able to return safely. But the older Empyreans had already entered the fray with the determination to die. Lin Ming stood up and walked over to Dragon Fong. He joined him in drinking a cup of wine. But at this time, his mind shivered and he nearly fell over. Big Brother Lin. What's happening? Xianxia had been looking at Lin Ming, and his sudden reaction had left her startled. With his cultivation, it was impossible that he would nearly tumble over for no reason at all. Lin Ming. The others stood up, all of them looking at Lin Ming with concern. Now was an extremely tense time. Even if they were fleeing to a relatively safe universe, all of them were on guard for any abnormalities. Lin Ming's sudden change left them wary. "I'm fine." Lin Ming waved his hand, his complexion somewhat ill. Just now, he had clearly felt an indescribable divine sense sweep through this hall, nearly causing his mind to fall to illusion. During this time his mind had completely blanked out, and he felt as if a feather had fallen into his spiritual sea, slowly immersing within it. This feather was simple like an ordinary feather, but this ordinariness was what scared Lin Ming. This was the wisp of someone's divine sense mark. He had been locked onto by someone, and what stunned Lin Ming the most was that no one else had detected it. If he was the only one who had sensed it, then that meant this divine sense was most likely aimed at a single person. This thought left Lin Ming's palms cold with sweat. Not to mention the terrifying intensity of that divine sense. There was also the fact that this other party's divine sense had quietly penetrated through the protective wards of Epic without alarming the many peak Empyreans on board. This was not something an Empyrean could accomplish. This other party, true divinity? In that moment, Lin Ming felt as if he had fallen into a sea of ice. He had been locked onto by a true divinity? This was incomparably horrifying information. Without the peak masters of the divine realm like Divine Dream present, there was no one on this entire spirit ship capable of contending with a true divinity. Moreover, even the Ark of Hope wasn't here. They didn't even have the Azura decrees that could wound a true divinity. In this situation, to be locked onto by a true divinity was the same as being sentenced to death. Is it intentionally targeting me? Or was it an unconscious probing? Lin Ming's limbs were icy cold. He didn't believe that there was a true divinity randomly passing by, just happening to use their divine sense to investigate this spirit ship. With a 99% certainty, this other party had come for him. Big Brother Lin, just what is going on? Xianxia anxiously looked at Lin Ming, worry filling her face. Benefactor Lin, what happened just now? At this time, there is no need to hide anything from us. We must all be on the same boat. All these difficulties can be solved together. If we cannot solve them, then there are also the Empyreans here that can help. Hang Chi slowly said. Lin Ming bitterly sighed in his heart. This was something that not even an Empyrean could fix. I'm fine. I just felt an intense foreboding premonition, as if something unfortunate is going to occur. Lin Ming eventually didn't speak the truth. This was because he wasn't absolutely sure, and also because there was no meaning in saying it anyways. Instead, it would cause Xianxia and the others to panic for no good reason. At this moment, no one here could stop a true divinity. It would be the same as telling everyone that he was going to die. Moreover, the worst thing was that once this true divinity overtook Epic, everyone in the spirit ship would be buried along with him. Lin Ming's words left everyone half doubting and half believing him. Indeed, once a martial artist's destiny accumulated to a certain level, they could indeed have strange premonitions which could allow them to avoid disasters. Lin Ming's unlucky premonition just now. Could there have been some problem at the front lines? Did Empyrean Divine Dream encounter an accident? Gloomy clouds formed over everyone's hearts. Divine Dream was the spiritual pillar of humanity. If she perished, not to mention the loss in strength it would mean for the human race, but the morale of the people would fall through the ground. Finally, the group quieted down. During this time Lin Ming gripped his fists, his heart and mind on pins and needles, filled with unease. That terrifying sense was like the summons of a death god. Would it come again? Lin Ming thought. And indeed, after a quarter hour, that terrifying sense covered Lin Ming. This time, the sense was extremely light, like a feather gently crossing over Lin Ming's mind. But the resulting pressure nearly caused his spiritual sea to fall into chaos. Moreover, this sense brought with it a faint and clear killing intent, as delicate as a feather, a killing intent that left one drowning in desperation. A true divinity had truly locked onto him. This feather was the mark of a true divinity. Back in the Soul World's Akashic Dream universe, the great Brahmic God King had used a similar method to mark Lin Ming. This was a transcendent secret technique. When a person left behind blood, skin, hair, or even items they used before, these things would be marked with their vital characteristics. Then, by paying a sufficient price and using a certain amount of soul force, one could search the vast cosmos for these vital characteristics and mark the position of the person. In the past, the great Brahmic God King hadn't searched too large an area. It was normal for Lin Ming to be found by him. But this time, the other party was able to search the entire divine realm with its 3,000 great worlds and countless other smaller worlds to find and lock onto Lin Ming all the same. Such supernatural powers left Lin Ming drowning in despair. Heavens! Do you really wish for my end? I have resolved myself to climb to the peak of martial arts. Yet I must perish here. Lin Ming mirthlessly smiled. The saints really thought highly of him. If he wasn't wrong, then the saints had especially sent a true divinity to hunt him down and kill him. Currently, he didn't even have the strength to fight an Empyrean. But now the enemy had sent a true divinity to kill him. They had truly laid down the capital. They wanted to take advantage of the time before he had grown to erase him from existence, forever severing any future troubles. Lin Ming stood up in an absent-minded daze. From when he had stepped upon his road of martial arts until now, he had faced death numerous times. But never before had he felt despair like today. Lin Ming, you, Smokeless, Hang Chi, June Blue Moon, and the others all looked at Lin Ming. They felt that something was wrong. What is going on? What are you trying to hide? Nothing. Lin Ming suddenly smiled, his smile somewhat sad. I'm sorry. I don't think I can go to the wild universe with you all and open up a new world. What? Lin Ming's few words left everyone shocked. In particular, Xiao Moxian felt her heart shrink. Why? Tears began to appear at the corners of Xiao Moxian's eyes. She bit her lips and stared at Lin Ming, her voice shaking. Lin Ming looked at Xiao Moxian, his heart mourning. He couldn't remain on this spirit ship because it would only mean everyone here dying in vain. Even humanity's gathering point would be exposed. He wanted to say that he had been locked onto by a true divinity, but as he saw Xiao Moxian's teary eyes, he couldn't bring himself to say the words. He didn't want his last image of Xiao Moxian before he left to be that of her dying inside. Moreover, he knew that if he said such words, if Xiao Moxian knew he would die without a doubt, she would not let him leave alone. She would die with him. Finally, Lin Ming said, "There are some matters I must attend to. I will be leaving first." Hearing Lin Ming, Xiao Moxian's response was to quickly rush over and throw herself into his arms. She tightly grasped him as if letting go would mean losing him forever. "Take me with you." Xiao Moxian had already made up her mind to never let go. She had a faint premonition in her mind that after this parting, she would not see Lin Ming again. Lin Ming could feel Xiao Moxian gently trembling in his arms and her vulnerable heart. He didn't know just what taste was in his heart, but eventually he pushed her away. His expression was resolute as he said, "Stop this nonsense. Not only will you not be able to help me, but you will only drag me down. If so, then I will die for sure." Lin Ming's heartless words and his heartless expression left Xiao Moxian stunned. The other young elites were also helpless to do anything, but they knew something had happened with Lin Ming. It was just that he wasn't willing to tell them. "If you go like this, the Empyreans on board will not agree." June Blue Moon frowned. Although he didn't know what was happening, he could faintly feel that the reason Lin Ming left was for the lives of everyone on board. "At these times, none of us fear death." "What happened?" Dragon Fong stated in a manner more direct than the others. He pulled out his sword. "I will explain myself to the guiding Empyreans. If I leave, there is still a chance to live. If I stay, I will die." Lin Ming turned around after he spoke. To leave the spirit ship, he needed to inform the Empyreans in the main control room so that they could open the doors. At this time, Xiao Moxian held on to Lin Ming once more. "Big brother Lin." Xiao Moxian seemed to exhaust all of her strength as she grabbed Lin Ming's hand. Her tone was nearly that of begging. Do you remember the Monster Emperor's grand longevity feast where the good fortune Saint's son came to propose marriage to me? But you defeated him and married me instead? The you of the longevity feast was strong, aggressive, unstoppable. Numerous rulers of the universe were suppressed by you. And that was also the happiest day of my life. I have given up my race, abandoned my grandfather, and chosen to follow you to the wild universe. Even so, I have never regretted my decisions. Not once, because no matter what I still have you. But, do you want me to lose even you? Xiao Moxian's words were like a knife that thrust into Lin Ming's heart. Lin Ming's body shook. His heart hurt so much he couldn't even take a breath. He turned to Xiao Moxian to see her crying. Finally, he held on to her. He leaned down to her ears and said in a gentle voice, "Look after our child. It is the continuation of my life." Lin Ming no longer tarried. He stepped away, leaving behind the mourning and shaking Xiao Moxian. She helplessly collapsed against a wall, staring at Lin Ming's back as he vanished into the corridors of the ship. Oh! The hatch leading out of Epoch opened. A frail figure silently departed from the spirit ship, heading deep into space. Lin Ming didn't conceal anything from the Empyreans leading the ship and explained everything he could. Although everyone was willing to join Lin Ming in blood-filled battle, senselessly sacrificing everyone was meaningless. Moreover, those on board Epoch were the future hopes of humanity. Like this, Lin Ming left. In the infinite cosmos, Lin Ming's form appeared more and more lonely. Life really is small. Lin Ming looked at the endless space around him. This world would exist for dozens of billions of years or even trillions of years. Compared to the universe, his life was only a short moment. Even all those once peerless rulers of history had disappeared by now, turned to dust. Years from now, would he also be nothing but a grain of dust? In the boundless starry space, Lin Ming took out Primordius' heavenly palace from his inner world. This was an Empyrean spirit treasure left behind by Empyrean Primordius that had saved his life several times before. And at this moment when Lin Ming distracted a saint true divinity by himself, all he had accompanying him was Primordius' palace. Lin Ming only had a peak Holy Lord cultivation, but he was actually being chased down by a true divinity. This was the same as being sentenced to death. But Lin Ming hadn't given up the fight just yet. In truth, he had already come up with an escape plan, but the caveat was that the chances of success were so low it was depressing. Lin Ming didn't immediately start his plan. Rather, he controlled Primordius' heavenly palace and began a great void shift. He wanted to go as far away from Epoch as possible to avoid drawing them into his disaster. The lives on board that spirit ship were all extremely important to Lin Ming. Not only were they the hopes of humanity, but they were also his friends, his wife, his child. He couldn't allow anything to happen to Epoch. He flew deep into the starry space. And at this time, his heart suddenly shook and his complexion changed. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. It was a woman's voice, one that was faint and cold. It seems you left your companions?" This mysterious woman slowly spoke. Lin Ming was startled and he reflexively grit his teeth. He didn't reply. He knew that the one speaking was the true divinity who was hunting him down. This other party was a woman. Lin Ming began to panic. His current position was at most several billion miles away from Epoch. If this Grim Reaper woman chose to kill him and then chase after Epoch, she could definitely overtake them. The consequences would be inconceivable. "It seems you are worried?" The woman's tone held a hint of curiosity. "Are you worried about the lives of your companions? I'm quite surprised. Your own life is in a precarious state, and yet you still have the mind to worry about others. You left the spirit ship on your own initiative. Is it because you want to sacrifice yourself to guarantee that your companions will live on? It is difficult for me to understand why you made this decision, but I still admire your courage in making such a choice at this time. In order to show my respect, I will tell you my name. I am called Soaring Feather." Soaring Feather? Soaring Feather God King? Lin Ming had never heard of this name before. There was only a small number of true divinities in the 33 heavens, but few people could state the exact number of them. Most true divinities were in a semi-reclusive state and were all powerful and mystical existences. You can rest assured that I have no interest in killing the others. The reason I am here today is because I was entrusted with this task by someone else, and that task was only to kill you. Once you die, I will naturally leave. The woman's voice echoed in Lin Ming's ears. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. Someone entrusted you with this task? Yes, I owe a favor. I just never thought that they would want me to repay it by hunting down and killing a holy lord. Really? This is just unbelievable. I see. Lin Ming sighed. Not every saint true divinity wanted to crush humanity into the ground. At the very least, Epic wouldn't be destroyed. However, the good fortune Saint Sovereign had actually commanded the assistance of two true divinities. One to lead the armies into the divine realm and the other to kill him. To have the good fortune Saint Sovereign consider him such a serious threat, Lin Ming was left speechless. A peak holy lord being hunted down by a true divinity was simply the most ludicrous joke in the world. Lin Ming slowed down and finally came to a stop. Lin Ming flew out from Primordius' heavenly palace and put it away. Then, he took out a token from his spatial ring. This token was extremely ancient and numerous strange lines and runes were carved into its surface. Azura command? This mysterious woman was already near enough to Lin Ming that she could see his every action and movement. Moreover, she also knew of the tokens that the Azura Roadmaster had left behind in the past. Lin Ming's plan was to flee into the Azura Road. Then, he would enter tragic Death Valley. It was still a long time until the final trial started once more. If Lin Ming wanted to evade this mysterious woman, then there was only a single route open to him, to fly into Tragic Death Valley. Tragic Death Valley was a death zone. Even if a peak Empyrean entered, they would still be trapped inside. But could a true divinity also be trapped? Lin Ming didn't know if Tragic Death Valley could hold a true divinity. After all, 10 billion years had passed and the force field must have weakened. The most glaring example was the Azura decrees that the Azura Roadmaster left behind. Those treasures hadn't been able to kill the good fortune Saint Sovereign. Moreover, even if Tragic Death Valley could trap this true divinity, it was unknown whether she knew of the situation of Tragic Death Valley. If she were to choose to follow him inside, then it wouldn't matter if he could emerge later, because he would simply be killed by her within the valley itself. Drawing back, even if Soaring Feather didn't chase after him, Lin Ming would become a turtle in a jar after entering Tragic Death Valley. 1 year outside was equivalent to 10 years within. If Tragic Death Valley was blocked off by Soaring Feather, when would Lin Ming be forced to stay within until? In closed-door seclusion in the dark, it would be impossible to cultivate to the realm of a true divinity. Once the good fortune Saint Sovereign's wounds were healed and he slaughtered his way into the Azura Road, would Lin Ming, who would still be stranded in Tragic Death Valley, still have any way to live? All sorts of thoughts flashed through Lin Ming's mind. Moreover, it was possible that Lin Ming would be overtaken by Soaring Feather before he entered Tragic Death Valley. Thinking of this, Lin Ming bitterly realized just how slim his hopes of escape were. Soaring Feather God King's voice echoed in Lin Ming's spiritual sea once more. You took out the Azura command. Do you plan on entering the Azura Road? That only means you will die that much faster. The Azura Road was not some forbidden land. As long as there was an Azura command to serve as an entrance, anyone could enter. And for a true divinity that could make a connection through the God-lamenting wall, wanting to enter the Azura Road was far easier. If Lin Ming wished to flee into the Azura Road, then Soaring Feather God King would chase after him. Although the Azura Road was a vast world, it was far smaller than the divine realm. Once Soaring Feather God King and Lin Ming entered together, the distance between them would be shortened. Lin Ming couldn't be sure where in the Azura Road he would be transmitted, or how far he would be from Tragic Death Valley. He would have to determine just where he was to know where Tragic Death Valley was. However, things were different for Soaring Feather God King. She had left a true divinity mark on Lin Ming, so she could chase straight towards him. Before Lin Ming had figured everything out, Soaring Feather God King might have already reached him. If so, then it was possible Lin Ming didn't even have a chance to escape. However, no matter how uncertain things were, this was the only choice Lin Ming could make. Otherwise, he could only choose to die. With the Azura command in his hands, Lin Ming began to pour his energy into it. However, something was strange. According to Lin Ming's previous experience, he only needed an incense stick of time to enter the Azura road. But now, a quarter hour had passed, and even though he had poured in a tremendous amount of energy, there was no response in the Azura command. Lin Ming frowned. He wildly poured in more energy, but the Azura command only faintly shimmered, not opening any spatial channel at all. What is happening? Lin Ming muttered, nervous. Was there a problem with the Azura command, or was there a limit to the number of uses? Would the heavens not even grant him this slim chance of survival? Transmit me. Transmit me. Lin Ming poured in all of his energy, just like the time he operated the Azura Primal God Cannon. His body, energy, soul, every bit of his strength roared into the Azura command. He grit his teeth as his body was bathed in a brilliant divine light. Just as despair grew in his heart, at this time, the Azura command shook and the void behind Lin Ming began to crack open. Like a pair of large hands constantly pulling apart space, space fragments collapsed and scattered, revealing a pitch-black space channel. It was unknown just where this space channel went. Terrifying winds from space and time storms blew out from within. Lin Ming didn't doubt that even a planet would be blown to pieces if it were placed within. Lin Ming was immediately suspicious. Had there been some sort of mutation with the Azura command? However, now was not the time to hesitate. No matter what dangers were in the space channel, it wouldn't be worse than falling into the hands of that woman. Lin Ming flew into the space channel. However, just as he approached it, a massive gravitational force like a black hole directly drew him in. For a time, the world turned upside down. Lin Ming felt as if his entire body would be torn apart. Agonizing pain radiated throughout his whole body. This level of pain nearly caused him to faint. He grit his teeth, using his powerful willpower to keep himself awake. He knew that to faint here would mean everything was over. Within the void, a terrifying storm brewed. Lin Ming felt countless sharp knives cut into his body as a web of pain radiated throughout him. At this time, Lin Ming could already confirm that there was a problem with the Azura command as he used it to transmit him to the Azura road. Perhaps it was because he had poured too much strength in, or perhaps it was because of some inexplicable relationship with the 3 Emperor Jades he had gathered. But in short, this transmission space channel was completely different from what he had experienced in the past. The last time he had entered the Azura road, the space storm then wasn't even a tenth as intense as it was now. If a martial artist weaker than himself was sucked into this space storm, they would have already become ground meat. Pong! With a solid thumping sound, Lin Ming felt as if he had struck something hard, nearly fainting in the process. In the next moment, a cool breeze passed over his skin. He opened his eyes and saw that he was in a bleak and desolate gray world. Gloomy clouds floated high in the skies and the light here was dim. Scattered rocks covered the ground. These rocks were all of similar size and shape, and they also looked somewhat familiar. As Lin Ming looked closer, he could see that they weren't rocks but shattered stone tablets. The writings on the stone tablets had long worn away and were incomparably strange. As Lin Ming stepped through this desolate land, he felt as if his entire being was fiercely suppressed. Where was he? Lin Ming had no idea where he could be. He spread out his divine sense but couldn't find the edges of this world. He took out the Azura command and looked at it. Then he sucked in a light breath of air. That plain-looking Azura command had cracked in half. It was unable to be used again. What had happened? An absurd feeling appeared in Lin Ming's mind, as if the world he was in was the true world and everything he had experienced before had been nothing but an illusion. From the examination of the 7 Profound Martial House, the great tournament of the 7 Profound Valleys, his arrival at the Holy Demon Continent, the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting, the invasion of the Saints, it was like all of that had been nothing but a dream. These sorts of bewildering thoughts left Lin Ming flustered. But at this time, Lin Ming's mind shook. He felt a weak sense gently and swiftly pass over him before vanishing. This was Soaring Feather God King's divine sense. Such a real and deadly killing intent caused Lin Ming to calm down. The strange dreamlike feeling of before also disappeared. Composing himself, Lin Ming looked within himself and saw that the true divinity mark that soaring feather god king left within him was still there. He could even feel the spiritual connection between him and soaring feather god king, with the exception that this connection was much weaker than before. As if he and soaring feather god king were in two different worlds. Perhaps after another period of time she would find him. Thinking of this, Lin Ming wryly smiled. He didn't know how much time he had left to live. If there was some accident with the transmission, then was this still the Azura Road? So where was it in the Azura Road? Could it be that this was deep within the Great Desolate? Lin Ming thought of the Great Desolate in the Azura Road. It was said to be a natural wall that existed between the inner Azura Road and outer Azura Road. Rumors said that the Azura Road's Great Desolate was endless and not even a peak Empyrean dared to enter its depths. However, as to what was within those depths, that remained a riddle. Even so, perhaps even the depths of the Great Desolate couldn't stop a true divinity. In this universe there didn't seem to be anything that could block the path of a true divinity. Even the God-lamenting wall could be broken through if a true divinity paid a great price. Soaring Feather God King's mark hadn't weakened at all. In this completely strange and unknown world, Lin Ming had no idea what he could do. He began to aimlessly search through this world, hoping to discover some favorable turn. However, this seemed to be an endlessly barren world. There wasn't even a strand of grass or a little bug. In this boundless world, Lin Ming walked alone. Weak light fell down from above, casting long shadows on the ground. His tiny figure appeared increasingly desolate on this gloomy world. In that moment, Lin Ming truly felt an unprecedented solitude. He suddenly missed Xiao Maxian, missed his own child, missed Mu Qianyu, missed Qin Xingxuan, missed his parents. He walked forwards. The true divinity mark that soaring feather god king left on him was like a life-sucking curse. From time to time it was strong, from time to time it weakened, but it never left him. Lin Ming didn't know just what was occurring outside. Did Empyrean Divine Dream manage to escape? Did Xiao Maxian and his child arrive in the wild universe safely? In a different universe, would his wives and his child live well? Humanity, was there still a chance for them to rise from the dirt? Towards all of this, Lin Ming's mind was filled with worries. He had always been strong of will. For the past 150-some years, even in his most difficult times and even when he suffered the most, he had never given up. He deeply loved life. He yearned to reach the peak of martial arts. He blazed a path forwards without fear. He fought for his family, friends, and for himself. He didn't know how many rivals he had forced down, how many times he had turned the tides. Xian Wuji, Yang Yun, Tian Mingzi, Good Fortune Saint Sun, powerful enemies were outstrategized by Lin Ming or overwhelmed by him. One after another, they suffered defeat beneath Lin Ming's hands. In Lin Ming's life, he had rarely been defeated. He had never been as lost and confused as he was today. Perhaps no matter how strong a person was, they also had their fragile side. No matter how outstanding a person was, there would always be a day when they fell into distress. Lin Ming continued walking, and walking. He discovered that this bleak world had no origin energy, and energy was even being drawn out from his own body. He didn't how many days he walked for, because energy was continuously absorbed by the surrounding wilderness. He felt exhausted. This world was extremely strange. He even seemed like a mortal, hunger and thirst pressing him from all sides. He knew that this was the result of his energy being exhausted. Otherwise he simply wouldn't need food and water. He sat down on a stone tablet. This stone tablet was cold and pieces of ice covered it. He broke off a piece of ice and placed it in his mouth. The melted ice brought with it the bitter taste of soil. The water moistened Lin Ming's parched throat, causing him to feel something faintly familiar. But at this time, on the far-off horizon, Lin Ming saw someone's shadow. His mind shook as he saw this. He sprung up. This person's figure rapidly vanished. But Lin Ming could confirm that he absolutely hadn't misread. Moreover, It seemed to be that of a woman. Soaring feather god king? This thought passed through Lin Ming's mind, but he couldn't confirm it. Yet he didn't hesitate. He headed straight towards this person's shadow. He didn't wildly run, nor did he fly. He walked forwards one step at a time, slowly drawing out the black dragon spear. No matter who she was, Lin Ming would face her. If it was Soaring Feather God King, then he wouldn't be able to escape anyways. However, when he truly arrived at the horizon and saw what lay before him, he was startled. Before him was a giant mirror that towered into the skies. This mirror resembled the cold ice mirror that Lin Ming had seen in the Azura Forbidden Zone. It seemed to contain an entirely different world. The other world contained fresh flowers and trees, birds and animals. It stood in stark contrast to this bleak land. And the surface of this mirror was the entrance to the other world. How come this is like the cold ice mirror left behind by the Azura Roadmaster? Lin Ming wasn't sure if this was a coincidence. He stepped through the mirror. Lush, fresh grass was thick beneath his feet and all sorts of spirit plants bloomed brightly. A rainbow of spirit birds soared through the blue skies. Immortal apes shuttled back and forth in the verdant jungles. Bright sunlight fell from the skies, sparkling across gurgling spirit springs in bursts of auspicious light. Lin Ming was dazed for a long time. Although the difference was only a single step, one side was a dead land and the other side was a paradise. He had walked through the wilderness for far too long. As he stepped into this mirror world and felt the air that was thick with life, he felt as if everything that occurred was a lifetime ago. Heaven and earth origin energy had returned. His body began to spontaneously absorb this rich heaven and earth origin energy, continuously restoring itself. He greedily breathed in the air. He drank from the spirit springs and ate the spirit fruit until his strength was completely restored and slowly returned to its peak state. He walked forwards. He wanted to see who this woman was. He didn't find a woman, but he did see a mountain. From the top of this mountain, infinite origin energy fell down, as if it were the source of origin energy in this mirror world. Lin Ming climbed up, slowly ascending the mountain. At the summit of the mountain, he saw a divine tree. This divine tree didn't have many leaves. Only a single old branch stretched out, twisting like a powerful dragon. On this branch were two strange fruits. These two fruits had runes of the great Tao condensed on them. They seemed like 100-million-year-old Tao fruits that had gathered the essence of the world, causing a person to drool upon seeing them and immediately want to eat them. Lin Ming was stunned for a long time. This was a heaven and earth divine medicine that had been born from this strange world. He hesitated for a moment and then reached out a hand, wanting to pick the fruits. But the moment he reached out a hand, one of the two fruits spontaneously flew into his hand, as if these fruits were fated to be with Lin Ming. What fruit is this? Lin Ming didn't know what this was, but he was sure that these fruits were no minor matter. They were absolutely pure treasures of the world. If he had to describe their grade, then they were at least at the peak true divinity level or even higher. Could this be something planted by the Azura Roadmaster in the past? Lin Ming suddenly thought. Since he used the Azura command to come here, it wouldn't be strange if this fruit tree was related to the Azura Roadmaster. But the question was, if this really was a divine tree planted by the Azura Roadmaster, then wouldn't it have been growing here for 10 billion years? Was there a life form that could live longer than 10 billion years? Lin Ming looked at the fruit in his hand. The great Tao runes condensed on the fruits could not be fake. He hesitated and then took a bite. At this time he couldn't bother with considering how to use this fruit for alchemy, nor could he consider his own strength and whether or not his body could withstand eating such a Tao fruit. He was already in a desperate state. He fervently hoped for a favorable turn. He deeply desired to increase his strength. The peel of the fruit was very thin and the flesh was completely transparent, just like jelly. As he took a bite, it melted in his mouth, extremely sweet to the point that it left one intoxicated. Lin Ming vowed that he had never eaten something so delicious before. He had never been a gluttonous person, but as he ate this fruit he wished he could swallow it down. After a dozen some breaths of time, Lin Ming finished eating this fruit. He even licked clean his fingers and lips. Afterwards, He waited for the strength of the fruit to erupt within him. Generally speaking, the higher rank a heavenly material was, the more terrifying a strength it would erupt with. If a martial artist couldn't withstand this, then their body would explode and they would die. He planned to digest this fruit and then pick the second fruit. But, after waiting for an incense stick of time, there was no strength erupting within him. Instead, Lin Ming felt an unprecedented level of comfort. Heat flowed through him, spreading to every inch of his body, flooding his meridians, flesh, and blood. It even rose into his spiritual sea, causing him to feel intoxicated and tipsy. His body grew increasingly hot. His mind became dizzy as if he had drunk alcohol. His entire body was comfortable. He wanted to lie down on the ground and sleep. Beneath this divine tree, the thick and fragrant grass formed a natural bed. Just as Lin Ming thought of this, his heart chilled. A creeping feeling came over him. He turned to see that just 3 feet away, at some unknown time, a woman had appeared. It was like she had been standing there for a long time already. And because Lin Ming had eaten the fruit, he simply hadn't been able to detect her. This woman had black hair and her face was wrapped in a dark veil, making one unable to see her appearance. Her eyes were as deep as the night skies, so profound that one could be lost in them with a single glance. You! Lin Ming wanted to focus his gaze on this woman's face, but as he did, he simply wasn't able to maintain the brief moment of soberness he just gained. A burning rush of heat and dizziness blazed up his body once more, slowing his reactions and even limiting his divine sense to within 3 feet of his body, making it impossible to discern who this woman was. Soaring Feather God King? Lin Ming immediately thought. He wanted to trace his spatial ring, but he found that his arms didn't obey him. What was going on? Lin Ming had a deep foreboding feeling. This woman seemed to be the woman he just saw. Had she purposefully lured him here to eat that fruit? From what Lin Ming had seen, this fruit should have been a Dao fruit that gathered 100 million years of the world's essence. It shouldn't be a poison. Moreover, looking at it broadly, even if this Dao fruit was a poison, it was inevitably an extremely precious poison. Just why waste it on him? This black-clothed woman was obviously much stronger than he was, so if she was able to easily kill him, why use poison? All sorts of mysteries crossed through Lin Ming's mind. He felt his consciousness become increasingly blurry, circling all around him. He staggered around, and because he was unable to stand, he slumped towards the black-clothed woman. Complex emotions revealed themselves in her eyes. She stood there like a fairy lost in the world, but she didn't avoid Lin Ming. Just as Lin Ming was about to fall into her arms, at the final moment he held onto her shoulders, using her to support himself. For a time, Lin Ming's face was mere inches away from hers. At such a close distance, Lin Ming could smell the fragrance wafting off her body and see her 2 pupils that were like spring lakes. Lin Ming's heart shook. You are Xianxia? Lin Ming was stunned. At such a close distance, he recognized that this woman was actually Xianxia. This familiar aura and these familiar eyes, he could not be mistaken. And Soaring Feather God King shouldn't be so bored as to try and trick him by changing her appearance into that of Xianxia. The black-clothed woman lightly sighed. She took off her veil, revealing her peerless looks, a face that could shame the moon and dim the world. Lin Ming had never seen Xianxia at such a close distance before. Her skin was flawless perfection and seemed to faintly radiate the brilliance of the moon. Her eyes were bright and deep, as if they contained undying stars. She was the goddess of the Spiritas, a woman unparalleled in the world. Her body was covered in mysteries, making one forever unable to see her goals. But in the next moment, something incredibly surprising occurred. Xianxia stepped forwards and her arms twined beneath Lin Ming's arms, tightly holding on to him. For a time, a warm jade-like touch caressed his chest. The scent of a woman left the mind mesmerized. Never before had such a touch electrified Lin Ming so. But Lin Ming hadn't lost his mind. He instinctively wanted to push away Xianxia. Although he didn't know what the Spiritas were planning, he knew that Xianxia wasn't an ally of humanity. You arranged for me to come here? Lin Ming suddenly realized this possibility. When there had been an accident with the Azura command, the reason was not because of the Emperor Jades or because he had poured in too much energy, but because someone had deliberately manipulated it. Xiang Mei didn't speak. She held on to Lin Ming and looked at the mysterious fruit tree behind him. She reached out a hand and the remaining fruit flew into her grasp. Seeing this, Lin Ming's thoughts turned cold. What fruit is this? It comes from the primeval realm ruins, a strange fruit of the dark abyss. In this world it is unique. The great Tao of the world is condensed within it, and eating it has a great advantage to one's cultivation and foundation. But it possesses a devilish lure that no one can resist. What? Lin Ming trembled. The dark abyss. He had heard this name before. The body of the abyssal that Empyrean Primordius seized as well as famine both came from the dark abyss. From such an evil and horrifying place, there was such a mysterious Tao fruit? This so-called devilish lure was... Lin Ming suddenly discovered it was becoming increasingly difficult to control his body. An inexplicable desire rose from his loins, racing through him. In his chest, Xiang Mei's body seemed to contain an infinite charm that caused him to slowly lose all reason. You made me eat an aphrodisiac? Lin Ming didn't dare to believe this. Just what was Xiang Mei planning? He could confirm that Xiang Mei possessed an unimaginably powerful pure Yin strength. Through her 7 reincarnations, her pure Yin had never been taken. Instead, it had gathered and gathered, reaching an inconceivable level. If someone could take Xiang Mei's pure Yin, then that would be an unimaginable advantage. But Lin Ming didn't believe that Xiang Mei would willingly offer him her pure Yin. Then just what was happening? Lin Ming, I'm sorry. Xiang Mei whispered into his ears. You are too stubborn, too tenacious. If you chose to willingly leave with me for 100 million years, then you wouldn't have been reduced to such a state. I've already told you, you cannot win against them. Xiang Mei's voice was filled with regret. The scene she once portrayed had been the longing in her heart. However, because of Lin Ming's refusal, all those hopes had faded away. If you are destined to be destroyed, then you might as well be destroyed by my hands. As Xiang Mei spoke to hear, her eyes began glistening with tears. She parted her red lips and sucked in a light breath. The mystical Tao fruit in her hand broke apart, melting away into the sweetest juice that flowed into her mouth. As she swallowed down this fruit, a burning heat also rose within her. Lin Ming was no longer able to control his body. He tried everything he could to suppress the flames of desire within him, but he lacked any ability to do so. This devilish enticement was too strong. Moreover, there was another point, and that was that the Xiang Mei in his chest was a perfect woman, an unrivaled beauty within the universe. Countless men had gone crazy for her. It's useless. This fruit has condensed the great Tao of the world and also contains a devilish lure. No one can resist it, whether that is you or me. The fruit's potency had yet to fully stir within Xiang Mei. She was still awake as she and Lin Ming fell over onto the soft grass. Then, she slowly removed her clothing. The black clothes starkly contrasted against her flawless body that was as pale as white jade. Her long and slender legs, her impeccable figure, her full curves, her proud and arrogant charisma, her gentle fingers, every part of her was like a perfect piece of artwork. The naked Xiang Mei blended into the surrounding scenery, creating one of the most beautiful images in the world. Warm and dappled sunlight sprinkled onto Xiang Mei's figure. With the demonic rhythm, her body blurred within this light, making her an immortal goddess. She had never appeared naked in front of a man before, but at this moment she wasn't shy at all. She gently knelt down beside Lin Ming and poured herself atop his body. She held on to him and slowly kissed him. In that moment, an indescribable feeling passed through Lin Ming. He desperately tried to shove her away, but his body wouldn't listen to him. His arms crossed beneath her and gently held onto her. His burning hot body revealed a fierce response. What you want is my eternal soul? Lin Ming struggled to speak. The last bit of brightness in his mind was soon about to flicker out. If you already planned this then, why wait until today? You clearly could have taken away my eternal soul at the soul world. Lin Ming panted. Because Xiang Mei was kissing him, his words were slurred. Xiang Mei nibbled on Lin Ming's ears. Her hot breath blew against his skin, containing a hot enticement. She gently said, I don't want to explain myself right now. After today, you and I will part forever, and this will be the last time we ever see each other. This will also be my life's most intimate and unforgettable time. I don't want to answer your question because doing so will disturb us. I hope that our union can be perfect. As Xiang Mei spoke, she placed her pale hands against his chest. Lin Ming's clothing completely vanished, revealing his solid and muscular body. Her eyes were wet with tears, and she quietly said, Lin Ming, between you and me, there shouldn't have been such a result. Although nothing can reverse what is done, in the future when I am alone, suffering the long days as I walk to the ends of the universe, I will remember you, and I will remember the you that walked into my heart. I will cherish this memory for all of time. Xiang Mei slowly melted into Lin Ming. He drowned in her incomparably warm and soft touch. Lin Ming gradually lost himself. This demonic fruit from the dark abyss contained an irresistible power. Whether it was Lin Ming or Xiang Mei, neither of them could resist it. Soon they each forgot their hostilities. Like lovers who had been long separated and met once again, they were inseparable once more. Xiang Mei's voice began to soften. Her breathing also quickened. She was like a cat as she bit on Lin Ming's shoulder. Her noble and indifferent persona was completely discarded at this moment. She recklessly grasped around, tangling herself with Lin Ming. But before this all began, she had already revolved a secret technique of the Holy Scripture to absorb Lin Ming's eternal soul. The soul was the foundation of a person. The characteristics of the eternal soul were completely condensed into Lin Ming's own soul and were closely integrated with his very being. Once it was taken away, the consequences would be unimaginable. His life would wither and his strength would drop. Like this, let alone rising in cultivation, he simply wouldn't have much longer to live. But all of this didn't occur as Xiang Mei envisioned. As Xiang Mei lost her consciousness and was under the complete control of her instincts, as she was tangled with Lin Ming, for some reason, a little bit of Lin Ming's soul force remained within him. Time slowly passed. The two were utterly intoxicated in each other. Beneath the overbearing potency of that dark abyss fruit, not even a true divinity could maintain their reasoning. With Lin Ming's cultivation, he completely lost all brightness in his mind. He greedily stroked Xiang Mei's soft body, his happiness reaching the peak. Their souls blended together and even their inner worlds seemed to become one. Between the two of them, they took from each other and gained from each other countless times, until they were both utterly exhausted. A heavy sleepiness hit them. Like this, the two fell into a deep slumber. Oh! At some unknown time, Lin Ming felt drops of water falling on his face. The cold feeling caused him to slowly regain consciousness. His body felt utterly weak and a splitting headache tore through him. Even taking a simple breath was incredibly difficult. A terrifying emptiness rushed through Lin Ming. His eyes popped open, as if he had lost the most important thing in his life. Eternal soul. He panicked. He quickly inspected his spiritual world and nearly suffocated on himself. In the throes of passion, his source soul force had been greedily taken by Xiang Mei. There wasn't much left. Even his fires of life had become extremely weak. For a time, Lin Ming was filled with utter disconsolateness. Because he had eaten that abyssal fruit, his mind had been blurry and he hadn't been able to clearly feel what was happening. But now that he was fully awake, he could feel the pinnacle of pain. The soul was the most basic foundation of a martial artist. Even for martial artists that practiced the essence gathering system and body transformation system, although they didn't cultivate the soul, their soul source was still extremely powerful. This was because an essence gathering system martial artist had to control the energy of the world and a body transformation system martial artist had to control their formidable god beast-like body, and to do this they needed the soul. In other words, the support of a martial artist's will. In addition, if a martial artist wanted to resist a spiritual attack, they also needed their soul. A martial artist's source soul force was similar to their fires of life. It was the basis of a martial artist's life. Once they lost it, that meant their life was reaching its end. Lin Ming humorlessly smiled. He turned to see Xiang Mei standing not too far away. At this time, Xiang Mei had already dressed herself and had even wrapped her face in a veil. Her proud calmness and indifference had returned, as if she was completely unrelated to the passionate woman from before. Lin Ming wanted to stand up, but because of his extreme weakness he wasn't able to move. Lin Ming looked at Xiang Mei and Xiang Mei looked at Lin Ming. The two stared at each other, neither speaking for a long time. The grass was cold and a mountain breeze blew past them. In this paradise surrounded by celestial mountains, Lin Ming and Xiang Mei were like a fated pair, destined to love each other and kill each other. At the summit of this mountain, gazing at one another, this scene seemed to freeze into an eternal image. Finally, Xiang Mei spoke. She no longer looked at Lin Ming but at the world beneath the mountain. She whispered, "Hate me." Lin Ming bitterly smiled. "What reason do I have to hate you? If it wasn't for you, then I would have already been killed by Soaring Feather and would be nothing but an icy cold corpse. In fact, I could even say that without you I would never have left the soul world and would already have died to the great Brahmic God King. I only hate myself. I hate how useless I am. In this great calamity, I cannot even become a small wave, let alone the destiny of humanity. I cannot even control my own destiny. Really, how laughable I am." Lin Ming's voice was deeply miserable and helpless. He was well aware that when Soaring Feather God King chased after him, the reason he had come to this strange world was because of Xiang Mei. However, Xiang Mei didn't have this ability. Although she was powerful, she could not conceal the truth from Soaring Feather. This was likely the work of the Soul Emperor manipulating things behind the scenes. The Soul Emperor, just what was he planning? Lin Ming didn't know, or perhaps it could be said that he didn't need to know. With the loss of his source soul force, his fires of life would begin to weaken. With his current condition, Lin Ming had no idea how he could stop any of this. Lin Ming struggled to sit up. He leaned against the abyssal tree behind him and looked at Xiang Mei. A sad smile crossed his lips. "I thought I wanted to go to the primeval universe. But were you the one purposefully leading me in that direction?" Xiang Mei sighed, shaking her head. "I really did wish to persuade you, but you did not listen. I had no other choice. The reason I led you to the primeval universe was because I wanted you to leave that place. But he already discovered you, and he already desired to obtain your eternal soul." Lin Ming naturally knew that this so-called he was the Soul Emperor. Why didn't he do so at the start? Why did he wait until I went to the primeval universe? Struggle with everything I had. Wait until the moment I exhausted myself, nearly losing all hope, before he then moved against me. Lin Ming angrily said. His eyes were also beginning to turn red. He loathed his own incompetence. Everything had been controlled by the Soul Emperor all along. He was too weak. This is because, when you were at the soul world, your eternal soul was not perfect. Xiang Mei's voice was plaintive, a hint of sorrow and frustration in her eyes. "Do you not remember? He said to you that your life had been far too smooth. Although you experienced trials and tribulations, it was still insufficient. You had yet to experience true defeat and your spiritual journey was incomplete. Thus your eternal soul was also unstable. He couldn't do anything to you just yet. So, when you left the soul world, he plotted to use the hand of the saints to force you to the edge. Your soul, in your despair, in your helplessness, began to slowly transform as you endured these hardships. It became more and more stable, and this was something not even you discovered. If it wasn't for this day where I ruined you, then after experiencing all this you would definitely have made more terrifying progress, perhaps even stepping beyond divinity, becoming an unprecedented existence in this universe. But no one will give you this chance. The good fortune Saint Sovereign won't, and neither will the Soul Emperor. If you want to blame something, then blame this era in which you were born." Listening to Xiang Mei's words, Lin Ming bitterly smiled. He was finally aware of the reason why the Soul Emperor had met with him after he left the ancient galactic battlefield at the Soul World. and why he had guided him. At that time, Lin Ming had thought the Soul Emperor's words were reasonable and true. He even thought that perhaps the Soul Emperor wanted to cultivate him to fight the saints. Now it seemed his thoughts were far too naive. It was only afterwards when Xianxia handed him the copies of the golden pages and gave him some words of warning did he become a bit more wary. But by then it was already too late. Afterwards, Lin Ming went to the primeval universe and joined together with the ancient races to contend with the saints. All of this was within the schemes of the Soul Emperor. And the reason that the good fortune Saint Sovereign had caught up to him and learned of his whereabouts was likely also the Soul Emperor. Finally, the Soul Emperor chose the time when Soaring Feather God King was hunting him down. He chose the moment when Lin Ming's life had fallen to its lowest point, when his will was at its weakest, and then caused an accident to occur. In a state where he couldn't distinguish reality from illusion, Xianxia had appeared. Through the desires of men and women, he had coupled with Xianxia, melding together in body and spirit, joining in perfect harmony, and finally having his source soul force drawn out. Lin Ming looked at Xianxia and his eyes were much gloomier than before, as if at this moment, he felt utterly disappointed in her. He laughed at himself. He looked at the skies, his voice turning hollow. You really are willing to resort to any means possible. In order to cultivate the art of eternal life, you are even willing to use your body as a tool. In the mortal world there are women that can sell their bodies for money. And you, just what distinguishes you from them? After you return to the Soul Emperor's side, will you dual cultivate with him and offer up half of the eternal soul? This is where your pride and cold arrogance comes from. Although you and I may be enemies, I could not help but acknowledge you and admire you. In my life, I admire two women above all, and you were one of them. Once, you were like a goddess in my eyes. However, in order to chase after the peak of martial arts and the art of eternal life, it seems you are actually this cheap. Lin Ming rarely spoke such sarcastic and vicious words. Today, his body and soul were pained to the peak. This was because he knew he had utterly lost. How could he not hate? How could he not loathe? Not only did he hate himself, but he also hated Xianxia. It wasn't that he hated Xianxia harming him, but because she had left him thoroughly disappointed. Lin Ming's words were like a blade that stabbed into Xianxia's heart. Her body shook and her face froze. She had never been insulted like this by someone before, and the words left her completely shocked. All sorts of complex emotions immediately flitted through her eyes. There was extreme anger, but also grief. She bit her teeth almost to the point that she bled. As she looked at Lin Ming, her eyes had become sharp and edged. Her chest heaved up and down, but almost immediately, her complexion paled and the light in her eyes darkened. Her voice became indifferent once more. You aren't wrong, there is no difference. The eternal soul originally needs you to voluntarily offer it in order to be effective. It cannot be taken. Since it is impossible to have you voluntarily offer your source soul force, I used this demonic fruit to cause you to lose your sanity and have your mind fall into my illusion. I coupled with you in body and soul so that I could draw out your eternal soul. Even the copy of the golden pages I gave to you was done so on purpose. The Holy Scripture is divided into the pages of life and the pages of death. The golden pages are the pages of life and the black book comprises the pages of death. My focus are the pages of life and I gather vitality within my body. I also had you cultivate the pages of life so that your aura would be more compatible with my own. From the start until the end, you were nothing but a chess piece in my game, a paving stone on my road to eternal life. Xianxia's words were icy cold and heartless, but Lin Ming heard something strange within them. Even so, he didn't care. What meaning was there in investigating such a thing now? Lin Ming mirthlessly smiled. He shook his head. Understood. I remember what you told me before, that a worm living in the dead leaves and branches will never know the beauty and majesty of the world. You said the road of martial arts is to struggle with the heavens and trample the heavens beneath your feet. For a mortal to fight the heavens, just how difficult is that? The heavens have existed for hundreds of billions of years. And just how many years can a genius live? No matter how great the destiny upon your body, Even being an extreme talent is far from enough. Thus, you resorted to any means possible. I apologize. I will never be able to be like you. Although I have resolved myself to chase after the peak of martial arts, I still have my own bottom line. I cannot discard my race, my family, my friends, my wives, my child, and thus, I was destined to be defeated. It's over. There's no need for you to speak so much to a loser and a dead man like me. As Lin Ming spoke these words, he seemed to become much older. Xianxia fell silent. Her expression was as still as a placid lake, but her eyes were terrifyingly cold. As she looked at Lin Ming, her eyes no longer contained an unbearable sadness, but a suffocating calmness. Her body slowly floated upwards. Her dress fluttered about. She turned around, as if she were about to leave, but she eventually turned around and looked at Lin Ming once more. Her eyes seemed to contain the infinite indifference of the past. She said, "This is the Sky Spill planet. You can stay here and calmly live out the remaining years of your life." As Xianxia spoke, she stepped on the void and vanished into the skies. Black flower petals fell down and brushed against Lin Ming's face before fading away. Lin Ming was stunned. He looked up at the sky, dazed. Sky Spill planet? So this was the Sky Spill planet. After he used the Azura command to open a space channel, the Soul Emperor should have used his own transcendent methods to forcefully divert the space channel, making it so that he arrived here. Xianxia wanted him to die in his own homeland? Truly, what a kind and thoughtful charity. After learning this was the Sky Spill planet, Lin Ming didn't feel much. Rather, the expression Xianxia had when she left lingered in his mind, causing his heart to ache. This feeling was like his heart being cut apart. Besides a severe pain, it felt as if he had lost something important. He couldn't even breathe. However, no matter what Xianxia's last thoughts were, Lin Ming no longer cared. Did a dying ant need to know the thoughts of a god? Xianxia had said that the Holy Scripture was divided into the pages of life and the pages of death. It was likely the Soul Emperor focused on the pages of death. No wonder his eyes were filthy and ragged, his entire body emitting a faint death energy. How laughable. Just what point was there in thinking of this? Lin Ming lay down on the grass. He had already lost his drive and his will. As for the spirit mark left in him by soaring feather god king, Lin Ming no longer cared about that either. Despair, desolation, loneliness, the loss of his strength, the arriving end of his life, all of this caused him to lose his fighting spirit, to lose the courage to continue living on. He no longer deeply loved life. He no longer yearned to reach the peak of martial arts. He was nothing but a loser. He had ascended from the Sky Spill planet. From a youth that knew nothing and had nothing, step by step, he eventually became the #1 genius of the divine realm. His glory was endless, and even the good fortune Saint Sovereign couldn't abide his continued existence, and was forced to expend a favor to have soaring feather god king hunt him down. All of this was enough for him to leave behind a legend, his own fables. But afterwards, he returned to the Sky Spill planet as before, still possessing nothing. The only difference was that his source soul force was stolen away and his fires of life had begun to weaken. Everything was like a dream, a person chasing after their dream from the start, then ran back to the starting point once more. But the difference was that this dreamer was already far too old and could no longer run. What a joke! The sun fell and the moon rose. Starlight sprinkled down from the skies, but all Lin Ming felt was a desolate cold. He lay motionless, as if he had died, not even moving an inch. To him, the passing of time no longer held any meaning. There was no greater sorrow than a withered heart that had lost hope. In the universe, in the boundless darkness, two figures stood high in space. These two people were wrapped in black robes. But one was a beautiful woman and the other was an old youth. They were Xianxia and the Soul Emperor. "Are you satisfied?" The old youth had a taunting smile. Xianxia's expression was cold. She didn't respond. "I agreed with your final condition. I did not use a dreamland soul refining technique, but instead allowed you to conjure up all of this. You gave the primordial Yin of your 7 reincarnations as well as your body and mind to him, freely offering it all to obtain his eternal soul. You gave Lin Ming your most precious treasures, but in the end, his judgment of you came down to nothing but a single word, whore. The Soul Emperor's tone was thoughtful. Indeed, the eternal soul had to be voluntarily offered by Lin Ming, but in this universe, the Soul Emperor was the one with the highest attainments in the complexities of the soul and the spiritual sea. He had his own methods he could use, such as creating a dreamland and using illusions to easily deceive Lin Ming. To trick Lin Ming into offering up everything of his own wouldn't have been difficult at all. You understood all that has happened and all that you have done, but yet you still chose to pour your emotions into him and offer the primordial Yin of your 7 reincarnations to him. Just what use is that? His soul force has been sucked dry by you. Oh, there seems to be a little left, enough for him to live for another short span of time, but in the end he will die no matter what. This is just like taking your most precious treasure and tossing it into the trash. Did you do all this just to satisfy your own obsessions? The Soul Emperor slowly said. But at this time, Xiang Mei's complexion had become colder than ice. She clearly and unhurriedly said, "You, shut up." The Soul Emperor was stunned for a brief moment, but he still coldly sneered as before. Xiang Mei coldly said, "Do not forget that we have an agreement. Do not force me, otherwise, I will die against you. And if I die, all your plans will come to nothing." A thick killing intent and hate flashed in Xiang Mei's eyes. This killing intent left the Soul Emperor frowning, but he immediately chuckled. "It's these eyes again. That is, I am the most hated person in your life, a person that you want to slice into a million pieces. However, you may hate me, but doesn't Lin Ming also hate you? You took away his everything and left him nothing but a cheap life. Oh, that's right, you did offer your sincere feelings to him, but what significance is there in that? It is worthless. I never imagined that even after 7 reincarnations, you would still be so mesmerized by that word, love. You are just like a little girl with your naive little expectations of others. Since you want to maintain that fragile and ridiculous bubble in your heart, then I won't pop it for you. I want something else. Bring it here." The Soul Emperor put out a hand. Xiang Mei grit her teeth, her eyes thick with murderous thoughts. But in the end, she composed herself and completely opened her spiritual sea. Slowly, from between her eyebrows, countless motes of light condensed, finally forming into a bean-sized deep red and purple sphere of light. This sphere of light slowly floated away. In the void of space, a constant flow of energy came from this small sphere of light, as if it contained an infinite universe within. This was Lin Ming's eternal soul. Unless it was offered voluntarily, it could not be taken. When Lin Ming and Xiang Mei had made love, his mind had completely fallen into her hands. At the pinnacle of joy and passion, he had voluntarily handed it over. And now, Xiang Mei was giving this eternal soul to the Soul Emperor on her own volition. It was different than what Lin Ming had thought. Xiang Mei didn't retain half of the eternal soul but gave it all to the Soul Emperor. In the boundless starry skies, it was like a mystical seed, as if it could form a world just by being planted. The eternal soul, it's finally mine. Looking at this eternal soul, the Soul Emperor's eyes shined with incomparable excitement. I did everything in my power in order to nourish it, and now I have obtained it. The Soul Emperor licked his lips. He waved his hands and the eternal soul fell into his grasp. He smiled, revealing brutally white teeth. Combined with his horrifying face, his smile left one shuddering with fear. The Soul Emperor excitedly looked at the soul seed in his hands. He first investigated it with his sense. Once he was sure that it hadn't been tampered with, he slowly pressed the soul seed into the point between his eyebrows. He was always careful in order to not give anyone a chance to harm him. As the eternal soul entered his body, the Soul Emperor seemed to have obtained the most wonderful thing in the world. He was like an opium addict that had been denied his drugs, finally obtaining a box of the most precious drugs. He was like a sexual deviant who had been deprived of the joys of the flesh for years, finally obtaining the most beautiful woman in the world. Because of the Soul Emperor's extreme excitement, His face turned fierce. His filthy old eyes slowly changed, filling with a profoundly pure brightness. This process continued for 2 hours. The Soul Emperor looked more and more like a youth. The depressing atmosphere around him had also dissipated by a great deal. It was just that his face was still pale white without a trace of blood, so drained that it left one's heart chilled. Good, very good. The Soul Emperor stretched out his right hand, cracking his knuckles. I will agree to your request. As for Soaring Feather God King, I will deal with her myself. Of course, this is also for myself. Right now, I don't want the saints to notice anything out of the ordinary. The eternal soul couldn't be directly absorbed by the Soul Emperor. Rather, it had been sealed into his spiritual sea and wrapped in layers of bindings. Absorbing a soul was easier said than done. The complex spirit marks would cause the person absorbing it to lose themselves and form split personalities. Empyrean Primordius was an extremely good example. Even though the Soul Emperor had profound understandings of the soul, he still couldn't accomplish this. In fact, it would be an extremely long process for the Soul Emperor to refine the eternal soul. He would need at least 100,000 years. Beside the Soul Emperor, Xianxia formed seals with her hands, creating layers of illusion space that completely sealed away the sky spill planet. This enchantment she casually created could last for tens of thousands of years. The Soul Emperor disdainfully smiled. You want to protect this planet? The saints may have invaded the divine realm, but they are only interested in the divine realm itself, not the mortal realms. At least, this will be true for the next several tens of thousands of years. Xianxia didn't speak. She quietly turned around, tore open the void and departed. The sun and moon passed by, spring left and fall came. In this wilderness, Lin Ming seemed to have fallen into an eternal sleep. His body was covered with fallen leaves and then dust. Layer after layer he was covered. This immortal fairyland was originally nothing but an illusion. Now that Xianxia left, the illusion also vanished. Not too far away from Lin Ming, wild animals frequently emerged from the untamed forests. There were starving corrupt wolves that wanted to eat Lin Ming as their meal, but as they approached they were actually frightened by the aura of the demonic tree beside him, and scurried away with their tails between their legs. Year after year, Lin Ming lay here, an empty shell. He could feel his fires of life dimming and his cultivation slowly falling. With the disappearance of his source soul force, his life force collapsed. He felt that he couldn't live for much longer. The Sky Spill planet was the world that gave birth to him, and now this world would also become his grave. He didn't know how humanity was doing. Had they founded their own base in the wild lands and begun developing the new generations? Empyrean Divine Dream. Did she manage to escape being hunted by the saints? 3 lives old man. Did he live his life without regrets? There was also Empyrean Vast Universe. Relatively speaking, he wasn't too strong and he wasn't too old. Still, he stubbornly followed Empyrean Divine Dream to venture into that battle with 9 chances of death and 1 chance of survival. Was he fortunate enough to escape alive? Lin Ming lightly sighed. At this time, he no longer possessed the qualifications to care about these things. He was an infinitely gifted talent of the heavens, and was even recognized as someone who was destined to become an extreme true divinity, perhaps even reaching the boundary of the Azura Roadmaster. But in the end, his cultivation had only reached the peak Holy Lord realm. He hadn't even managed to step into the World King realm. For all the praise and admiration he received, he was nothing but a joke. On this day, Lin Ming struggled to slowly stand up. A thick crust of soil and green grass had grown over his body. He felt that he didn't have much life force remaining, but he didn't want to return to dirt here. In the final moments of his life, he wanted to visit some places of the Sky Spill planet and see some sights. Then he could tranquilly wait for death to arrive. He walked away. He departed this wild land. He didn't fly and he didn't tear through space, even though he could easily accomplish this with his current remaining cultivation. He only used his own feet. 1 footprint at a time, he measured this land with each step he took. His pace was slow but persistent. He spread out his sense and found the direction he wished to go in. He climbed over mountains, waded through rivers, swam across seas. The seas of the Sky Spill continent were vast. He broke into the rough waves, swimming along with whales as large as mountains. He saw thick bolts of lightning cut through the sky, shattering open the waters. He saw rainbows appear after the rain, stretching through the horizon. All of these scenes he saw in the deep sea would have left mortals sighing in praise. Their minds opened and expanded. However, Lin Ming was quiet as he saw all of this. Finally, he crossed this sea. He had already used his sense to investigate his surroundings and knew that this sea was called the South Sea. The Xianxia that he fought in the past had come from the South Sea Demon region. He crossed the South Sea and drew closer to his destination. He wanted to go to Green Mulberry City, return to the place where he lived in his youth and see his past there. This was his life's final wish. He took out a wood spirit jade mask from his spatial ring. The one he chose was the mask he once wore in the Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom. He knew that, in the South Horizon region and Sky Fortune Kingdom, there were many people who had seen his portrait. He didn't want to be recognized by anyone, because he could guess that by this time, the divine realm would have fallen into the hands of the enemy. Although the flames of war had yet to reach the Sky Spill planet, this was only temporary. If the saints learned that he was at the Sky Spill planet, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Ming might not care about his own life, but this would bring a grave catastrophe upon the Sky Spill planet. All the people on this planet would die along with him. He wore the mask and continued forwards, one step at a time. Then, in front of him, a mountain appeared. This mountain was majestically high and its sides were steep and dangerous. It was like a divine sword that had been stabbed into the ground. Lin Ming looked at this mountain. He was silent for a moment before he started to climb up. "Hey, brother, do not crawl up this mountain. You cannot climb it." As Lin Ming began ascending the mountain, he suddenly heard people speak up behind him. He turned and saw a young man and woman. They held swords in their hands and were clearly mortal martial artists. The man was in his 20s and the young woman seemed around 18 to 19 years old. Their cultivations were respectively at the Hotion realm and pulse condensation realm. According to the standards of the mortal world, for two youths to have such a cultivation absolutely meant they were elites. They were stunned upon seeing Lin Ming's mask, as if they didn't expect such a strange person to appear. This person seemed eccentric and yet wore such a cold and heartless mask. It seemed that they had met a weirdo. However, they still spoke politely to him. "I can see that you aren't young, but your physical strength is quite good and you also cultivate the martial path. If you want to climb up Sword Mountain, could it be because you wish to seek out the Sword Immortal on this mountain and request to be his apprentice? If so, then I urge you to give up. I don't mean to be rude, but with your cultivation it is impossible for you to climb this mountain, and even if you can, you will not succeed in becoming an apprentice. I heard that after a little more time, Sword Mountain Sword Immortal will be holding a gathering of swordsmen, and at that time all sorts of masters from across the South Horizon region will be arriving here. But even so, there are many people that cannot ascend the mountain. Because of our masters, we can go up once ourselves." As the young pair spoke, the young woman had a somewhat satisfied expression. It was clear they were fellow disciples and their master was also extremely famous in the South Horizon region. Lin Ming quietly turned back round. He continued to climb upwards. From start to finish, he didn't say a single word. His heart had already been burned to ash. The final wish of his life was to see places he had once lived at on the Sky Spill planet. He didn't want to come into contact with the people here. To this world, he was only a traveler, a single stroke of the pen. Seeing Lin Ming's reaction, the youth's mouth fell open. He was left dumbstruck. But the youth's junior apprentice sister stamped her feet and angrily said, "He really thinks our good intentions have evil meanings behind them. A person like this should get what they deserve." The senior apprentice brother sighed. He spread his arms wide and said, "Looking at the strange mask he's wearing and his character, he should be some bizarre character. Let's wait another couple hours for Master to return. I wonder what gift he brought for the Sword Immortal." The young pair spoke, no longer bothering with Lin Ming. They thought that Lin Ming wouldn't be able to last much longer and would descend the mountain in distress, and then they would be at the base of the mountain where they could help him. But what left them surprised was that Lin Ming climbed up the mountain and vanished without any news, as if he had truly succeeded in ascending to the top. At this time, Lin Ming was indeed halfway up the mountainside. He could leap over such a mountain with a single step, but today he climbed up, and very slowly at that. He could feel a rich sword energy coming from this mountain. In Lin Ming's eyes, this sword energy wasn't strong at all. But in the mortal world, in particular the South Horizon region, this sword energy was considerably powerful. Even Lin Ming could feel a mighty and endless force from this sword energy, like surging seas and mountains. This was a type of concept, a concept of the sword. The reason the young pair had said that the martial artists of the South Horizon region couldn't climb up this mountain was likely because of the sword intent here. In the South Horizon region, it was extremely rare for there to be such a sword-wielding talent. However, Lin Ming didn't have a single ounce of interest in this. He only passed by, his face still indifferent as he climbed this mountain. But at this time he heard a clear laugh. A blue beam of light tore through the blue skies and ripped apart the clouds. High in the sky, the vague figure of a blue-clothed man appeared. This man seemed to be around 30 years old. The man held dual swords and his eyebrows were straight and slanted. He was a dashing and heroic man. Although this was only a glance, just what sort of eyesight did Lin Ming have? He could clearly see who this man was. So it was him. Lin Ming's complexion faintly changed. After more than 130 years, even though this other person's appearance had changed from the past, Lin Ming could still recognize him. This person was the man he fought in the finals of the Seven Profound Valleys Total Faction Martial Meeting. His surname was Zhang Baoyun. Zhang Baoyun. So the sword immortal of Sword Mountain was actually him. Lin Ming was surprised for a brief moment. That's right. In the entire South Horizon region, Zhang Baoyun could have been considered an extraordinary young elite. At his age, being considered a sword immortal and possessing such a sword intent was also reasonable. Sword Mountain was extremely high. The skies above Sword Mountain were awash with light blue and clouds were scattered across. It resembled a beautiful watercolor painting. Sword Mountain was also extremely cold. On the summit, snow fell year-round. But strangely, there was a clear unfrozen spring that flowed out from Sword Mountain. Because of how steep Sword Mountain was, the spring eventually became a waterfall, falling down the skies like a dazzling white dragon that left one sighing in praise. Lin Ming had ascended Sword Mountain. With his cultivation he could absolutely cross over without alarming anyone. However, he chose to stop here. Stepping through the pure white snow, he could feel a lonely and cold sword intent. An inexplicable feeling crossed through his body. After more than 100 years, when old friends met once more, although things may have remained the same, people will always have changed. On Lin Ming's road of martial arts, Zhang Baoyun couldn't be considered an amazing rival. Compared to those favored children of heaven like the good fortune Saint Sun and Shang Mei, he was not worthy of mention at all. But Lin Ming had a very deep impression of Zhang Baoyun. This was because of his daring pride and his ambition that seemed to reach into the clouds. But what a pity! The limit of his birth had become Zhang Baoyun's shackles. No matter how high his heart was, he would never be able to break free. Thinking of this, Lin Ming felt pity for Zhang Baoyun. If he came from some respected great family from the divine realm, then the result would have been utterly different. However, fate was unfair like this. Lin Ming paced back and forth across the summit. Over the next several days, more and more people gathered on Sword Mountain. Those that came were all outstanding elites from across the South Horizon region. They came on jade spirit boats, rode on rainbow-hued birds, or even flew themselves. Lin Ming quietly watched as this all happened. After being accustomed to seeing top god beasts of the divine realm, after being accustomed to seeing Empyrean spirit treasure-level spirit ships, he knew that these spirit boats and spirit birds may seem beautiful, but the truth was that they weren't much at all. Martial artists of the mortal world also had the joys of a mortal. Recalling the past, during the Seven Profound Valleys Total Faction Martial Meeting when Mu Qinghong had arrived on a vermilion bird, she had shocked and awed innumerable people. At the summit of Sword Mountain there was a pool. A thin layer of hazy mist floated above this pool. The spring that flowed down the mountain originated from it, and this pool was unfrozen all year round. Atop this pool, ice lotuses were in full bloom. There were also dozens of waterside pavilions spread out. The festive party of swordsmen was being held on these pavilions. As for Lin Ming, as an uninvited guest, he stood in one of the largest pavilions, but also a pavilion that was located on the edge. He stood together with the disciples of these great figures of the South Horizon region. It's you. Not too far away from Lin Ming, a 18 to 19-year-old looking girl was stunned. She was the girl from the young duo that Lin Ming had seen just several days ago. Her senior apprentice brother was on this pavilion, and he was also surprised at seeing Lin Ming. Sword Mountain didn't have any guards. This was because it was covered in sword intent, and the average person wouldn't be able to climb up. This friend. How did you get up here? The young man looked at Lin Ming's icy cold mask and was left a bit dumbfounded. When he saw Lin Ming at the foot of the mountain, he had thought Lin Ming was some sort of weird person or even a fool. But he never thought that this fool would arrive at the summit before they did. However, Lin Ming didn't seem to hear this question at all. He looked towards the center of the cold pond, waiting for the tea party of sword arts to begin. The young man and woman felt as if they had stepped onto a nail, as if they were somehow inviting contempt on themselves. This person must be deaf. The young woman huffed in anger, her small chest heaving up and down. In truth, she knew that Lin Ming wasn't deaf, because when she had called out to him at the mountain, he had turned his head to look at her. She had purely been trying to help him, but she hadn't expected that he would turn such a deaf ear to everything they said, as if he was indifferent to all that surrounded him. It's fine, junior apprentice sister, you can do with saying a few words less. You seem to have forgotten master's teachings. The young man whispered in rebuke. The young woman pursed her lips and no longer spoke. At this time, the tea party of sword arts finally began. This sword arts tea part was not some martial arts tournament to see who was stronger, but was for the various sword masters of the South Horizon region to come together to compare skills and learn from each other's strengths and weaknesses. All of this was to become more aware of what the sword arts truly meant. Thus, when people attacked, it wasn't to decide victory or defeat, but was to display their extraordinary techniques and heartily and happily demonstrate their sword art cultivations. In Lin Ming's eyes, the swordsmanship of these people wasn't worth much. That was until Zhang Baoyun took the stage. On this day, Zhang Baoyun wore blue clothes. His eyebrows were like two swords flying at an angle towards his temples. His eyes were deep and profound, like glittering gems. And behind Zhang Baoyun was a sword case. The sword case was forged from metal and seemed simple and plain. Two sword handles stuck out from the top of this sword case. One sword was blue, the other was black. Everything was the same as that time at the Seven Profound Valleys Total Faction Martial Meeting. Zhang Baoyun wielded dual swords. It wasn't that both swords were used at the same time, but that the two different swords corresponded to different moves. Now, he was still the same as before. And Zhang Baoyun's match was Lin Ming's old friend Zhang Lanjian. At the Seven Profound Valleys Total Faction Martial Meeting, Zhang Lanjian had left an incredibly deep impression on Lin Ming. In fact, there was a period of time where Lin Ming needed to hide his true name and had called himself Lin Lanjian instead. So, after so many years, Zhang Baoyun and Zhang Lanjian considered each other rivals. With brothers and rivals that understood each other on the most basic level, it was natural they would progress quickly. The Zhang Lanjian that appeared after over 100 years shared a greater likeliness to Zhang Baoyun than he did in the past. Zhang Lanjian looked around 30 years of age, and he also wore blue clothes. Although his face wasn't as sharp and swift as the face of Zhang Baoyun, the important point here was that the sharpness lurked in his heart instead. Just by looking at him, one would think he was some treasure sword hidden in a box. Zhang Lanjian had a bright smile on his face as he said to Zhang Baoyun, "Brother Baoyun, it's been over 3 years since we last fought. How many moves did we exchange last time?" 83 moves. Zhang Baoyun replied. "Good. Then today, my goal is to break past 100. Zhang Lanjian was weaker than Zhang Baoyun. But, In the South Horizon region, it could already be considered a miracle for anyone to withstand 100 moves against Zhang Baoyun. Master, you can do it! Beside Lin Ming, the 18-year-old girl that had come into conflict with him before began to excitedly clap, a beautiful light blooming in her eyes. She was clearly enthusiastic to see her master fight. Apparently, the young duo that Lin Ming encountered were Zhang Lanjian's disciples. Lin Ming didn't care much about this. Instead, he calmly looked at Zhang Baoyun and Zhang Lanjian's match. Zhang Baoyun and Zhang Lanjian had both cultivated their own sword intents. For a time, sword beams crossed through space, incomparably brilliant. Their sword intents even caused the swords of some weaker martial artists to ring out loud. As these rings gathered together, it was like the cry of a dragon, shocking to the mind. These low-level disciples had never seen such a grand scene before. All of them began bubbling over with excitement. Fierce. They are truly worthy of being called the Cloud's word immortal and Blue's word immortal. Just now I thought my sword was going to go flying out of its scabbard. They are the two greatest and most extraordinary sword immortals of the South Horizon region. Generally speaking, there is no swordsman that can contend with them. Before the battle begins, their enemies' swords are already drawn to them. Moreover, I heard that Cloud's word immortal and Blue's word immortal were once fellow disciples of the same sect. That's right. They did come from the same sect. It was only a small and common sect called the Seven Profound Valleys, but it actually produced so many extraordinary individuals. It's simply unbelievable. The Seven Profound Valleys was only a single third-grade sect. Even if placed in a tiny land like the South Horizon region, it wasn't enough to be glanced at twice. It had to be known that the South Horizon region's South Sea Demon region had been a fifth-grade sect. Even Divine Phoenix Island had been countless times stronger than the Seven Profound Valleys. For Zhang Lanjian and Zhang Baoyun to arrive at this step hadn't been easy for either of them. Hey, don't try and look down on the Seven Profound Valleys. You might not know this, but the Seven Profound Valleys once produced a legendary character. He is someone that comes from the same sect as Cloud's word immortal and Blue's word immortal. In the past, during the Seven Profound Valleys Total Faction Martial Meeting, this person ranked even above Cloud's word immortal and Blue's word immortal, and he became the champion of the Total Faction Martial Meeting. After that, he entered the four divine kingdoms and stirred up a giant storm. Then his martial arts shattered the void and he ascended to the stars. It's said that his achievements surpass even those of Emperor Xianxia from 300 years ago. You are speaking of Lin Ming, Sage Lin. How can anyone of the South Horizon region not know of his legend? But he is far too strong, and many people consider him far too remote an existence. His is too mythical an existence, so it's hard for people to believe that such a person came from the South Horizon region. The Seven Profound Valleys must have a raging fire when they pray at their ancestral tablets. But then again, during a period when an extreme talent appears, they can often drive the overall strength of a sect to new, never-before-seen heights. When such a person appears, all other geniuses chase after them together, and only then can there be an era where heroes are pouring forth from the ranks. All things considered, perhaps it could be said that Cloud's word immortal and Blue's word immortal's current achievements are due to Lin Ming's influence. Lin Ming, whether it was the South Horizon region or the Central Four Divine Kingdoms, was a myth-like name. However, as these discussions fell into Lin Ming's ears, he appeared indifferent throughout. Beneath his icy mask, his pupils were like fathomless wells, as if he didn't hear anything at all. Hey, speaking of Sage Lin, I am most clear about him. My master once personally told me of Sage Lin's matters. As everyone began speaking of Lin Ming, the 18-year-old girl who encountered Lin Ming at the base of the mountain also impatiently joined the talks. Her master was her pride. Her master's experiences were also her pride. With such an excellent time to show off, how could she possibly miss out? That's right, Fairy Jiang. Aren't you Blue's word immortal's direct disciple? Hurry and tell us what you know, someone impatiently said. And this question caused Fairy Jiang to be increasingly playful and exaggerated in her movements. At her side, her senior apprentice brother shook his head, thinking all of this a little funny and a little embarrassing. He thought to himself, "You're 18 years old already, and yet still have the disposition of a child." The young girl beamed with joy. She had successfully caught the gazes of all the young disciples. For most of the people here, when Lin Ming was wildly wandering the South Horizon region, their grandfathers hadn't yet been born. The stories they heard afterwards all came in different versions, so they were unable to come to a consensus. Now, with someone closely related to someone who was directly present and involved in the past, they certainly listened with relish. Towards this, Lin Ming had no interest. His heart was a still and dead pond. He felt that in this world, there might not be anything that was able to move him. But, as Lin Ming's heart was dead, the girl's unintentional words caused his heart that had remained silent for so many years to feel a faint hint of movement. "You might not know, but in the past my master admired Sage Lin the most, and what he admired was not his talent, but his fighting spirit. You might have heard rumors that Sage Lin was a prince of the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom who entered the South Horizon region to gain experience and go adventuring. But that is actually nonsense. My master knows that Sage Lin was actually the child of a mortal family, an extremely common and humble mortal family at that. During his youth, Sage Lin simply wasn't able to practice martial arts, and he even experienced a massive setback. The road of martial arts is bumpy and filled with holes, but Sage Lin continued walking, one step at a time. What my master most admired of Sage Lin was his undying spirit and perseverance. Sage Lin's goal in life was to chase after the peak of martial arts, and my master said that perhaps Sage Lin is the person closest to the peak of martial arts." The girl's words caused the young disciples to cry out in praise. To chase after the peak of martial arts? That's so amazing. I wonder what the peak of martial arts is like. I also want to immediately chase after it. Everyone enthusiastically discussed. And as these words fell into Lin Ming's ears, his heart began to fill with emotion. The peak of martial arts? Such words were easily spoken. But only those who stepped onto this road themselves knew how ephemeral a goal it was, just how many terrifying ordeals and trials one had to experience in order to run towards it. There were so many peerless individuals in this world. How many things had they betrayed? How great of a price had they paid? A newborn calf didn't fear the tiger. However, the more experiences one gained, the less they had the blazing fighting spirit of their youth, that unfearing and unwavering heart that dared to defy the heavens. Really, was he old? Lin Ming recalled the time when he had tried to break into life destruction in the past. He had told himself, "If the heavens wish to destroy me, then I will destroy the heavens. If the death god wants to take me, then I will cut down the death god." The him of that time, just how heroic and daring had he been. But now, he deeply sighed, an endless sorrow mixed together with the vicissitudes of time in his eyes. On the cold pond, Zhang Lanjian and Zhang Baoyun's fight was reaching its most brilliant zenith. They danced through the air, their feet leaving only light ripples as they touched upon the lotuses of the pond, not even causing a single splash of water. Sword energy pierced through the air, yet not a single ice lotus was damaged. They weren't strong, but from their sword intent, Lin Ming could profoundly feel something he once chased. An unyielding fighting spirit, an inexplicable unwillingness suddenly stirred in his heart. He grit his teeth and tried to stimulate the weak fires of his soul once again. He wanted to use the energy from his own inner world. He wanted to impact the limits of his cultivation. He wanted to open the magic cube. However, the fires of his soul and the fires of his life were far too weak. Such a massive amount of energy needed soul force to manipulate. His inner world remained quiet like before, and the magic cube didn't respond at all. When Lin Ming was at the Divine Lord realm, only then was he able to slowly grasp the ability to use the magic cube. Moreover, he hadn't been able to do so whenever he pleased. But now, compared to when he was a Divine Lord, his soul force was nothing at all. It was like an ant trying to shake a tree, completely meaningless. Moreover, what caused Lin Ming to feel the most despair was that even if he could stimulate the magic cube, he wouldn't be able to rely on it to restore his source soul force. Although the magic cube was a divine tool of the soul, Its abilities lay more in extinguishing a soul and erasing spirit marks. But to restore a soul, that was unlikely to be possible. Losing his source soul force, losing the fires of his life, that was the same as losing the source of his life. For instance, no matter how heaven-defying a divine tool, it still couldn't restore the aged and declining 3 lives old man to the peak of his youth. That would violate the most fundamental rules of the world. Disappointment once again crashed into Lin Ming. To struggle, to overcome loss with but a single thought. Although this was a simple thought, how many people could cross this bridge? Often in this world, there were many matters that could not be done. This wasn't because one did not want to, but because one simply could not. He heaved a deep sigh. I don't want to lose my fighting spirit. But if I have fighting spirit, so what? I have lost everything. Just how can I defy the heavens? Atop the cold pond, Zhang Baoyun and Zhang Lanjian's match was reaching its superheated phase. Each move condensed the essence of their swordsmanship. The surrounding martial artists cheered out loud, their voices reaching into the heavens. But at this moment, the surrounding noise served to sharply contrast Lin Ming's deepest feelings. Pong! Metal rang against metal. Zhang Lanjian's sword was knocked out of his hand. A blue sword spun out. Sword energy wildly surged, reaching 1,000 feet high. 99 moves, just one away from my goal. Zhang Lanjian looked at Zhang Baoyun with suspicion. You shouldn't have been intentionally doing that, right? Zhang Baoyun shook his head. 9 through 9 all returns to 1. My dance of 99 sword moves just then was a single samsara. The sword moves also contained samsara? Before the surrounding martial artists could think of what happened. At this time, Zhang Lanjian's sword came crashing down from the air. Although its accompanying sword energy had weakened a great deal, it still rang out sharply. This long sword fell onto one of the pavilions. Be careful! Many young disciples cried out in alarm, retreating as fast as they could. Ding! The long sword thrust into the ground, burying itself straight to the sword hilt. And what a coincidence! The sword had nailed itself to the pavilion stage that Lin Ming was standing on. The truth was that the sword's landing point was quite far from Lin Ming. But the surrounding disciples had fled like a pack of surprised birds, leaving only Lin Ming behind, standing motionlessly where he was. He was like a stone sculpture, extremely glaring for some time. Many people looked towards Lin Ming. This mysterious person was special enough. He actually wore a wood spirit jade mask. In the South Horizon region, wood spirit jade was a precious treasure. Not many people knew of it, but there were some knowledgeable individuals who recognized it. The icy cold wood spirit jade mask seemed slightly distorted, giving off a strange feeling. However, what was weird was that this youth wearing the mask had a restrained cultivation, and it was impossible to see what boundary he was at. This sort of person was either a peerless master or someone proficient in concealing their cultivation, or even a truly ordinary commoner. But presently, the last possibility didn't seem too likely. Zhang Lanjian and Zhang Baoyun both noticed Lin Ming. Zhang Baoyun nodded. Friend, may I know your name? Zhang Baoyun could feel a familiar aura from this youth's body, but he wasn't sure just where he had sensed it before. Lin Ming remained silent. How rude. Cloud's word immortal asked you a question. The sovereign of a third-grade sect scolded Lin Ming. This sovereign wanted to maintain Zhang Baoyun's authority and enhance his own impression to everyone present. But Lin Ming remained motionless like before, as if he hadn't heard anything at all. You! In the South Horizon region, a third-grade sect sovereign could be considered a top character in their own right, so when had they ever been ignored like this? The sovereign became enraged and began preparing to teach Lin Ming a lesson. But then, Zhang Baoyun said, Sovereign Lu, please be patient. His words were light but carried a strange tone to them, a calm affinity that caused anyone who heard him to immediately subside their anger. Zhang Baoyun turned to Lin Ming. Friend, my name is Zhang Baoyun, an ascetic swordsman of the South Horizon region. If you have nothing to do right now, then how about coming to my humble abode for a drink? I happen to have a pot of 1,000-year fog flower wine, and I would like to invite a few friends to come drink with me. Zhang Baoyun's polite words left everyone shocked. 1,000-year fog flower wine. That was made from the spring water of Sword Mountain combined with innumerable rare treasures. It was incredibly advantageous to a martial artist. Countless people would have fought each other to drink a single cup. Yet Zhang Baoyun was actually asking this unknown and seemingly mentally disturbed person to drink to his heart's content? Zhang Lanjian's two apprentices, the young man and woman, were left staring with wide eyes. This was 1,000-year fog flower wine. And the two of them knew that whether it was their honorable master Zhang Lanjian or senior master Zhang Baoyun, both were addicted to alcohol as if it was their life. Sword and alcohol, those were the two things most essential to their lives. Zhang Baoyun only had half a jar of this 1,000-year fog flower wine. Each time he invited his friends to drink, he would only have a mere few cups. And yet he was asking this unknown person to drink with him? Who was he? Wasn't this the same as a meat pie falling down from the heavens? Zhang Baoyun's invitation caused Lin Ming to sigh with emotion. After a period of silence, he finally nodded. This left many people so depressed they nearly spat out blood. This idiot simply didn't know what 1,000-year fog flower wine was, right? To be so reluctant to drink it, he could anger people to death and not know of it. Please, Zhang Baoyun straightforwardly said. The place Zhang Baoyun lived was very simple. A bamboo house, a few huts, that was all. The arrangement of the house was also simple. An old and plain wooden table, several chairs, a bottle of bamboo, a written poem portrait filled with overbearing sword intent, and rows of wine jars. Zhang Baoyun leisurely took out the 1,000-year fog flower wine and heated it with warm water. Then he washed a few cups and filled them. There were 3 people in the house: Zhang Baoyun, Zhang Lanjian, as well as Lin Ming. After 130 years, these 3 old friends had unexpectedly reunited. Brother, may I know your honored name? This question was not asked by Zhang Baoyun but by Zhang Lanjian. He was also curious as to who Lin Ming was. This individual was a complete enigma, but he could feel that he was somewhat familiar. But just based on this familiarity alone, Zhang Lanjian would never have dared to imagine it was that person. Very well, if this brother doesn't wish to speak his name, then there is no need to ask. When sharing a drink, all we need to do is raise our cups. Why must we know each other? Let's drink. The 3 people raised their cups and drank the wine. Good wine, Zhang Lanjian praised. Zhang Baoyun also savored the aftertaste for a long time. He praised, "The charm of wine comes from the mood of drinking wine. Those that understand wine taste not just the wine but also the mood. From the spiciness when it first enters the throat, to the fresh heat once it is swallowed, to the lasting fragrance that one can mull over. It's just like life. In the world, countless people struggle. They experience hardship, they experience tribulations, and if they can survive all of that, then they can return to their true state and release the mellow fragrance of life. For me, whether it is 1,000-year fog flower wine or some coarse distilled grain wine, the truth is that there is no essential difference, because what I am drinking is not wine, but life." Zhang Baoyun's words caused Zhang Lanjian to laugh and cheer. As for Lin Ming, his mind shook. He quietly thought about these words. In a man's life there was rise and fall, hardship and suffering. Just how many people experience this? To overcome this and return to one's true self, achieving supreme enlightenment and becoming a legend, the Soul Emperor was right. What he lacked in his life was tribulations. He had come from nothing and had indeed experienced countless life and death slaughters, walking on the precipice of death innumerable times. Lan Yunue's betrayal, Xian Wuji's hunting, Yang Yun's plotting, Tian Mingzi's calculations, and then the step-by-step pressure of the good fortune saint's son. All of these were considered setbacks. But they weren't too remarkable, because when many martial artists grew up, they all experienced such things. Lin Ming remembered Dragon Fong. He remembered June Blue Moon. They were people who had their own stories, and their experiences, their tribulations, were not necessarily any less than his own. However, a true great tribulation, a true great setback, when they encountered it, they simply didn't know what path to take out. brother. Seeing Lin Ming quietly looking at his wine cup, Zhang Baoyun couldn't help but ask. Lin Ming looked up. Thank you. Zhang Baoyun was startled. He didn't know what Lin Ming was thanking him for, but this was unimportant. He openly smiled and said, It seems that I have hit it off with a new friend. Today, none of us will rest without being drunk. Zhang Lanjian also echoed this sentiment. He laughed. Ha, no drunk, no sleep. Zhang Baoyun looked at Lin Ming and suddenly said, Truthfully speaking, you look like someone I knew once, so that was why I invited you here to drink wine. Oh! Lin Ming fell silent, not speaking too much. Friend, you're quite the special one. Zhang Baoyun was stunned. Normally, one would ask just which person they reminded him of, but this masked man only uttered a single, oh. Zhang Baoyun finished off his cup of wine. He recalled that time 130 years ago at the Seven Profound Valleys when he had fought Lin Ming in that unrivaled battle. In his life, that was his most unforgettable fight. He sighed, saying, You are indeed somewhat similar to my old friend, but you are actually different. You don't seem as persevering as he was, but instead like an old man in the twilight of his life. But that makes the weight on your back seem that much heavier. That old friend, I once tried to chase after his footsteps, but he kept running further and further away until I could no longer see him. Now, he should have already stepped onto the road towards the peak of martial arts. After all, that was his dream. The peak of martial arts? Lin Ming quietly said, somewhat at a loss. What is the peak of martial arts? He asked Zhang Baoyun this question, but he also asked himself. The truth was that in these past years, Lin Ming already had his doubts as to what the peak of martial arts was. Countless peerless masters had searched for the peak of martial arts since ancient times. For the peak of martial arts, Shang Mei had done everything in her power, even giving up her body. For the peak of martial arts, Divine Dream diligently strived and struggled. For the peak of martial arts, the good fortune Saint Sovereign was willing to fuse with an abyssal without any hesitation. But just how far did they manage to go? Not mentioning them, even the Azura Road Master or the creator of the Holy Scripture, the two of them, did they ever reach the peak of martial arts? Zhang Baoyun said, As to what that peak is, I don't know. But I believe that when people see a group of mountains together, they call the top of the highest mountain the peak. If so, then my Sword Mountain is also the peak. Lin Ming shook his head. Sword Mountain is not enough. Yes, it is not enough. When I mount the summit of Sword Mountain, I can overlook a country, but overlooking a country is far from enough. In this world, there are endless mountain peaks, but there must be a single mountain that is the highest. The higher a mountain peak, the more difficult it is for me. And to me, the most terrifying, the most horrifying thing is that I simply don't know where this mountain is. Lin Ming calmly stared at this wine cup. Perhaps he already knew where this mountain was. Between the three great universal divine tools, the roads of essence, energy, and divine, the Holy Scripture that cultivated the inner universe and the Heavenly Sutra that cultivated the outer universe. To fuse them together, this was the highest peak? Lin Ming wasn't sure. But what he knew was that when Zhang Baoyun displayed his samsara sword arts, his dual swords weren't anything at all when compared to the cultivation of essence, energy, divine, or the outer and inner universes. Even if Zhang Baoyun had reached the limit of his road, that was only the heights of Sword Mountain. And will you keep searching? Lin Ming suddenly asked Zhang Baoyun. Why wouldn't I? Zhang Baoyun laughed and filled his wine cup once more. I will never stop searching. I know that my vision is limited and I might never be able to find it, but I will climb up as I did before, unendingly. I do not need to truly reach the highest peak in the world, but as I climb, I will be more than happy to simply see that peak above me. This is because when I climb to a new peak, my vision will expand further and I will be able to see where a higher peak lies. And when I climb up that new peak, I will find yet another higher one, and I will keep repeating this. Is there any meaning to it? Lin Ming asked. He knew how short a martial artist's life was. If they took detour after detour, that would only make them waste away their youth. There is. Zhang Baoyun solemnly nodded. He tossed back the wine in his cup. Even if I have to climb without end in my life, even if I forever remain small and never see where the highest peak is, then at the very least, I will keep surpassing myself. I will keep defeating myself. Defeating myself? At that moment, Lin Ming's heart shook, as if something touched it. Defeating himself. In life, a person's greatest enemy was themselves. Zhang Baoyun was doomed to never be able to step onto the peak of martial arts in his life, but he still continued to seek it out because every time he climbed a new mountain peak it would mean he had defeated his old self. Sometimes, even if a person knew that what they were trying to do was impossible, they would still rush in without hesitation. A moth to a flame. Wasn't this what it was? Lin Ming was silent. He mulled over these new sentiments in his heart, not speaking. He had once said that he was a moth willing to fly into the fire. However, a human was not a moth. For those who were willing to be moths that flew into the flames, the truth was that when they really did rush into that blazing inferno, they would still see a glimmer of hope within. In the past, Lin Ming was also like this. He said he would be a moth that flew into the flames, and he did do that. Moreover, he even succeeded. However, a real moth would not succeed. For them to fly into a flame, what they faced was certain death. When one truly saw no hope, when the flames burned brightly before them, how many people would still be willing to rush in? Let's have another drink. Zhang Baoyun's words broke Lin Ming's reverie. Lin Ming drank another cup of wine. Cup after cup, the 1,000-year fog flower wine was finished. They changed to a new wine. Jar after jar, it was unknown how many jars they drank. These three normally wouldn't become drunk. But today they did. When a person was drunk, their thoughts would become muddled. The lives of the people. The common folk worked for their livelihoods, bustling about. Nobles and officials engaged in intrigue and plotting for their countries and people. Common martial artists fought in life and death slaughters to struggle for a higher boundary. Empyreans and true divinities schemed for their races and for the survival of their people. Life was a battle all muddled up together. To savor the mellowness and spiciness of life, when the thoughts were truly muddled, perhaps that was when one could truly understand the mysteries. This was the mood of wine, as well as the abstraction of life. Lin Ming didn't know how many jars of wine he drank. He only stopped when all three people were lying in a drunken daze on the ground, drifting off to sleep. With this thought in mind, Lin Ming slept deeply. It had been many years since he had rested like this. He didn't worry about humanity's great calamity. He didn't worry about being hunted by a true divinity, and he didn't worry about his fading fires of the soul. A rare indulgence, a rare moment of muddled-mindedness. The awakening of a dream. The night was deep. Zhang Baoyun and Zhang Lanjian were still sleeping. The table was covered with messy bottles and cups of wine, and beside it were several empty wine jars. Lin Ming looked at them for a while and then stood up. And at this time, Zhang Baoyun also awoke. Leaving. Zhang Baoyun looked towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming nodded. Where to? Lin Ming was silent for a moment before saying, to another place. He had a premonition that this would be the last time he ever saw Zhang Baoyun. Lin Ming continued, and you? Zhang Baoyun smiled. Me? I will be searching for a higher mountain peak. Lin Ming departed. His visit to Sword Mountain had left him with an inexplicable feeling. Although during this period he did not perceive cultivation methods, enlighten himself on the heavenly Tao, or even sit in meditation, Lin Ming knew that in truth, his heart had gone through an unprecedented baptism. If the fires of his soul were still vibrant, then these feelings and sentiments would bring him unimaginable accomplishments in the future. However, he still hadn't found a way to restore his source soul force. He crossed Sword Mountain, passing through a vast wilderness and then arriving at the Sky Fortune Kingdom. The Sky Fortune Kingdom, the land where he was born and raised. This land carried far too many memories for him. Lin Ming stood on a mountain looking down over the country. In the infinite vastness of the cosmos, this tiny nation was far too small. It wouldn't even be able to be described as a grain of sand in the desert. But even so, this tiny land was burdened with Lin Ming's memories. He spread out his scents, easily covering the entire nation. He found Green Mulberry City. This was the city he grew up in as a child. In the past, Green Mulberry City was a small town. Its walls were 200 feet high and it had less than 100,000 citizens living within. But in the current era, Green Mulberry City had already surpassed the capital, Sky Fortune City, and had become the #1 city of the Sky Fortune Kingdom. This city was extremely lively and bustling. The streets were wide and spacious and filled with crowds of boisterous people. This world-overturning change was naturally because of Lin Ming. Lin Ming had come from this city and was the legendary hero of Green Mulberry City. Because of this, innumerable martial artists came to visit, and these martial artists possessed a massive amount of wealth that boosted Green Mulberry's rapid growth. At the city entrance, there were 3 30-foot-high rock sculptures. The sculpture in the city was that of Lin Ming. Lin Ming's statue grasped a long spear that pointed straight into the bright blue skies. Behind Lin Ming, there were 2 sculptures of peerless women. They were as beautiful as ephemeral fairies. They were Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan. These 3 statues were worshipped by countless people every year. Lin Ming stood at the entrance of the city for a long time, looking around. Finally, he stepped into the city. In the busy crowds, there was everyone one could think of. Students, martial artists, actors, maids, chairbearers, stall owners selling sesame cakes. Come on, take a look. Take a look. Don't miss out on this. I can crack a stone on my chest and a jar on my head. Those with money come and try. Those without money, come and look. A man with a bare upper body excitedly shouted out to the crowd, his fists cupped together. Feng Shui can tell your fortune. If you believe, then come and try it. And if you don't, a fortune teller had set up a stall to divine the futures of gullible customers. Lin Ming listened to the sounds all around him. Slowly, he blended into the crowd, become a common and inconspicuous individual. Only the mask covering his face caused people to notice him. Luxurious carriages could be seen everywhere. Exquisite sedan chairs came one after another. Some people rode towering horses into the city. Some people walked in with their heads held high, and some people sat at the city entrance in rags, begging atop their straw mats. Buy a sesame cake. These are fresh sesame cakes that just came out of the oven. 2 pennies for one. Fresh and fragrant. These are made with the secret recipe of my ancestors. Little brother, how about trying one? As Lin Ming passed over a stone bridge, an auntie selling sesame cakes shouted out to him. Lin Ming turned to see an auntie. Her face was wrapped in a scarf. Her exposed skin was reddened from years of sun exposure and harsh winds. She wore simple and coarse clothes and a pair of worn-out shoes. At this time, she had wrapped a sesame cake with a piece of paper. The hands that held the sesame cake were gnarled with age. Lin Ming looked at this auntie and felt a burning feeling in his nose. He felt over his body, but he knew he didn't have any copper coins or even gold or silver. He couldn't take out anything from his spatial ring. Any single item taken out and placed in the mortal world would cause a catastrophe. Thus, he shook his head. The auntie looked at Lin Ming's clothes. He didn't seem like a poor person, but he didn't have a single penny on him. Perhaps he had forgotten to bring money. She smiled. Little brother, did you forget to bring money? It's already noon, you might not have eaten yet. Here, take a sesame cake. It's free of charge. The auntie took the paper-wrapped sesame cake and stuffed it into Lin Ming's hands. Lin Ming took the sesame cake. He stood there, not knowing what feeling was in his heart. In the past, when Lin Ming was still a child, his family circumstances hadn't been bad or good. His parents managed a restaurant for their clan and would receive money every year. When his mother gave him pocket money, Lin Ming would frequently stroll through the streets, buying sesame cakes and candied fruits. Lin Ming held the sesame cake in his hands and slowly brought it up to his mouth. He took a small bite. The mild taste melted in his mouth, bringing with it a unique fragrance. The flavor hadn't changed, even after over 100 years. The only change was those who ate the sesame cake. Lin Ming cautiously ate. This was a food unique to mortals. For many years, Lin Ming had eaten innumerable heavenly materials. Just a tiny bit of what he ate for a single meal couldn't even be afforded by the entire wealth of a nation. But he couldn't remember any heavenly materials that tasted as good as this sesame cake did today. Lin Ming ate it up. "Little brother, how is it?" The auntie saw tears form at the corners of Lin Ming's eyes as he ate the sesame cake, and she was flustered a little. "Does the cake not taste good? Or did you have some troubles with your family and run away?" "No, I'm fine, thank you, auntie." Lin Ming shook his head. He respectfully bowed and then turned to leave. Lin Ming walked forward step by step. Along the way, he saw many dignitaries and nobles. He saw young masters riding atop horses and spoiled misses in their sedans. He saw even more poor people. He saw prostitutes displaying their bodies in front of brothels, and he saw beggars begging on the streets. The life of a mortal was less than a mere 100 years. From young to old, who knew how many peoples had been born and died, living through happiness and suffering. Lin Ming had seen these sights in his youth, but he had never truly experienced it. When martial artists cultivated the heavenly Tao, that was a type of enlightenment. And returning to the mortal world and feeling the soil, that was also another type of enlightenment. Yet, there were far too many people who perceived the heavenly Tao and far too few people who understood the toils of mortals. A martial artist stood at too high a height. Compared to an ordinary person, there was a natural moat as great as the skies that separated them. They were naturally unable to feel the sweet, sour, spicy, and all the other tastes of a mortal's life. Imperceptibly, Lin Ming arrived at the center of Green Mulberry City. Here was where the Lin family was located. For the past 100-some years, because of Lin Ming, they had become the #1 mortal family clan of the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom and even the entire South Horizon region. Even the royal families of great nations weren't as prominent or prestigious as the Lin family. No matter who it was or what influence they came from, no one dared to provoke the Lin family. In the past, Lin Ming had taken his parents away from the Lin family and had ended his karma with them. Today, Lin Ming returned to the Lin family, but only quietly stood at the front gates. For 2 hours, Lin Ming watched as all sorts of famed and powerful individuals walked in and out of the Lin family. Each one was respectful as they walked in, and didn't dare to hurry their steps. He also saw some disciples of the Lin family practice their martial artists on the military field, their movements intense and vigorous. The current head of the Lin family was an intelligent individual. He understood that one's own strength was the most important thing. Lin Ming silently looked at all of this and then silently departed. From start to finish, he never passed through the gates of the Lin family. Life and death was fated, wealth and honor came and went. The Lin family should be able to live prosperously for thousands of years, but in this world, there was no such thing as eternal wealth and glory. Perhaps in the future, this respected family would be ruined, one day reverting to an ordinary family. In Lin Ming's eyes, this was a natural samsara. There was no need to change it. Lin Ming's last stop in Green Mulberry City was the restaurant that his parents had managed for the Lin family in the past. However, the restaurant was no longer a restaurant. It was no longer open for business, but closed up against outsiders. This restaurant was a treasure land of the Lin family. Let alone eating a meal one couldn't even visit. Even every new generation of the Sky Fortune Kingdom's emperor would only be able to distantly pay their respects when they came to visit Green Mulberry City. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, the truth was that the Lin family represented something similar to divine right. They were a force that stood above imperial authority and were insurmountable. Seeing this restaurant that no one could even enter, Lin Ming seemed to lose interest in revisiting the familiar places. In revisiting familiar places, he didn't come to see the sights, but to recall memories. When the Lin family restaurant was no longer the same and instead had taken on a completely different significance, Lin Ming no longer wished to go in. Because, from there, in the end these memories could not be found. Lin Ming left. He left Green Mulberry City and left the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Thinking about it, ever since Xianxia drew out Lin Ming's source soul force, around 7 or 8 years had passed. Lin Ming could feel his cultivation fall every day. Although the tiny amount of source soul force left in his body made it so that he didn't age and turn senile, his weak fires of life weren't able to be summoned. He also couldn't withstand the burden of the massive energy and cultivation contained within his body. Slowly, these strengths dissipated. He began to weaken. He traveled to the north. He passed through villages and eventually arrived at a northern grassland. This land was not as peaceful as the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Soldiers and cavalry chaotically wandered about. War happened year-round. Lin Ming walked through the streets and could feel the worry and panic in the hearts of the walking pedestrians. They often had scarves wrapped around their heads. Their footsteps hurried and their expressions tense. War, famine, plagues. To mortals, these were three of the most terrifying events. And once war, famine, and plagues erupted, it would likely spread. On this day, there was heavy snow. Lin Ming went to a remote mountain. The day was late and the path of the road couldn't be seen. The snow was knee-deep. If this was a valley, an entire person could be swallowed up. Lin Ming looked at the vast white mountain ridge that was illuminated in a pall of night. He wanted to climb the mountain, but at this time he suddenly felt inexplicably cold. He couldn't help but shiver. Although Lin Ming's cultivation had fallen, he still wasn't so weak that he couldn't withstand the cold on this snowy mountain. In fact, even if the most powerful ice attribute martial artist of the Sky Spill planet were to freely attack Lin Ming, he wouldn't feel anything at all. But on this day he felt an inexplicable chill. This was a coldness that came from the soul, making it nearly impossible for Lin Ming to withstand. He knew that the wounds Xiang Mei left in him couldn't be cured. Moreover, they would become increasingly heavy until finally, they took his life. He used his sense to cover this mountain. He wanted to look for a place to rest. But as he searched, his mind suddenly shook. He saw a person he recognized. Although this person's appearance had greatly changed, Lin Ming was still able to recognize him. There were far too many shadows of the past on his appearance. And his saber hadn't changed for over 130 years. Oh, this damnable weather. What hellish luck! To hurry on the road on such a snowy night can take a man's life. I wonder if the cold weather will sicken His Highness the Crown Prince. Two youths complained in low voices. They spoke in whispers. On such a snowy and windy night, their voices couldn't travel too far. Just forget it. We have to find the little princess within 3 days, evacuate from this area and return to our base. If we stay too long, then the White Guard will definitely find us. An old man spoke. He wore a bamboo hat and carried a child in his arms. He wore a long coat and tried to cover the shivering child in his arms as much as possible. He kept his head lowered as he hurried along. What if we can't find her? A youth anxiously asked. If we can't find her, then that is the will of heaven. The old man deeply sighed and shook his head. If I remember correctly, then the cave we stopped by last year is just in front of us. There should still be some hay and firewood left inside, so let's rest in there tonight. As the old man spoke, he searched out the snow road before him. He had a sharp memory, and after a quarter hour he found the cave he remembered from the past. Everyone let out a long breath of relief. To cross a mountain on a snowy night, that was something they could withstand, but the child with them wouldn't be able to bear it. The group quickly ran into the cave. They brushed the snow off their bodies and took off their bamboo hats. Although the cave was still cold, the air inside was dry. And as the old man remembered, there really was hay and firewood within. They planned to use the firewood to light a fire. But when they lit the flames, at the moment the cave was illuminated in light, they were all startled and quickly drew backwards. With sharp ringing sounds, everyone drew out their weapons. This was because there was someone sitting in the cave. He wore a jade-green mask that had an extremely cold and indifferent expression carved into it. Moreover, this person hadn't made a single sound, nor did he release any aura. This was why when the group entered the cave, no one had noticed him. Who are you? Everyone had their guards raised. This was because they were all being hunted down by the White Guard. In this remote part of a snowy mountain, a mysterious person had suddenly appeared, making them all feel as if they were in a perilous situation. "Just a passerby," Lin Ming quietly said. His eyes were focused on the old man in the group. This old man appeared to be around 60 years of age. His face was engraved with the years of wind and frost. From the outline of his face, one could vaguely sense that in his youth, this old man had also once been a considerably dashing individual. This old man only had a single arm. His hair was white and a full white mustache fell down like whiskers. There was a deep scar on his face. It started from his eyebrows and extended down to his neck, nearly splitting through his entire face. Although this old man was extremely vigilant, there was a deep weariness emanating from him. His old and dirty eyes were bloodshot, and one could see that he hadn't slept well for several days. At this time, the old man held out his sword to confront Lin Ming and simultaneously pushed the child to his back to protect him. This child was also sensible and aware of the situation. He didn't cry nor make noise, but instead quietly stood behind the old man and peeked out at Lin Ming. Lin Ming was slightly moved. The image of this exhausted old man in front of him began to slowly overlap with another image in his mind. This image wore embroidered robes and a golden crown tied up his hair. He had an elegant sword strapped onto his waist and his appearance was bold and heroic. Moreover, the corners of his lips had a slight touch of taunting contempt to them, as if to show off his disdain for all others. If it weren't for the deep red sword wrapped in snakeskin that was in the old man's hand, if it weren't for the familiar fire attribute true essence emanating from this old man, then Lin Ming would never have believed that this old man was an old enemy from his past. Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan. In Green Mulberry City, Zhu Yan had stolen away his first love, Lan Yunue. Afterwards, Lin Ming had firmed his determination to enter the Seven Profound Martial House. He took his small amount of money and traveled to the Sky Fortune Kingdom to partake in the examinations there. Because he just happened to encounter Zhu Yan by chance when he was registering, one of Zhu Yan's friends had Lin Ming secretly expelled from his living quarters in order to curry favor. Because of that, Lin Ming went to Great Clarity Pavilion where he worked as a debonair, and it was there that Lin Ming obtained the magic cube. Afterwards, Lin Ming's cultivation rapidly rose. When his true ability was revealed to the world, this caused Sky Fortune City's royal family to take notice of him and do everything in their power to win him over. As for Zhu Yan, because there was a grudge between him and Lin Ming, he was forced to endure great pressure and isolation. Even his lord, the 10th Prince Xianxia, had started to force Zhu Yan's hand in his quest for the throne. Xianxia had forced Zhu Yan to break his engagement with Lan Yunue. Finally, Zhu Yan was defeated by Lin Ming. Then, whether it was the Zhu family or the 10th prince, Zhu Yan had lost all value to them. Instead, he had become a burden. Thus, Zhu Yan had been expelled. From that point on, Lin Ming no longer saw Zhu Yan again. It had been over 130 years since they last saw each other. Lin Ming never thought that after the day he last saw Zhu Yan, the next time they met, Zhu Yan would already be like this. The scar on his face, his single arm, his old and exhausted face. Lin Ming could even see the internal injuries left in his body. These hidden wounds had likely even affected Zhu Yan's road of martial arts. Because of all of this, Lin Ming could imagine just how much change and hardship Zhu Yan had experienced over the years. "You know me?" Zhu Yan noticed Lin Ming's gaze and was startled. Lin Ming didn't reply. He leaned against the rock behind him. A little hay covered the ground he sat on. At this time, he still felt that biting cold from within. This pain that came from the soul was nearly unbearable. He looks like he's shivering," someone said in a whisper as they looked at Lin Ming. "Is he too cold?" Everyone thought the situation a little absurd. With the sudden appearance of a masked individual, they thought this might be some peerless master sent to assassinate them. But now, this person was violently shivering as if they couldn't stand this cold mountain wind. "That scared me. I thought it was some master." "Don't lower your guard." The group chose the corner furthest from Lin Ming and carefully sat down, keeping an eye on him the entire time. "Old flame, should we do something about him?" A person said with a true essence sound transmission. "I don't know whether he heard our conversation from before." The snow is heavy and the winds are great. He shouldn't have hurt us. And if he did, that proves his cultivation is far above ours. If we fight him, we might be the ones killed instead. So, just don't try to stir up any unnecessary trouble with someone, especially when you don't know what their origin is. Although he looks sick, for some reason I feel strange when I see him, Zhu Yan slowly said. He no longer went by his old name, but instead called himself by a single character, Flame. The group set up a bonfire. They sat around the warm edges, eating dried meats and drinking water. The entire time, they remained vigilant against Lin Ming. The little boy in Zhu Yan's arms was quiet from beginning to end. His large eyes blinked as he stared at Lin Ming. Lin Ming noticed that this little boy had a thread of red silk hanging around his neck and adorned with a common-looking bronze medal. This bronze medal had a unique flower petal design on it. Zhu Yan seemed to realize something. Unhurriedly, he slipped the bronze medal into the boy's collar. After eating, Zhu Yan sat in rest with his eyes closed. But his attention was focused on Lin Ming the entire time. He didn't know why, but the more he looked at this person, the stranger the feeling that tickled his mind. He just couldn't identify what it was. Lin Ming was also looking at Zhu Yan. Over 130 years had passed and the endless changes of mortal life had been and gone. Recalling the proud and arrogant youth of the past, Lin Ming found it hard to imagine that such a person had undergone such a dramatic transformation. Lin Ming had heard their words when they were outside the cave just then. It was clear that they were searching for children from the royal family. As Lin Ming crossed through the northern deserts and grasslands, he had seen the turmoil of war and the chaos of battle. He was able to guess just what was occurring. This was a war of a mortal nation. When a nation was destroyed by another nation, the royal family fled the capital and the prince and princess were separated. As for Zhu Yan, he and his subordinates were assigned to seek out the lost children of the royal family. It was clear that this was a dangerous mission. If they weren't careful, then they would all be killed. Lin Ming could feel that Zhu Yan didn't do all of this for glory and riches. This was because Zhu Yan didn't have much life left to live. At his current cultivation boundary, 100-some years was his limit. He likely wouldn't be able to wait for the revival of the nation. Moreover, such a defeated dynasty usually found it impossibly difficult to stage a comeback. Then for what reason did he support all of these meaningless actions that were also extremely dangerous? As this thought was crossing through Lin Ming's mind, a sheepskin bag of water was tossed towards him. Lin Ming reached out a hand and grabbed the water bag. The bag was hot in his hands. The water had been heated over the bonfire and then poured into the bag. This water bag was thrown over by Zhu Yan. "Aren't you cold? Drink some hot water." Zhu Yan looked at Lin Ming, his eyes wary. Lin Ming took off the lid and drank a mouthful before tossing the water bag back. He didn't speak to Zhu Yan. The several people in his group rested in the cave and took turns on watch, but Lin Ming didn't sleep a single moment throughout the night. Early in the morning, Zhu Yan and the others donned their bamboo hats and left. Their group trudged through the boundless heavy snow, quickly vanishing from sight. Lin Ming quietly watched Zhu Yan's fading back and also stepped into the snow. He arrived at a small town. There weren't many people here. Without anyone to sweep away the snow, the ground was a blank white canvas. Walking through the streets, Lin Ming could feel the coldness within his body becoming increasingly heavy and thick. Suddenly, his body shook and his face paled. In that moment, an indescribably agonizing pain swelled up from his spiritual sea. Puff! Lin Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. The bright red blood splashed onto the front of his clothes. This was a grisly and shocking sight. Lin Ming trembled. He somehow couldn't support himself and slowly slumped to the ground. Many people saw him. A woman cried out in alarm and several people began hurrying far away. As war echoed through the land, everyone remained vigilant of others. They thought that someone had been killed on the streets. But upon further inspection, they discovered that Lin Ming seemed to have randomly spat out a mouthful of blood. What's wrong with him? Who knows? Perhaps he has some hidden wounds that were suddenly stirred up. Look at that mask on his face. He definitely isn't an ordinary person. He might be someone from the organization, or even an assassin. He definitely knows martial arts, and if so then he was wounded by someone even stronger. As people said this, they began to draw further and further away. A kind and soft-hearted woman couldn't help what she was seeing and wanted to aid Lin Ming. But she was stopped by her husband. War is everywhere now. Don't stir up needless troubles. If he is someone from the old dynasty and we rescue him, then that will be the death penalty for us. People fled far away, as if they were hiding from a god of plagues. Lin Ming's body shivered as he withstood this scorching pain. This sort of pain originated from his soul and came from its depletion. It was unbearable. He felt his strength rapidly drain away. His meridians and blood vessels were crudely and savagely torn open. The pain continued for a full 2 hours. The white snowy canvas beneath him was already dyed red with blood. White and red. These two bright contrasting colors formed a fierce and chilling image. Big brother. You all right? As Lin Ming nearly fainted from the pain, he heard a shy voice echo out from nearby. He opened his eyes to see a dirty little girl with big and bright eyes looking at him. She wore a tattered cloth bag over her body, and a broken piece of pottery hung across her neck. It was unknown just where she had picked it up from. From the looks of it, she was a young beggar. Big brother, if you drink some water you might feel better. The little girl timidly held out a canteen of water. I haven't eaten and I don't have any food, so I can only give you some water. The little girl was extremely pitiable. With the cold weather and her ragged clothing, her small face and hands almost seemed frozen. Lin Ming wiped the blood from the corners of his lips and shook his head. There's no need. In this era when war ravaged the lands, this little girl was likely an orphan. Her parents had probably died in the chaos of war. Without her parents, she could only beg for food. But in this tumultuous times when the common people didn't even have enough food to fill their own stomachs, how could they have anything to give to a small child? Her destiny was likely to die alone, drowning in fear, cold, and hunger. As Lin Ming thought of this, he felt his heart tighten. The hardships of a mortal were everywhere. To a martial artist, these hardships might not even seem worthy of mentioning. But when these hardships befell these mortal commoners, it was actually a monumental matter. Lin Ming wanted to help this little girl, but unfortunately he didn't have anything to give her. He wasn't even able to give her a steamed bun or a few copper coins. As he was saddened, he suddenly noticed a thin red thread around the little girl's neck. Lin Ming had seen this red silk thread before. It was exactly the same as the one that the little boy in the mountain cave had been wearing. Sweeping out his sense, Lin Ming discovered that beneath this little girl's tattered clothing, there was a bronze medal. This bronze medal had a unique flower design, also similar to the boy's bronze medal. Lin Ming suddenly recalled the conversation Zhu Yan had with his subordinate. Zhu Yan had said, "Just forget it. We have to find the little princess within 3 days, evacuate from this area and return to our base. If we stay too long, then the White Guard will definitely find us." Little princess. Was this little girl in front of him the little princess that Zhu Yan was searching for? An orphan from the old dynasty. She once lived an extravagant and sumptuous lifestyle every day. But now she suffered the distresses and miseries of the mortal world. It was likely because she experienced such drastic changes that she was able to sympathize with others at such a young age. Lin Ming was silent for a moment. He held onto the little girl's hand. The little girl didn't resist and allowed Lin Ming to pull her along. Lin Ming spread out his sense, covering an area of several hundred miles. Then, Lin Ming easily found Zhu Yan and the others. They were stationed in a humble little restaurant, eating a meal as they spoke with the restaurant owner. Lin Ming turned to the little girl. He said, "Would you like to come with me? I'll bring you to look for your big brother." Lin Ming's words left the little girl startled. She took a step back, her eyes somewhat wary. However, Lin Ming's eyes seemed to contain an indescribable feeling, one that seemed filled with kindness and understanding. Slowly, she nodded. Lin Ming hugged the little girl and packed her in his coat. Then, he moved towards that common-looking restaurant. The restaurant was only 70 to 80 miles away from Lin Ming, in another small town. Lin Ming didn't walk quickly, but for some reason, that distance only took an incense stick of time beneath his feet. Lin Ming held the little girl and walked into the restaurant. Zhu Yan and the others were immediately on guard. They all drew their weapons. As for the restaurant owner, he reflexively acted and closed the restaurant doors. "It's you? Just how?" Zhu Yan looked at Lin Ming and was surprised to see him. They had crossed paths twice now. The first time could be called a coincidence, but the second time could not. This common restaurant was in truth one of their secret hideouts. The restaurant owner was actually vice commander of the royal guard and was a loyal and devoted servant of the emperor. It was at this time that Lin Ming and the others also noticed the child held tightly to his chest. Facing so many drawn weapons, the little girl was scared. Her hold on Lin Ming tightened and her small and dirty face paled. Zhu Yan didn't know who this little girl was, but the boy behind him did. The boy was stunned for a moment and then finally called out, "Pinger, is that you?" The little girl looked at the boy and was dumbfounded. After a long time, tears began to fall down her cheeks. "Big brother, it really is you." This little girl remembered that Lin Ming had told her he would lead her to her big brother, but she didn't think they would really find him. Half a year ago, when their nation perished, that could have been called a parting of life and death. She never imagined that they would see each other once more. Lin Ming set down the little girl, who ran forward and hugged her big brother. Seeing this, Zhu Yan was bewildered. Everyone was also left in a stunned daze. This was no different from a dream. What was going on? Why was this masked man holding the little princess? It was impossible that this was a coincidence. This masked man before them had clearly brought the little princess over to look for them. How did the masked man know they were searching for the little princess, and how did they know she was this little girl? Even if he did find the little princess, how did he know this was their secret hideout? Everything was simply far too unbelievable. Zhu Yan looked at Lin Ming, his sword held the entire time. He noticed the chin that was revealed outside of Lin Ming's mask as well as Lin Ming's two hands. From the looks of it, Lin Ming didn't seem too old. He seemed like someone in his 20s. At this age, he couldn't be some peerless master, right? Then at this time, Lin Ming suddenly began to hack and cough. He used his hands to support the lower corner of his mask. He couldn't stop the violent coughs from continuing, and it seemed as if he would cough out his lungs. Slowly, from between the seams of Lin Ming's fingers, blood flowed out. Stream after stream. This was an alarming sight. The people around Zhu Yan gulped as they saw this sight. This person was coughing so badly that he was vomiting blood. No matter how they saw it, this person had reached the terminal stages of an illness and didn't have much longer to live. But at this time, Lin Ming was startled. In that instant, he felt a change. There was killing intent that had locked onto this location. He spread out his sense and discovered that outside the restaurant was a crowd of white-clothed swordsmen approaching at rapid speed. Wherever they went, citizens would flee in all directions as if they were running from snakes. The goal of these white-clothed swordsmen was the little restaurant where Lin Ming was. "Hey, are you okay?" Zhu Yan and his group of 7 or 8 people were scared and a little apprehensive as they saw all the blood flowing out from between Lin Ming's fingers. This man had already bled so much. Could he even remain alive for much longer? "Big brother." The little girl looked up at Lin Ming, her eyes filling with tears. Lin Ming had led her here, and yet he was injured so heavily. "White Wing, Lotus Thorn, you two heat some hot water and prepare some towels. Let this brother rest for a while," Zhu Yan said to a man and woman behind him. He could faintly feel that Lin Ming's wounds were far too deep and incurable. "That's right, old flame. Since the little princess has been found, when should we depart?" As White Wing went to fetch some heated water, someone else suddenly asked this question. To remain in the territory of their enemies was far too dangerous a prospect. "Yes, we should set off tonight." Then this man, Thorn Lotus, looked at Lin Ming, feeling the situation a bit tricky. Lin Ming's identity was unknown and he also had such heavy wounds. Looking at the present situation, this man wouldn't be able to properly stand for some time. However, if they were fleeing these lands and had to take on the burden of Lin Ming, then the chances of successful escape would be much lower. Look for a horse and carriage and bring him with us. As for whether or not he can last, that will depend on his good fortune. Zhu Yan sighed. Although Lin Ming seemed a bit uncommon, if he was wounded to such a degree, then Zhu Yan feared that he wouldn't be able to withstand the rocky journey of over 2,000 miles. However, no matter what was said, Lin Ming was still the benefactor who had found the little princess. They couldn't just abandon him here. Furthermore, he also wanted to ask Lin Ming some questions. Zhu Yan wanted to ask who had entrusted him with his mission, why he had helped them, and how he had done all that he did. The hot water arrived. Lin Ming didn't pick up the towel but instead grabbed onto the water basin. He spat out blood, dyeing the entire water basin blood red. Everyone gulped as they saw this happen. They didn't know just what to say. If this person continued vomiting blood like this, it wouldn't take long for him to vomit out all the blood in his body. At this time, Lin Ming became increasingly pale. This blood he spat out was in truth his essence energy. His blood vitality and strength might have weakened, but his body was still incredibly formidable and wouldn't allow his blood vitality to diminish. Once Lin Ming's blood vitality weakened, his body would continuously and spontaneously produce blood to heal him. However, because of the weak fires of life that burned in Lin Ming, he wasn't able to withstand such powerful blood vitality. As a result, Lin Ming coughed up blood. The more blood he vomited, the weaker his body became. No matter how powerful his body was, it couldn't withstand such damage. Eventually, he would exhaust all of his essence energy. His soul force passing, his life passing. Just how much longer did he have to live? He humorlessly laughed. But at this time, loud footsteps rang through the air. Frigid and deadly killing intent broke into the room. The complexions of Zhu Yan and the others immediately changed. This is bad. The White Guard. The group of people drew their weapons, their faces paler than death. We will stop the White Guard here. Sun Tai, you bring the little princess and the little prince to the rear court and look for a chance to break out. Protect them even if it costs you your life. Old Flame. The youth called Sun Tai was anxious. Hurry, Zhu Yan shouted. However, a high-pitched voice, not like a man and not like a woman, sounded out. Jejejej. None of you can leave, all of you are staying. Kacha. Kacha. The wooden doors of the restaurant suddenly burst apart. A group of swordsmen in white shirts and white capes rushed into the restaurant, completely surrounding the building. This was the White Guard raised by the new royal court. The White Guard was a special unit formed of elites. The most low-level members of this force were at the altering muscle realm, and their core members were at the pulse condensation realm. The guard captains and commanders were also at the peak pulse condensation realm and Hotian realm. As for the one leading this force of the White Guard, he was the High Commander of the White Guard. This person wore a bright yellow robe and had a face caked white with makeup. His voice was confusing. He was the great manager eunuch of the new royal court. A eunuch had no fleshly desires and had locked up their yang essence within themselves. Among mortals, they had some of the fastest increasing cultivations. This White Guard manager eunuch possessed a peak Hotian realm cultivation. This was nearly the limit that a common martial artist could reach on their road of martial artists. After that was the Xianxia realm and beyond. Oftentimes, one needed a sect like the Seven Profound Valleys that had their own inheritances in order to become a Xianxia master, and even then they didn't have many of them. Peak Hotian martial artist. Zhu Yan could hardly believe his eyes. Even when he was at his strongest state in the past, he had only been a half-step into the threshold of the Hotian realm. See this eunuch commander here? He knew that everything was lost. All of them were finished. No one would survive. Haha. I was also looking for these two little babies. I never thought that Commander Flame would help me so much. Really, I must thank you. The eunuch's voice was keening and filled with an icy energy. His face was filled with taunting mockery. At this time, the eunuch noticed Lin Ming. With the sudden appearance of the White Guard, Zhu Yan and the others were all stern as they faced their impending deaths, and even the two children were shivering from fear. This was well within his expectations. But in this room, there was also a strange youth wearing a mask. This youth was currently coughing up blood, and the bowl beneath him was dyed red. Even for the eunuch commander who had seen many things before, such a scene left him dumbfounded. I can't believe you would even bring a lung disease patient here. He's so sick and yet you continue on your mission. You all must truly be desperate, huh? Listening to his enemy's taunts, Zhu Yan grit his teeth so hard they nearly broke. Not only did he not manage to rescue the little prince and princess, but he had even pushed them into the fire. The old eunuch cackled as he looked at Zhu Yan. An all-knowing expression crossed his face. Commander Flame, you really are a brain-dead old thing. A wise man knows to submit to the circumstances. The old dynasty is already gone. If you are willing to submit to my sovereign, then you will absolutely be granted 100 acres of fertile land and wives and concubines of your choosing to take care of you for the rest of your remaining life. Go die! Zhu Yan cried out loud and suddenly attacked. He grasped the scarlet flare sword and chopped down at the eunuch's head. The eunuch commander contemptuously sneered. He stretched out a finger. He had absolute confidence in himself that a single finger could kill Zhu Yan. However, the moment that he wanted to kill Zhu Yan, his face froze and his body stiffened. His eyes veered off and looked past Zhu Yan. There, behind Zhu Yan, was a youth wearing a jade mask supporting himself using a wash basin. This youth was coughing up massive mouthfuls of blood, as if he were terminally ill and would die at any moment. However, the moment that the eunuch commander was about to attack, the youth propping himself up on the wash basin turned his head and casually glanced at him. The youth's eyes seemed dull and gloomy from being far too weak, but this look seemed as sharp as a sword that instantly pierced through the heart of the eunuch commander. The eunuch commander's divine sense collapsed and his meridians were instantly torn to shreds. An incredible pain directly impacted every sense of his body as he began wildly bleeding from his head. Puff! Zhu Yan's sword pierced through the eunuch's throat. But the truth was that this sword had only added a hole to an already dead man. The eunuch commander completely stiffened. With shocked eyes that looked as if he had seen a ghost, he looked straight forwards. However, these eyes didn't look at Zhu Yan, but were looking at Lin Ming. At this time, Lin Ming had already turned his head back and was continuing to cough blood. Everyone was left speechless. Many people slowly reacted. They saw the eunuch commander's hand covering his neck and another finger pointed at Lin Ming, and were able to somewhat guess the situation from this. The old eunuch opened his mouth as if he was struggling to say something, but no words came out. Then he plopped to the ground, dead where he lay. For a time, everyone was left bewildered. The numerous white guards had distorted expressions. The eunuch commander had a peak Hotian realm cultivation, and even martial artists from Sex wouldn't be his match. But today, he had died violently and miserably where he stood. As for Zhu Yan and his group, they were all left dazed. The situation had changed so quickly that they couldn't respond. Zhu Yan certainly knew that the reason the old eunuch died just then was nothing to do with him at all. This is... Zhu Yan looked at Lin Ming and gulped. Just who was this masked man? The white guard was shaken. Their commander had died a gruesome death and now they were all left in a dilemma, unsure of what action to take. But escaping like this was also impossible. If it were known that they were all forced back by some person who seemed to be dying from lung disease, then none of them would be forgiven for this crime. 3 people quietly touched their wrist crossbows, wanting to sneak attack Lin Ming. They felt that Lin Ming was on the verge of death with some terminal disease, or perhaps he was some peerless master that had suffered grievous wounds. Although he was fierce, his origin energy was limited, and that move just then absolutely must not have been easy. This man might have even overdrawn his strength to accomplish it. As long as they could kill this person or heavily wound him, then victory was theirs. Of these 3 sneak attackers, 2 were at the peak pulse condensation realm and 1 was at the early Hotian realm. They were all top masters within the White Guard. But, as they prepared to shoot their concealed weapons, their bodies suddenly shook. Then their eyes glazed over and their bodies slumped to the ground as if someone had pulled out their spines. Their breathing stopped. They had died where they stood. And this time, Lin Ming hadn't even bothered to turn his head. He still faced the wash basin, beads of sweat dripping down his face. His expression was pained. This time, an even deeper silence fell over everyone. Even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Withdraw! Several nearby White Guard captains were scared senseless. If they had also attacked with the others just then they would also be corpses by now. The White Guard fled. Whether it was the high-level or middle-level members, they all felt as if they had encountered the devil. Without even moving, he had killed 4 top masters. Moreover, no one knew how he had attacked. It was like he had killed them all with nothing but a thought. To fight such an opponent, even describing it as an egg being smashing against a rock wasn't enough. The group of 100+ White Guard elites began to retreat like a falling tide. Lin Ming didn't pay any attention to this. He could already feel something wrong with him. His spiritual sea was in severe pain, a pain so intense it left him in a trance, almost unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. This agonizing pain continued for a quarter hour before it slowly faded away. Lin Ming picked up a blood-covered towel and slowly wiped his mouth. His entire body was drenched in sweat and his front was dyed deep red with blood. His face was as pale as paper. With this sort of appearance, it was hard for the others to imagine how he was still alive. Seeing Lin Ming wipe away his blood, Zhu Yan and the others were all quiet. At this time, no one knew what to say. Just half an hour ago, he had been vomiting blood. Yet, as he was coughing up blood, he had used but a thought to kill 2 great commanders and 2 guard captains of the White Guard. Those 4 were butchers that had taken innumerable lives. These were characters that could cause others to pale just from a mention of their names. From the moment the White Guard came to the moment they left, this masked youth had been coughing up blood the entire time, and even now he was still coughing. If a mortal were to vomit so much blood, they would have long exhausted themselves of any blood in their body. But this masked person seemed as if he could continue spewing blood. Then, there was only a single explanation for this, and that was that his body was regenerating blood at an unimaginable speed. Zhu Yan could tell from Lin Ming's chin and hands that he was an extremely young person, yet his strength had reached impossibly high boundaries. Could even a revolving core master accomplish what he did? Are you all right? Zhu Yan reluctantly said after some hesitation. Lin Ming turned to Zhu Yan. He was no longer vomiting blood, however this wasn't because his body had recovered but because of that bout of pain just then. His mortal body was now weak to the extreme and could no longer continue producing blood. Benefactor, you rescued all of our lives. I will carve this graciousness in my mind. Zhu Yan deeply bowed. Behind Zhu Yan, the other people as well as the 2 children also bowed. Lin Ming waved his hand, signaling for everyone to stand. Benefactor, do you plan on resting here, or would you like to travel with us? Zhu Yan said with some difficulty after looking at Lin Ming for some time. He certainly wished for Lin Ming to travel with them. He was well aware that Lin Ming wasn't a person of this world. As for the illness Lin Ming was stricken with, none of them could help and none of them would be able to understand it. Lin Ming looked at Zhu Yan and then at the little prince and princess behind him. As he saw the worry in the eyes of the little princess, he slowly nodded. Perhaps you would like to rest here, and then we can continue our journey in the morning? According to Zhu Yan's thoughts, the earlier they left the better. But he feared Lin Ming wouldn't have time to rest. Lin Ming shook his head. Rest is useless to me. Let us go. Well, okay. The group gathered their valuables and disguised themselves as a caravan. Then, they set off towards the northern desert. They didn't know whether it was because Lin Ming had frightened everyone, but even after journeying for hundreds of miles, they hadn't encountered the White Guard again. They met 2 groups of mountain bandits, but this level of opponent was something Zhu Yan and the others could easily handle. The road was bumpy. The little princess was listless and wan all day. After suffering malnutrition for such a long time and experiencing constant hunger and cold, her body had become weak. To travel a long-distance journey like this without stopping was unbearable for her. She was extremely tired, but as the carriage jolted about, she wasn't able to fall asleep at all. As for the small prince, he was slightly better. However, as the cold northern winds blew on his face, he was also pale. During a temporary rest on the road, Lin Ming came over to the little prince and little princess side, then handed a sheepskin water bag to them. "Big brother, this is..." The little girl was a little more familiar with Lin Ming. She opened her wide eyes towards him. "It's snow pear water. It's tasty." Lin Ming smiled. The two children listened in delight and happily took the sheepskin water bag, each one taking big gulps of it. They were children born and raised in the imperial palace and had drunk luxury snow pear water all their lives. But the snow pear water that Lin Ming gave them was clearly different. It didn't taste sweet, but it was fragrant, far more fragrant than any top-quality cooking wine in the royal kitchen. Moreover, as soon as they drank it, they began to feel a little faint, as if they were drunk. The two children only drank a little before their faces turned ruddy, and they managed to fall asleep. Zhu Yan watched all of this from the corner of his eyes. "Benefactor, this is..." Zhu Yan looked at the sheepskin water bag in the little girl's hand. A little bit of liquid dripped down from it and emitted a light fragrance that warmed the heart. This might be a supreme medicine of the world. This thought flashed through Zhu Yan's mind. He had seen Lin Ming take out a pill and then dip it in the water bag before immediately taking it back out. Then the water had become a treasure medicine. If so, then the value of this pill was... Zhu Yan felt this was unbelievable. At this time, Lin Ming took the water bag and casually said, "You drink some too." Zhu Yan felt somewhat apologetic. He declined, "I'm already too old. Drinking it is a waste. There's a lot of it," Lin Ming thoughtlessly said. Zhu Yan finally couldn't help it and received the water bag. He drank a big gulp and then felt a stream of heat pour into his dantian, causing his entire body to be warmed. Not only was all of his exhaustion swept away, but even his dantian that had remained quiet for so many years began to stir. This sort of feeling was like his injured body being revitalized and coming back to life. He was simultaneously overjoyed but also filled with disbelief. He had fought year after year and injuries had accumulated in his body for far too long. Due to this, he had sought out famed doctors, and even these doctors said his wounds were impossible to cure. Zhu Yan was well aware of his bodily situation and felt that this was what his life would be like. He never thought that this masked person would only wet some water with a medicine, and then with a single drink it would have such an effect. It was far too inconceivable. Zhu Yan couldn't imagine just what sort of effect there would be if he ate this pill. Lin Ming silently wrapped up the pill and handed it to Zhu Yan. "Take it. Dip it in some warm water and you can use it to restore the hidden wounds that have accumulated in your body. It will allow you to live for several dozen more years, and can also help those two children recuperate and lay down their foundation. But remember that you cannot eat it up directly. Otherwise your body will explode from the energy. Also, do not allow anyone to know about this pill. Otherwise you will draw a fatal disaster upon yourself." Out of the countless pills Lin Ming had on his body, this pill had a low value and was one of the most temperate. Zhu Yan was flustered as he looked at the pill. This was a medicine that could even stir the heart of a divine sea sovereign. He refused again and again, saying, "This is far too precious. I cannot take it. Moreover, benefactor is injured, so you will need nourishing medicines." Zhu Yan didn't understand. If this masked person has such a wonderful spirit medicine, how come he didn't eat it? Lin Ming sighed. He shook his head. "Even if it was 100 times or 1,000 times more precious, it would still be useless to me. Take it." Zhu Yan was stunned. Even a medicine 100 times more precious was useless to this masked person? He didn't even have time to respond. Lin Ming simply flicked his fingers and this pill flew into Zhu Yan's spatial ring, without Zhu Yan's involvement at all. To Lin Ming, who was skilled in the space laws, such a low-level spatial ring existed in name only. Zhu Yan looked at Lin Ming and was left speechless. He could faintly guess that such a priceless-seeming pill might be nothing to Lin Ming. He couldn't help but ask, "Why does benefactor bestow such a generous gift on someone like me? If I am not wrong, then benefactor should be a peak person in this world. However, you somehow ended up in distress here." I fear that to benefactor, everyone here is nothing more than ants. Why would you meddle in the affairs of mortals? When a person walked down the road and saw a group of ants fall into a puddle of water, they would rarely go and help them. Thus, Zhu Yan couldn't understand just why Lin Ming searched for the little princess and also killed the white guard, sending them running away. Lin Ming even gave him a pill and accompanied their group to the north. This was all inconceivable. Lin Ming spookily said, "This is the circle of cause and effect. Originally, the samsara of a mortal's life and death was a part of the heavenly Tao. Lin Ming didn't want to interfere in it. However, Zhu Yan was different. This was because Zhu Yan had become like he had today because of Lin Ming. At the same time, the trajectory of Lin Ming's life had been greatly influenced by Zhu Yan. If it weren't for Zhu Yan stealing Lan Yunue away, then Lin Ming's current life might be completely different. However, history had no ifs and whats. What happened was what happened. Lin Ming and Zhu Yan. One was a person who once stood at the highest levels of the 33 heavens, and the other was thoroughly immortal. Yet, between these two there was a convoluted karma that bound them. And this karma was planted the moment Lin Ming stepped onto the road of martial arts. Today, Lin Ming had rescued Zhu Yan not to interfere with the natural samsara of the heavenly Tao, but in order to bring their karmic circle to an end. These were things that Lin Ming naturally couldn't explain to Zhu Yan, and as Zhu Yan saw that Lin Ming didn't wish to speak of it, he also gave up asking. The two people were silent for a long time. Then, Lin Ming looked at Zhu Yan and asked, "The nation has already fallen. So why are you still loyal to the old dynasty? You should know that once the destiny of a dynasty has come to its end, wanting to revive it is an extremely difficult matter." Lin Ming felt sad for Zhu Yan. Ever since ancient times, once an old dynasty was destroyed and replaced, it rarely ever managed to stage a comeback. Even if they somehow managed to establish some semblance of political power, they would last at most 10 to 20 years while lingering around in a pitiful state. Zhu Yan's future was uncertain and perilous. Even if he tried his best until the last beat of his heart, he might not be able to produce any results. Zhu Yan was silent. He looked at the skies. His old eyes seemed to flash with a sense of loss, as if he were recalling days gone by. Slowly, he said, "I am loyal to the previous emperor because of graciousness. My surname was originally Zhu. Over 100 years ago, my family was prosperous and my aunt was an imperial consort. My road in life was to help the prince seize the throne, where he would afterwards appoint me to a position high in the court and where I would enjoy great wealth and riches. I could have been called young and talented, but it was because of this that I was stubborn and unruly, frivolous with my actions. And because of who I had been, I made a mistake. I never thought that this minor matter, which was nothing in my mind, would actually turn my life upside down. My life, from the highest peak, fell into the lowest abyss. I was defeated. Under the gaze of everyone, I lost in a fair battle. And my opponent was much younger than I was. My woman left me, but it wasn't because she abandoned me, but because I forced her away. At that time I had no choice but to do that. After that one battle I was severely wounded. But before I could recover, I was expelled from my family and the patriarch publicly severed all relations with me. I could no longer take the name of Zhu, and even the prince thought of me like some living plague, afraid that I would negatively affect his great cause. Alone, with nothing but my injuries, I left my family and lord and started to roam the world. My future was nothing but dark gloominess. I was able to see the fickleness and changes of the human heart, and at that time my life was without any rays of hope. But I was unwilling. The young me had a heart higher than the heavens. I thought, this world is unfair to me. I hardened my resolve to break into the Xiantian realm and have all those people who doubted and betrayed me know that they were mistaken. I wanted to prove to myself that I didn't need to depend on my family or anyone else, that I could fight my way through life on my own. I wanted to make a name for myself and return to my homeland with riches and glory. I wanted my family to know just how stupid they were for abandoning me. As Zhu Yan spoke, he seemed to shiver. He found it hard to maintain his calm. He took out a pot of wine from his waist and began drinking it. He rarely mentioned these past events to anyone. After that, for several decades, I experienced innumerable hardships. I experienced the warmth and coldness of humans. I understood the 100 changes of the human heart. I worked as a stableman, a soldier, an assassin, a warrior, and much more. Without the protection and shelter of my family, I could only rely on myself to cultivate the martial path, and I couldn't afford to use any resources. For resources, I risked my life countless times to obtain them. I wanted to soar to the heavens with a single step, but it was only afterwards I realized the truth. Reality is far too brutal. The young me simply wasn't strong at all. Those people that struggled with me were far, far stronger than I was, and there was a never-ending sea of them. This sort of competition couldn't even be described as tragic. To lose meant death. Several times as I was fighting for lucky chances, I received heavy wounds. However, because I didn't have good medicines to restore my body, the hidden wounds within me began to accumulate. Thus, my injuries became heavier and the condition of my body became increasingly poor. As I aged, my chances of breaking into the Xianxia realm became more and more uncertain. Later, I accidentally learned that my opponent had already reached an incomprehensibly lofty height. He entered the 4 divine kingdoms and even broke through the void with his martial path, ascending to the starry skies. But as for me, let alone the Xianxia realm, even breaking into the Hotian realm was difficult. The difference between us two was greater than the heavens and earth. Your idealistic dreams might seem wonderful, but reality is just brutally cruel. I finally realized that the young me was far too naive. With my heart that was higher than the heavens, I was sure that I would have tremendous success in life. I thought I could return home, famous and renowned, and slap the faces of all those who spoke ill of me. But in truth, I failed to achieve any of that. Later I understood that there were too many people who were just like me. They all thought they were different existences that were unique in this world. Everyone dreams of accomplishing their desires, but we are inevitably nothing more than mortals. I eventually had to accept the path that destiny had arranged for me and wake up from that beautiful dream I had. Because I was no longer young. During those days, although I experienced innumerable tribulations, these tribulations slowly grinded away my edges and corners, causing my character to change and become completely different from what I used to be. I began to learn how to restrain myself, learn how to think deeply of my actions and their consequences, learn to accept reality for what it was, learn to be grateful. The reason I am loyal to the old dynasty is because the first emperor, who has already passed away, once saved my life. When I was severely wounded and was on the precipice of death, he didn't give up on me. Rather, he gave his horse to me, and afterwards, he even spent an exorbitant amount of money to help cure my wounds, even if I didn't manage to cure my wounds in the end. So, even if the destiny of the old dynasty has been exhausted, I will still fight for it. The reason I do this is not to restore the old dynasty. I no longer desire glory or riches, and only do what I do for peace of mind once I die. As Zhu Yan spoke to hear, his old eyes were already wet with tears. He could no longer speak. He drank deeply and also gave his wine pot to Lin Ming. Lin Ming felt something stirring deep in his heart. He brought the wine pot to his lips and began pouring the wine down his throat. The warm wine, the simple sheepskin covering, the fluttering wind, the boundless desert, as well as 2 people who had once known each other and fought each other. Although their lives had taken completely different paths, at this point they were 2 people with similar moods, seemingly watching the fading horizon. This was a scene that couldn't be described with words. Somewhere, somehow, there seemed to be some inexplicable karmic cycle that brought Lin Ming and Zhu Yan, people of 2 completely different worlds, back together. Men do not cry easily, but that is because they haven't reached the source of sadness. Lin Ming didn't know just what feeling was in his heart. He stood up, silent, welcoming the strong winds. Whether it was mortals or the Empyreans and true divinities that stood above all, everyone had their own suffering, their own bitterness. Zhu Yan's life also had its tumultuous rises and falls. perhaps his experiences might not be worthy of mentioning to those who came from a higher realm. In comparison, Lin Ming's experiences were great matters that concerned the continued existence of the divine realm. Between these two, there were certainly differences. But in Lin Ming's eyes, people may be divided into the weak and strong, but when it came to suffering of the self, there was no difference. The pain in Zhu Yan's heart when he faced his tribulations was likely no less than his own. Zhu Yan's life, Lin Ming's life were both equal. From this meaning, Lin Ming was also a mortal. Zhu Yan had experienced the ups and downs of mortal life. He dreamed and hoped that he would rise in the future and strived for it, doing everything in his power to accomplish it. But in the end, he failed. Although he failed, he clearly recognized himself and recognized his own fate. He found himself and transformed himself, finding a new faith and fighting for it. Then what about Lin Ming? Without seeking riches and glory, only seeking peace of mind after death. Lin Ming quietly mulled over these words. He drank down more wine. Currently, he despaired far more than Zhu Yan of the past. Although Zhu Yan has lost everything, he had still been young and had a life ahead of him to continue struggling for the future. But as for himself, he wouldn't even have his life. He wanted to struggle, but there was no place to struggle. But Lin Ming didn't want to give up. Even if he died, he still wished to be at peace. Without asking to reverse his destiny, he would only ask to live a life without regrets. He could die because he had lost his soul force, but he could not allow himself to be defeated just because he lost his soul force. After accompanying Zhu Yan to his destination, Lin Ming left. Placed within the vast world, Zhu Yan might be some common and unnoticeable mortal. But because of some unknown and unpredictable karmic cycle, he had appeared twice in Lin Ming's life, and these two times were both when Lin Ming had reached his lowest point. Lin Ming's heart had changed. This transformation wasn't solely because of Zhu Yan. During these years where he had walked, what he had seen, what he had heard, what he had felt, all of these things marked themselves in Lin Ming's mind, changing his mood and his outlook on life. He didn't seek a reversal of fate. Rather, he only wished to live a life without regret. Lin Ming no longer roamed around. He estimated that he only had 30 to 40 years of life left. He didn't want to quietly die. In the last days of his life, he would put forth one final struggle. On this day, Lin Ming arrived at a barren hill that was far off from civilization. He used his fingers as a spear and slashed out. With a loud explosion, a deep cave was cut open into the hill. Lin Ming decided that from now until the end, he would go into deep seclusion training. Perhaps there was a chance. Although this chance approached zero, he would still try his best. If in the end he was still dying, then in the last few years of his life he would leave this barren hill and go to one last place, a vermilion bird divine kingdom. He would go there and see his parents one final time. Then he could die. Lin Ming walked into the cave and then sealed up the entrance. After resolving to walk down this final road, his heart was filled with determination. And this road was the only method Lin Ming could think of to cultivate. Moreover, the price of this cultivation was inexorably painful. It would cause Lin Ming's strength to fall to an unprecedented valley, and it would also reduce the little lifespan he had left. The 30 to 40 years of life he had left to live would be reduced to 10 to 20 years. And this could even be called a death road. Still, Lin Ming had to desperately risk his life. Faint traces of the power of divinity fluctuated within Lin Ming's body. Because of his weak fires of the soul, Lin Ming could no longer manipulate the massive amount of energy saved within his inner world. Instead, this energy had become a burden on him. But if he were to slowly dissipate these energies, then that was something he could accomplish. Each time, Lin Ming could move around 1,000th of the energy in his inner world. He drew this energy into his meridians and let it scatter outwards. In other words, this was dispersing his cultivation. Because of his weak soul, Lin Ming could no longer bear the potency of his own cultivation. If so, then he would simply force his cultivation to drop until it reached a level his soul force could withstand. This was a crazy decision. Dispersing one's cultivation was itself tremendously injurious to one's body. and Lin Ming's fires of life were already fading away like a candle in a storm. All of Lin Ming's pores opened. As the source energy escaped from his body, his eyebrows tightly wrinkled together. Pure agony swelled forth from within his body. Even so, Lin Ming's face revealed a decisiveness and resolution that was harder than metal. His eyes seemed to contain a stubborn unyieldingness, an unwillingness to yield to the fate that the heavens had arranged for him. As his source energy escaped, this affected Lin Ming's essence energy. Although Lin Ming's soul was weak and his fires of life were nearly extinguished, his mortal body was still incredibly powerful. Once his essence energy and blood were affected, the pores throughout his body would begin to release faint streams of blood. This fresh blood transpired from Lin Ming's body, mixed with the power of divinity, condensing into layers of blood mist around him. At the same time, Lin Ming's boundary began to constantly fall. From divine lord to divine transformation, and then from divine transformation to divine sea. All the way to life destruction. This speed of falling cultivation was alarming. If a martial artist were to disperse their cultivation like this, then that was no different from suicide. Lin Ming's mortal body was far too formidable. As his blood flowed out, his body constantly produced more. The mist of blood emitting from his pores scattered without end. This blood mist dyed the ground red, dyed the walls red, and dyed the ceiling red. Soon, the entire cave Lin Ming was in was dyed a deep blood red. More and more blood accumulated in layers. Lin Ming's face was pale white, but he grit his teeth and continued. He wanted to disperse everything in a single breath, breaking himself and then standing back up from the rubble. At this time, Lin Ming's cultivation had already fallen to the revolving core realm. His face was distorted beyond recognition and his teeth screeched as he bit down tight. Then, Lin Ming's inner world suddenly shook and began to crack open. A revolving core martial artist did not have an inner world. What they had was a dantian. An inner world was something that began opening when a martial artist reached the divine sea, and when they became a divine lord, their inner world would turn into a microcosm. But as Lin Ming's cultivation dropped, his inner world wouldn't transform into a dantian. Rather, it began collapsing in on itself. This was an even greater attack on Lin Ming. He slumped forwards and thrust his arms against the ground, his knuckles deeply embedding themselves into the rock. He began to retch, nearly vomiting out his stomach. Almost all of his blood had been drained. This inhuman pain was something Lin Ming had to bear. He clenched his teeth and didn't even mutter a single sound. In his heart, a desperate, unyielding spirit was struggling to survive. And at this time, something worth feeling grateful for suddenly occurred. That was, as his cultivation fell to the revolving core realm, the little bit of soul force left in his spiritual sea began to fuse together with the energy in his inner world. In other words, Lin Ming's cultivation had finally reached parity with his source soul force. He could cultivate like a normal martial artist could. He could train his soul again, train his cultivation again, moving forwards one step at a time, continuing to climb upwards. However, there was just a little something that was different. He was old. The fires of life and fires of the soul of a young revolving core martial artist might be small and weak, but they could be grown. As for Lin Ming's fires of life and fires of the soul, the majority had been taken away by someone else, making Lin Ming the equivalent of a person in the twilight of their years. He had less than 20 years of life remaining. This was the same as an old person at the end of their road. Although Lin Ming's appearance was still young, his eyes were muddy and gloomy, and this was all because his powerful mortal body was continuing to support him. If he hadn't absorbed so much god-beast blood and the Azura blood, then Lin Ming feared he would have completely become like an old man on the verge of death. An old person with his remaining 20-some years of life had to increase his cultivation to at least the Holy Lord realm. Just what was the possibility of this? Lin Ming didn't know, but he would continue to desperately push forwards. Whether or not he could increase his cultivation, he would still try his best to cultivate, not even wasting a single moment. More than once he had affirmed to himself that he would be a moth fluttering towards the fire. He had said to Lan Yunue, had said to Shang Mei, and had even said to himself, Even if I am a small and weak moth, I will walk into the flames without hesitation. I will fight my destiny for a 1 in a million chance that I will experience my own samsara and be reborn as a flaming phoenix. But that oath had never been tested in such a tragic and brutal manner as today, where he was placed in such a hopeless death trap. Lin Ming knew just how little hope there was on this road, but if he cultivated, there was at least a tiny ray of hope, a chance to turn everything around. If he gave up, that would just be waiting for death. Lin Ming didn't walk the same path of cultivation. In the past, when Lin Ming was at the revolving core realm, he had gone to the Holy Demon Continent and the Eternal Demon Abyss to adventure. Then, he returned to the Sky Spill Continent to strike down Xianxia before making a trip to the 4 Divine Kingdoms. After absorbing all sorts of resources, he managed to break into life destruction. That sort of cultivation method was the best possible given Lin Ming's circumstances at the time. But to the present Lin Ming, all of that was meaningless. All the previous cultivation methods of his past weren't of much value to Lin Ming currently. Lin Ming's only hope for revival was the Holy Scripture and Heavenly Sutra. The Great Tao was boundless and limitless. According to Zhang Baoyun's words, if there was a highest martial arts peak in this world, then it would likely be the fusion of the Holy Scripture and Heavenly Sutra, as well as the triumvirate of essence, energy, and divine. Lin Ming's life source was ruined and conventional cultivation methods had no significance to him. His only possible path out was to search the Holy Scripture and Heavenly Sutra for a turning point to reverse the Heavenly Tao. However, he only had 20-some years left to live. Day after day, year after year. Training continued without sense of time. Soon, 15 years passed. Lin Ming sat motionless in the stone cave. His cultivation had paused at the revolving core realm and didn't break into life destruction. This was because he didn't cultivate at all during these past 15 years. Rather, he was enlightening himself. With his return to the mortal realm for so many years, he had seen the myriad changes and moods of mortality, and he used these feelings to become more aware of the Holy Scripture and Heavenly Sutra. The Heavenly Sutra that cultivated the universe of the world was in essence the Heavenly Tao and nature itself. In the past, Lin Ming's understanding of the Heavenly Tao had been confined to perceiving each law, where he was limited in the 33 Great Taos. In truth, this was already an incredibly deep level of comprehension. Let alone the martial artists of the lower realms who couldn't even walk down the road of a single law to its extremes. Even a supreme elder of the divine realm would often only cultivate a single law to the peak in their entire life. They simply wouldn't have the good fortune to come into contact with the 33 Great Taos. But now, the Heavenly Sutra that Lin Ming was understanding was no longer just becoming enlightened on these things. The laws were a part of the Heavenly Tao, but they weren't everything. There was much, much more. As Lin Ming walked through the world during these years, he had seen the samsara of the Heavenly Tao, he had seen birth and death. All of this was a part of the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao was constant, but life was forever changing. Lin Ming now possessed a deeper understanding of the Heavenly Tao. And these understandings were all fused into the Heavenly Sutra, causing the Heavenly Sutra to include many things that it didn't before. It had to be known that when the Azura Roadmaster created the Heavenly Sutra, he had used 3.3 billion years to do so. One life, one Empyrean, one life, one divinity. The Heavenly Sutra could be called broad and profound, but if one wished to add to it, wanted to fuse their own feelings and understandings into it, wasn't that easier said than done. But Lin Ming was boldly doing all of this. He didn't know if what he added was right or wrong. But what he did know was that what he added was most perfectly suited to himself. After the Heavenly Sutra was the Holy Scripture. To the current Lin Ming, the Holy Scripture was in truth more important. This was because the Holy Scripture that cultivated the inner universe was in essence cultivating one's existence, cultivating one's life. In these years, Lin Ming's understanding of life had become more deep than it was. He slowly savored the taste of life. He savored not only his own life, but the life of others. Suffering children, a poor auntie who set up a stall, Zhu Yan whose heart was higher than the heavens, but was eventually defeated by reality, and even then didn't give up, but decided to pursue a new goal in life. And even Zhang Baoyun, who desperately chased after his goals without any hesitation. He had seen 100 ways of life. Now that he looked through the Holy Scripture again, his mentality had become completely different from before. The Holy Scripture that Lin Ming obtained was in truth extremely incomplete. He hadn't seen the pages of death from the Holy Scripture. When Xiang Mei had given Lin Ming the duplicate copy jade slip of the golden pages, their content had been that of the pages of life. Moreover, as a mere copy, there was inevitably wrong information in what was recorded. As for the black book that was recorded in the Holy Scripture and was now in the Soul Emperor's hands, Lin Ming hadn't even seen it. The pages of death from the Holy Scripture were even more mysterious. If Lin Ming wished to enlighten himself on the Holy Scripture like this, it was an impossible task. After all, Lin Ming hadn't even lived for 200 years. However, Lin Ming truly did become aware of some things. Of course, the things he comprehended weren't as deep and all-encompassing as what would be written in the pages of death. Still, as long as he could perceive things that were most suited to himself, that was more than enough. This was because currently, Lin Ming was experiencing death. He could watch as his own fires of life faded more and more with each passing day, and could feel death arriving closer with each moment. He could even clearly hear the footsteps of the Grim Reaper coming for him. To understand life and death on the verge of oblivion, there was no situation that was more profound than now. In fact, even the creator of the Holy Scripture didn't manage to thoroughly comprehend death. The art of eternal life that he established also had its flaws. At the very least, the creator of the Holy Scripture didn't manage to obtain immortality. Perhaps, this might have been because the creator of the Holy Scripture hadn't experienced the despair of witnessing his own fires of life dimming down with each day. That creator had never experienced what Lin Ming was feeling now, to understand the heavenly Tao and perceive life and death. Lin Ming sat motionlessly in the cave. Dust fell over his body. Like this, 3 more years passed. Lin Ming's fires of life were now a candle in the wind, seeming as if it could be extinguished at any moment. However, Lin Ming's face was like a rock sculpture, lacking any emotion at all. His heart was calm to the extreme. In this absolute silence, Lin Ming quietly comprehended the Holy Scripture's pages of death. He wanted to thoroughly understand death and then seek out life from death. He had far too many matters left unfinished. His life passed. Lin Ming's eyes became increasingly cloudy with each day. His eyes were like the Soul Emperor's eyes in the past. After opening them, the cataracts were so pronounced that he nearly lost his sight. His mortal body remained as formidable as it was before. But because of his feeble soul, he lost control over his own body. He could no longer move his lower legs. Lin Ming was silent. He had been sitting cross-legged on the ground for all this time, and now he could no longer feel his calves. This sort of feeling or lack of feeling slowly spread upwards, as if he were being petrified over time. From his calves, next was his thighs, his waist. Currently, Lin Ming truly was like a statue. If his soul were to completely die away at this time, then his life would have reached its end. But his mortal body would remain behind, not rotting even after 100,000 years. Gradually, Lin Ming lost all feeling in his chest. Even the movement of his arms slowed down. Although his heart was still beating and blood was pumping through his veins, it wasn't something controlled by Lin Ming at all. Death had never been this close. Still, he didn't manage to find a way to live through comprehending the pages of death. All of this was just far too difficult. Even if Lin Ming's foundation was solid to the limit, even if he had experienced the ups and downs of life, had seen the myriad states of humanity, had become thoroughly aware of his own life, even then, wanting to find a way to live from the threat of certain death was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. How hateful! If only I was given another 100 years to perceive. If only I could use the magic cube. Lin Ming was unwilling. He didn't want to die through the depletion of his soul. If he could use a divine instrument of the soul like the magic cube, then although it wouldn't cause Lin Ming's fires of life to blaze brightly once more, he could still use it to stabilize his spiritual sea and slow down the collapse of his inner world. Lin Ming could feel that his days were numbered. he didn't have much time left remaining. If things continued like this, then he absolutely would not be able to find a turning point in his own fate. However, he didn't want to give up like before. He called upon the tiny bit of soul force left remaining within his body and poured it into his collapsed inner world, where it would flutter towards the magic cube. In Lin Ming's fragmented inner universe that was filled with holes everywhere, the magic cube floated in space. This space was deathly still, with massive spatial cracks spreading out in all directions. A tiny, imperceptible stream of soul fire flew out from the space crack and towards the magic cube. This was nearly all of the little bit of soul force that Lin Ming had left remaining. This tiny trace of soul force was infused with the entirety of the feelings that Lin Ming had realized. He poured in his complete understandings of the heavenly Tao samsara that mortals encountered. He added in everything he had learned about the samsara of life and death. This was the fruit that resulted from Lin Ming's last 20 years of cultivation. The weak bit of soul fire fluttered towards the magic cube and then disappeared into it. Like a tiny stream converging into a lake, there was no change at all. The magic cube continued to revolve in that shattered space, spinning as it did before. Lin Ming quietly waited. What he waited for was death, or perhaps a miracle. His mind was as still as a placid lake. Even though he could sense his source soul force weakening with every day, even when he couldn't operate the magic cube, he still maintained his calm and quiet expression from beginning to end. Lin Ming felt his heart tighten. If he were to fail here, then that was the will of the heavens and the fate of those who live and die. If he died here, then that would be a part of the heavenly Tao samsara. If humanity was on the decline and would eventually be annihilated by the saints and the spiritas, then this was simply the will of the heavens. In the long river of history, there had never been a race that was glorious until the end of time. Time silently passed. Lin Ming's heart reached an unprecedented state of clarity. He recalled his life. In his short several dozen years of life, he had experienced glory, had experienced despair, and had shown nothing but disdain for any rivals who dared to challenge him. In the end, he even made a saint true divinity unable to remain calm. But in the end, he had come to such a result? As Lin Ming recalled his life, he heard a light sound. This impossibly weak sound seemed to be from his inner world sympathetically resonating with him. This caused Lin Ming's nearly dried-up spiritual sea to slowly tremble. This was a never-before-seen degree of clarity. He could see that in his inner world, the magic cube was lightly trembling. This trembling was weak, but Lin Ming could immediately feel a warm and loving soul force. This soul force was connecting to his own spiritual sea, and was even related to the magic cube. However, Lin Ming's current soul force was far from enough to open the magic cube. Thus, he was surprised to hear an elderly voice echo in his ears. "Lin Ming, it's been a while since we last saw each other." The sound was... Lin Ming was stunned. This was Empyrean Divine Mist. In the past, Lin Ming entered the Azura Road and was forced into Tragic Death Valley by Tian Mingzi. In Tragic Death Valley, he met Empyrean Divine Mist. Empyrean Divine Mist showed Lin Ming graciousness by teaching him. Because Empyrean Divine Mist had been trapped there for so many years, he had consumed a great deal of his soul force and didn't have much time left remaining. Thus, Lin Ming sealed his soul into the magic cube where he could rest deeply. Lin Ming hoped that there would be a day in the future when he could help Empyrean Divine Mist restore his vitality and remold his soul. Although Empyrean Divine Mist might not be restored to his situation from the past, Empyrean Divine Mist hoped he could still live out the rest of his natural lifespan. After that, Lin Ming fell into a slaughter of life and death. Because of humanity's great calamity and the fact that Empyrean Divine Mist had fallen asleep in the magic cube, he had never thought of a day when Empyrean Divine Mist would awaken. Senior. Upon suddenly hearing the voice of Empyrean Divine Mist, Lin Ming didn't know just what taste was in his heart. Those days when he met Divine Mist in Tragic Valley, to the short several dozen years that had passed to now, everything seemed as if it were a lifetime ago, a far-off, distant memory. In these 20-some years, although Lin Ming had seen many people he once knew, he always wore a mask and encountered them as a stranger. No matter what, the feeling was different. The truth was that during this period when Lin Ming's life had fallen to its lowest valleys, when he was enduring the greatest hardships, he sorely needed someone to support him and accompany him. And in this situation, to meet Empyrean Divine Mist again, Lin Ming felt gratefulness deep in his heart. No wonder the magic cube was able to awaken. So it was Senior helping. Lin Ming no longer possessed the ability to open the magic cube on his own. It was Empyrean Divine Mist who had used his soul force to make up for Lin Ming's weakness. Empyrean Divine Mist only had his soul form left over, and it was also extremely weak. During these past years, his soul form had been sealed away in the magic cube where it had recovered a little bit. But wanting to return to his previous heights was no longer possible. The magic cube slowly trembled. It flew out from Lin Ming's inner world and into his spiritual sea. Lin Ming's spiritual sea was dried up of soul force. But as the magic cube appeared, it slowly moistened, even glowing with faint hints of life. After 20-some years, Lin Ming was finally able to open the magic cube once more. This was a throbbing that came from his soul. A long-lost feeling that turned Lin Ming's eyes wet with tears and caused his heart to be filled with emotion. "Senior, thank you for this help," Lin Ming said with heartfelt gratitude. He slowly blended his soul with the magic cube. He saw the space within the magic cube once more and that galaxy of soul fragments that shined like stars. After so many years, these soul fragments still slowly revolved. Lin Ming had seen this scene many times before. It was far too familiar. However, as Lin Ming was gazing around, his heart shook. He looked towards the central point of these countless soul fragments with disbelief on his face. Originally, at the center of these innumerable soul fragments there had been a light sphere as bright as a sun. All of the soul fragments had revolved around this light sphere. This light sphere had been Mo Eversnow's main soul. In the past, Mo Eversnow had burned her soul to use the magic cube, and her soul had deeply slumbered within it ever since. Afterward, as her soul regained consciousness and even possessed a new body, this sphere of light had disappeared from the magic cube. All the soul fragments began to revolve around a point of nothingness. But today, at this central point that had contained nothing, there was a wisp of soul fire. From this wisp of soul fire, an unusual aura emanated. It was only the size of a bean and the light wasn't too intense, but when contrasted against the numerous surrounding soul fragments, Lin Ming could faintly feel that this wisp of soul fire was like a pearl glowing in the dim of night, emitting a radiance that was hard to describe. Lin Ming was sure that this soul fire had only appeared afterwards. Its aura didn't belong to him nor to Empyrean Divine Mist. It had an essential difference from the many surrounding soul fragments. Lin Ming held his breath, seeing this soul fire slowly and tranquilly burning in the void. He could make out that at the center of it there was a tiny mote of something that shined, as if it were like a seed. As Lin Ming's soul force touched upon this seed, he could clearly feel a harmonious synchronicity with it, as if this soul seed shared origins with Lin Ming's soul. But the difference was that compared to Lin Ming's soul, this soul seed was far more gentle. As Lin Ming's soul force came into contact with it, he felt as if he were drifting in a warm sea, his soul force being nourished and revitalized. This was a comfort beyond description, and one that Lin Ming seemed to have experienced before. Over 20 years ago, when Lin Ming ate that devil fruit which caused him to lose his sanity, he had made love and joined together with Xianxia. This was the same feeling from back then. Although this was a memory that Lin Ming didn't want to recall, he had to admit that this was a wonderful feeling. This wasn't merely pleasure of the physical body, but a form of sublimation of the soul. At the time when Lin Ming and Xianxia had joined together, the majority of it had been a union of their souls and minds. The union of their mortal bodies was only a small part of it. Although Lin Ming's thoughts had blurred because he had eaten the devil fruit, he was still incomparably clear about the feeling which accompanied his soul seeming to melt away. He could recall that memory like it was just yesterday. Looking at the soul seed hidden in the magic cube, Lin Ming was stunned. Xianxia, this sort of aura, this feeling of soul compatibility, there was no way he could be wrong. This was left behind by Xianxia. This is source soul force left behind by Xianxia? Lin Ming's thoughts seemed to turn completely over. Xianxia had actually left behind a wisp of her source soul force in the magic cube. One's source soul force was precious beyond compare. Every time a martial artist lost some, it would cause their fires of life to weaken. Although Xianxia had only left behind this tiny wisp of her source soul force, it would inevitably affect her future cultivation. And Lin Ming vaguely knew that Xianxia's circumstances weren't good at all. There was some dark secret that the two shared. Otherwise, there was no way she would propose leaving with him for 100 million years. In this sort of situation, Xianxia had quietly left behind some of her source soul force in his body. Just what was she planning? She hid her source soul force in the magic cube. Did she discover the magic cube? Lin Ming was puzzled. If Xianxia discovered the magic cube, why wouldn't she take it? She might not have. Divine Mist shook his head. The magic cube is a divine object that transcends the boundaries of true divinity. If it is activated, then it is easy to detect. But if it lays silent, then it is extremely, extremely difficult to sense. The source soul force left behind by that woman should have been actively taken in by the magic cube. Empyrean Divine Mist suggested a possibility. Lin Ming nodded. When Xianxia ate the devil fruit from that abyssal tree, her mind had also become blurry. It would have been difficult for her to sense the magic cube. Moreover, even if she felt the existence of the magic cube, she still wouldn't dare to take it, because she needed to hide the truth from the Soul Emperor. The Soul Emperor was likely on guard against Xianxia. Thinking carefully about it, perhaps the reason Xianxia chose to use her method of joining with him and drawing out his eternal soul was all in order to quietly leave behind this wisp of source soul force. She took 99% of my source soul force and yet left behind a wisp of her own, Lin Ming whispered. Xianxia seemed to have put a painstaking amount of thought behind all of this. Just what was she thinking? Lin Ming thought that the reason Xianxia joined with him and gave her primordial yin to him was because she felt guilty towards him, even though she had developed some feelings for him. But now it seemed that this wasn't necessarily true. Perhaps she had deeper intentions than he had thought. Lin Ming looked at the wisp of source soul force. This source soul force wasn't strong, and even if he absorbed it, it would be impossible for him to restore himself to his original state. Not even a tenth of what he had been. Moreover, absorbing another person's source soul force wasn't easy at all. Lin Ming hesitantly reached out a hand and touched this source soul force. When his fingertips touched it, this source soul force remained as peaceful as before, and a stream of memories began flowing into Lin Ming. These were Xianxia's memories. The Holy Scriptures' pages of death. Xianxia had left some of her comprehensions of the Holy Scriptures' pages of death in this source soul force and had passed it to him. For a time, Lin Ming's mind was in turmoil. The Holy Scriptures' pages of death were extremely mysterious, and Xianxia didn't possess the heart mantras for the pages of death either. Lin Ming had given his all to use the last remaining years of his life to become aware of the feeling of death. He wished he could write his own pages of death in the Holy Scripture. But wasn't all of this easier said than done? Although Lin Ming had achieved a result worthy of being proud of, it was still far from enough. After all, he only had 20 years. No matter how deep his comprehensions were, it was useless. But if Xianxia added on her own understandings of the Holy Scriptures' pages of death, then that was completely different. Xianxia. She? Just what is she? Lin Ming recalled the moment he had woken up after joining with Xianxia. Because of the extreme despair and unwilling hatred in his heart, he had spat out vicious and poisonous words at her. At that time, Xianxia's expression had been extremely complex. There had been both anger and aggrievedness in her eyes. But in the next moment, her eyes had become icy and her voice indifferent. As this scene echoed in his mind, Lin Ming felt a strange taste fill his heart. Xianxia had paid such a price in order to leave comprehensions of the Holy Scriptures' pages of death within him. Was this so he could comprehend it? Lin Ming could feel that the pages of death left behind by Xianxia were incredibly incomplete. Perhaps the black book that the Soul Emperor allowed Xianxia to study wasn't the complete book. And after Xianxia studied it, she only gave a portion of her experiences to Lin Ming. After all, Xianxia had to consider her own cultivation. She had her own road of martial arts to walk, and losing this wisp of source soul force was her limit. Moreover, it was possible that if Xianxia were to lose any more of her source soul force, the Soul Emperor might discover this anomaly. If he were to check up on anything strange that might be happening with his divine sense, then everything Xianxia did would have gone to waste. Xianxia had only left these tiny bits of experience to Lin Ming so that he could use it to try and reverse his life. The difficulty of this was harder than ascending to heaven. In normal times Lin Ming wouldn't have succeeded. But now there was a possibility. This was because during these past years, Lin Ming had perceived the feeling of life and death. His mood, his character had undergone a life-changing transformation. Of the incomplete portions of the pages of death, Lin Ming could supplement them with his own laws of cultivation. When Xianxia left behind this chess piece, she likely didn't have much hope of success. Lin Ming muttered. He forced a smile. Xianxia had a profound understanding of him. This was because she had seen him create miracles so many times that she would believe he had a chance of reversing such a hopeless situation. Thus, she had done all of this no matter how slim the chance was. Because she paid such a great price, Lin Ming faintly guessed that not only were there disagreements between Xianxia and the Soul Emperor, but there also existed a deep hatred. In fact, Xianxia might not have any real feelings towards him. All she desired was an ally, a truly heaven-gifted genius, an infinitely rare talent that was sure to become an extreme true divinity in the future. She wanted such an ally to help her resist the Soul Emperor. Realizing this, Lin Ming felt just how terrifying the Soul Emperor was. A person that could cause such fear in Xianxia, just what was he scheming? Senior Divine Mist, please lend this junior a hand one more time. Lin Ming was unable to activate the magic cube on his own. He needed support from Divine Mist strength. Empyrean Divine Mist manifested into a dim figure within the magic cube. He looked at Lin Ming and said, "All right." To refine someone else's source soul force wasn't easy at all. But if Lin Ming were to use the magic cube to do this, it would be far more simple. When Lin Ming sucked the source soul force left behind by Xianxia into his own spiritual sea, he didn't feel any backlash come from it. It slowly fused into Lin Ming's spiritual sea, becoming part of it. This point left 100 different tastes percolating in Lin Ming's mind. Perhaps this was because Xianxia consciously made this decision. Perhaps this was because Lin Ming's soul had fused with Xianxia's, but no matter what the reason was, Lin Ming's spiritual sea and Xianxia's spiritual sea now shared an inexplicable relationship with each other. For a time, memories swelled towards him like waves. All of these memories containing Xianxia's comprehensions of the Holy Scripture's pages of death. These experiences and feelings fused with Lin Ming's own comprehensions of death. A little at a time. Slowly, Lin Ming's soul immersed itself in the magic cube. With the nourishment of the magic cube, he began to understand death. His soul had already reached the edge of complete exhaustion. But because of the magic cube, it didn't collapse. And this condition continued for a long time. Over time, Lin Ming's hair began to wither. The sockets of his eyes deepened. His skin grayed, and his pupils were no longer black but had lost all color. Lin Ming now lived on the precipice of life and death. His eyes had lost their sight and his breath nearly disappeared, as if he would die in the next moment. But as Lin Ming reached this unprecedented border of death, his understandings of the pages of death also reached a new peak. This process continued for a month. Late one night, Lin Ming's unbelievably weakened fires of life finally extinguished. His heart stopped beating. In that moment, all of the life activity in Lin Ming's body had stopped. He experienced true death. The truth was that the moment Xianxia drew out Lin Ming's source soul force, Lin Ming was doomed to die. This was an irreversible road. His soul weakened year after year. It was no longer possible to restore his ruined vitality and dwindling fires of life. His body was like rotten wood, having lost all life. But even dead wood could bring forth new growth. However, even though dead wood could summon new growth, an old tree was still an old tree. A lush new branch and leaf could bring a bit of green to dead wood. but it could never restore that tree to the true vibrant vitality of a small newborn sapling. And it was even more impossible for that dead wood to grow up as a towering new tree. Lin Ming was now in such a situation. To have his current mortal body and spiritual sea glow with the light of rebirth was something that violated the heavenly Tao rules, just like an old man on the verge of death becoming rejuvenated and being restored to his youth. This was simply impossible. But there was one possible situation. That was, if the new shoot that grew from a piece of dead wood could absorb all the nutrition from that old tree and then take root in the ground, then it could truly grow into a towering tree that reached into the skies. Break everything down to nothing and then stand back up tall. This was an eternal truth. If one could simultaneously comprehend the Holy Scripture's pages of life and pages of death to the extreme, then the truth was that this was equal to comprehending the most core cultivation method within the Holy Scripture, the grand reincarnation art. Reincarnation, that was the process of returning from death to life. Contained within this technique were the secrets of life and death. If one couldn't comprehend them, then not only would their reincarnation fail, but anyone that tried cultivating the grand reincarnation art would perish into dust, forever disappearing from the world. What Lin Ming did now was the equivalent of stepping into the first revolution of the grand reincarnation art. The first revolution should have been simple, but since Lin Ming was doing all of this with his utterly ruined body, it was the same as gaining a new lease on life. This technique became far, far more difficult. Lin Ming's dead mortal body remained silent. His spiritual sea lost all vitality, and his inner world was already covered in horrifying fissures and had become a devastated land. This process continued for several days. Then, Lin Ming's mortal body began to decay. His skin wrinkled and dried out. His blood vessels shrank. His organs started to rot. Originally, with Lin Ming having opened the 9 stars of the Tao Palace and having absorbed the bloodlines of many god beasts and also the Azura blood, with such a powerful mortal body, even if he died his body still wouldn't have decayed after 100,000 years. But now, not only was Lin Ming's mortal body decaying, but it was decaying at a speed visible to the eyes, as if hundreds of years were compressed into quarter hours of time. The reason this occurred was because all of Lin Ming's flesh and blood essence had been drawn out and gathered into the magic cube. With all the essence energy screened out, all that was left remaining was a mortal body that had lost all vitality. The speed of decay would naturally be faster. And as Lin Ming's mortal body decayed, his withered spiritual sea and sundered inner world started to thoroughly collapse. For a time, 2 avatars appeared beside Lin Ming's dilapidated body. These 2 avatars were Lin Ming's Essence Energy Avatar, the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone, and the Soul Force Avatar, the Soul Springs Divine Embryo. The 2 avatars were motionless. These 2 avatars were under the control of Lin Ming's true self. With the true self's soul force completely withered away, Lin Ming had no mental strength to command them. Besides the 2 avatars, there was also a black dragon egg that was covered with snaking patterns. This dragon egg slowly shimmered, one moment light, one moment dark. An intensely potent fluctuation of life blazed within this dragon egg, seeming to be closely connected to Lin Ming's body. Seeing this dragon egg, Empyrean Divine Mist was stunned. He faintly felt that the moment Lin Ming's flesh and blood essence began to gather, the vitality within this dragon egg seemed to gather with Lin Ming's own vitality. The small life within the dragon egg was finally ready to emerge. Empyrean Divine Mist didn't have time to probe what was occurring. At this time, Lin Ming's mortal body finally completely withered away, and all of his flesh and blood essence gathered itself into the magic cube. Besides Lin Ming's flesh and blood essence, the phantom of a heretical god tree that was emblazoned with fantastical runes also flew into the magic cube. A vivid true dragon phantom, true phoenix phantom, Bodhi tree phantom, Azura war god phantom. All sorts of phantoms flew into the magic cube, one after another. At the same time, Lin Ming's body shrank more and more. Finally, it rotted away into nothing, and even the bones eroded. And in the air above this ruined body, the magic cube slowly floated. At the place where all the essence was gathered, a dazzling divine light shined. Within the dark cave, it was like a sun was dawning. Incredibly beautiful, This sphere of divine light constantly changed. Finally, it converged within the space of the magic cube. The energy also gradually solidified until it formed a cocoon. In the center of this cocoon, one could faintly make out a small embryonic life form that was slowly breeding. However, this life form was even smaller than a baby in a mortal mother's belly. It was only the size of a palm and looked extremely fragile. This was Lin Ming's body after rebirth. Empyrean Divine Mist witnessed all of these changes, his mind quaking all the while. This was truly what it meant to break down everything and then stand back up. Lin Ming had completed the first revolution from death to life of the grand reincarnation art. Because Lin Ming had been on the verge of death, this reincarnation was far more thorough. Compared to the grand reincarnation art of Shang Mei and the Soul Emperor, his first revolution likely far exceeded theirs. To have such an effect was because Lin Ming had begun walking down his own road. He didn't totally depend on the pages of life and pages of death from the Holy Scripture alone, but had instead added in his own understandings. What he felt and had become aware of after wandering the world for dozens of years, the samsara of the heavenly Tao, all of this was completely fused with the grand reincarnation art, allowing him to find a road to reincarnation that suited him the most. Lin Ming, perhaps you might be the only one in history, Empyrean Divine Mist quietly mumbled. In the past, Empyrean Divine Mist believed that if Lin Ming could become a character similar to the Azura Roadmaster, then that would be the greatest achievement he could ever obtain. But now, Empyrean Divine Mist had a faint premonition that because Lin Ming had risen from the ashes, rebirthing himself through reincarnation, then there was a chance that he could establish his own road of martial arts in which he could fuse together the inner universe and the outer universe, climbing up to an unprecedented peak of martial arts that no one had ever managed to reach. From this day on, Lin Ming was completely different from in the past. Time rolled past year after year. No one knew that within this small and common-looking hill, something was occurring that would influence the future of the 33 heavens. In the blink of an eye, 30 years passed by. Within the cave, the cocoon had already flown out from the magic cube's space. It had grown by several times, and the walls of the cocoon were transparent and thin, pulsating with life. One could clearly see the life that was being bred within. This small life was ruddy and clear all over, as if it were carved from the most beautiful jade. It had a small and delicate face, and there was a smile on its lips as if it was enjoying this slow pace of growth. Beneath the cocoon, thin blood vessels were attached to it. These blood vessels ended in a black dragon egg. This dragon egg was covered in patterns, simple and mystical. The dragon egg's shell was also extremely thin. One could faintly see what was occurring within the egg. There was also a small life forming inside, slowly growing. Another 10 years passed. On this day, a massive amount of essence energy began gathering towards the cave. In the surrounding world, winds surged and clouds formed. In this stretch of earth, all of the heaven and earth origin energy began gathering, with the small and common-looking hill as a focal point. From far away, one could see multi-hued rays of energy forming within this vortex. This sight was even visible from 1,000 miles away. What is that? A supreme treasure is being born. The surrounding martial artists were shocked upon seeing this magnificent sight, and then immediately overcome with joy. With such a terrifying gathering of energy, it was difficult to imagine just how valuable this treasure must be. Many martial artists sent out news with sound transmitting talismans. For a time, within the surrounding 10,000 miles, martial artists all rapidly caught up to this location. They all wanted to come here and test their luck. More and more martial artists arrived, and even divine sea powerhouses were included. But as people tried to approach this small hill, they could feel a terrifying pressure brought about by the massive amount of world energy accumulating at this location. Even divine sea powerhouses found it impossible to approach. Everyone was stunned, but at the same time they were even more excited. If even divine sea powerhouses weren't able to approach this treasure, just how precious must it be? It was impossible to imagine. Oh! At this time, within the center of the hill, Empyrean Divine Mist was looking at the monumental vortex of energy gathered before him. He let out a long sigh. It's finally finishing. After 40 years, Empyrean Divine Mist bore witness to the entire process of Lin Ming's rebirth. During this period of time, Empyrean Divine Mist had been the one controlling the magic cube. His consumption hadn't been small. With a small cracking sound, something seemed to split apart. What started to crack first was not the cocoon in the air but the dragon egg beneath. On this black egg, the size of a baby's head, cracks began to appear. Kacha! With a light sound, a small black head covered in mucus stuck itself out. It bit off a piece of the eggshell. Then, this small head opened its large and pitch-black eyes, took several bites and swallowed down the eggshell. After, it used its claws and teeth to eat up the entire eggshell it had hatched from. Upon finishing eating, this small black fellow also revealed its body. It was half the size of a baby and was chubby and round. All of its meat seemed to be squeezed together, and on its back was a pair of thin wings that were only as long as a finger. In truth, this little fellow didn't even look like a dragon at all, but a small black wolf with a pair of black wings. This little fellow was able to fly as soon as it was born. Its watery and intelligent eyes curiously looked at Empyrean Divine Mist for a moment. Then, its small black wings flapped and it flew several feet high, its eyes unblinking as it stared at the cocoon in front of it. Pa! Pa! The cocoon pulsated as if blood was beating within it. With each pulsation, all of the heaven and earth origin energy within 10,000 miles started to be drawn in. It was hard to imagine that the small life within this cocoon had such a vast and incredible blood energy, as if it were an endless ocean that continued infinitely. This small black dragon suddenly began purring with excitement. In front of it, the white cocoon started to split apart. The divine light within the cocoon flashed with a moment of incomparable brilliance like a supernova, blinding to anyone who saw it. In the next moment, a small child a little more than a foot high leapt out from the divine light and onto the ground. This small and delicate child was the reincarnation of Lin Ming. He had absorbed all the essence from within his original body and had reforged it into his current form. Now, although he had the body of a baby, within his dantian his inner world had already opened. At the same time, the phantom of the heretical god tree, the phantom of the Bodhi tree, the Azura blood he had absorbed and the blood of the many god beasts, and even the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, all of these things left traces in this young body. In addition, Lin Ming's soul sea had become incredibly profound. His soul had experienced a new life. This was the heaven-defying advantage of the grand reincarnation art. By inheriting the experience and essence of the previous body, one could recast their everything into a young and new body and then restart their cultivation from scratch. Like this, the more times one reincarnated, then the higher one's talent would become, finally reaching an unimaginable height. The only disadvantage was that Lin Ming's cultivation was still low. He remained at the revolving core realm without having made any strides. This was a characteristic of the grand reincarnation art. After every reincarnation, one's cultivation would dramatically fall and they would have to begin their cultivation anew. Lin Ming, you finally succeeded. Empyrean Divine Mist sighed with emotion. Lin Ming had absorbed Xiang Mei's memories, and with his own feelings and understandings he had gained, he had managed to cultivate his own grand reincarnation art. The Holy Scripture's 2 major sections consisted of the Law of Eternal Life and the grand reincarnation art. The Law of Eternal Life was incomplete to begin with, and not even the creators of the Holy Scripture were able to finish it. In other words, the grand reincarnation art was in truth the most important part of the Holy Scripture. Right now, Lin Ming could be said to simultaneously possess the Heavenly Sutra and the Holy Scripture. Of course, Lin Ming only had the first 2 volumes of the Heavenly Sutra, so it was incomplete. But this wasn't important. With the Emperor Jade of Fate already in his hands, Lin Ming could finally step into the Azura Road's final trial and obtain the 3rd volume of the Heavenly Sutra. Like this, Lin Ming would become the singular existence in 10 billion years to simultaneously build up the Heavenly Sutra and Holy Scripture. If he could fuse together the universe of the body and the universe of the world, he could reach an unprecedented peak of martial arts. Thank you, Senior, for helping Junior open the magic cube. And thank you, Senior, for helping protect me for 40 years. Lin Ming deeply bowed towards Empyrean divine mist. After his rebirth, his voice was like a child's, much higher and sweeter. Empyrean divine mist nodded with love. Lin Ming's new life had him feeling a heartfelt happiness. But at this time, the small black dragon let out a little cry and threw himself into Lin Ming's chest. After over 100 years of sharing the same blood and roots, and also joining in hatching for 40 years, Lin Ming and the small black dragon couldn't be any more familiar with each other. Within their veins flowed the blood of the other. Lin Ming held onto this dark meatball, his heart filled with 1,000 emotions. If he were to consider his age, the truth was that he was over 200 years old. And in these over 200 years he had experienced far, far too much. The things he had seen, the things he felt, all of it had become a part of his life, things that were deeply engraved into his spiritual sea and would never be forgotten. Lin Ming, what do you plan on doing now? Empyrean Divine Mist asked. Lin Ming was currently very weak. Although he had obtained a new life, to return to his previous level of strength would still require time. Lin Ming responded, I will continue cultivating. I don't require any cultivation methods and my foundation cannot be any more solid than it is now. To me, bottlenecks do not exist. As long as I can slowly restore my strength, then I plan on practicing the grand reincarnation art to the 7th revolution, or even the 8th revolution before I return to the divine realm. Lin Ming estimated that in the 60 to 70 years he had returned to the Sky Spill planet there should have been a result by now in the war between the saints and humanity. Whether this result was good or bad, Lin Ming was powerless to change it. Moreover, he was far too weak right now. If he were to rashly return to the divine realm and someone were to discover his continued existence, then he would die without a doubt. He planned to remain on the Sky Spill planet. By relying on his previous feelings, resources, and experience, he would rest and recover his strength, cultivating until he reached a point where he could easily kill an Empyrean-level martial artist. Only then would he consider returning to the divine realm. And to the present Lin Ming, the truth was that this wasn't difficult. You want to cultivate the 7th revolution of the grand reincarnation art or even the 8th revolution? Empyrean Divine Mist looked at Lin Ming with surprise. During this time, he also learned some information about the grand reincarnation art. This was a cultivation method that became exponentially more difficult the further one went into it. However, as he thought about it, to the current monstrous genius that was Lin Ming, was there any cultivation method in this world that he couldn't handle? It was almost impossible to imagine what would happen if this monstrous genius Lin Ming were to be reborn 7 or 8 more times. With his talent superimposing upon itself with every rebirth, just what would that be like? Light rain sprinkled down from the skies, like smoke, like silk, like fog. Although the sunlight was obscured, the branches and leaves of the spirit plants which were watered by this rain glowed with a green vitality that caught the eyes. This land emitted a fresh and vibrant feeling. In this weather, for green-clothed young girls accompanied a young woman to step onto this spirit mountain. The heaven and earth origin energy on this mountain was extremely rich. As for the rain here, it was filled with spiritual energy. If a mortal were to bathe in this rainwater, they could prolong their health and life. Between the many lush trees and verdant flowers, the young girls and the young woman slowly made their way through until they arrived at a temple built from white jade. This young woman seemed just over 30 years of age. She was quiet and dignified. She knelt before the statue of Buddha within the temple and prayed earnestly and reverently. Madam is truly pious. She comes every year to pray to Buddha. Outside the temple, the 4 young girls spoke in hushed whispers. They were maids that accompanied the young woman and also cultivated martial arts. If placed within a small country like the Sky Fortune Kingdom, they would all be proud daughters of heaven. Madam is praying that her family be kept safe and also prays that Senior Lin, whose martial path broke into the void, will also be safe. These green-clothed young girls came from Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom. They were all in their late teens. To them, the Lin Ming that had ascended to the stars 200 years ago was a myth and a legend. And the one who was burning incense in the Buddhist temple was Lin Ming's mother. In the past, when Lin Ming destroyed Yang Yun, Before he left the Sky Spill continent, he had led some of his own people to the central region of the Sky Spill continent. Taking the annihilated Azura Divine Kingdom as the foundation, he had established the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom. Afterwards, the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom vigorously grew. They rose and flourished, becoming increasingly powerful with every year. Because of the resources Lin Ming left behind as well as Lin Ming's fame and prestige, in these short 200 years the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom had become the most powerful nation amongst the 4 divine kingdoms. Let's go and fetch some mountain spring water so that Madame can water the evergreen tree. In the back court of the temple there was an evergreen tree that had grown for over 100 years. Lin Ming's mother had personally planted this tree herself, and every time she came to pray at the temple, she would water the tree with spring water from the mountain. And the spring water of this spirit mountain was a treasure spring of the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom. The spring water here was fresh and sweet, and if a mortal were to drink a single cup they could become several years younger. If the spring water was used to make tea or wine, then it would become the most fragrant tea or wine in the entire Sky Spill continent. The young girls walked over to a nearby mountain spring. They used a wooden scoop to fill a jade gourd with the water. This jade gourd was made with wood spirit jade and was designed to ensure that the spring water didn't lose any of its spiritual energy. But at this time, one of the girls suddenly said, "Hey, look over there. What is that?" The other young girls looked over and saw that just upstream of the spring, there was a bamboo basket slowly floating down. It had to be known that this spirit mountain was a restricted area of the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom, and only an extremely limited number of individuals were allowed to step foot onto these holy grounds. Others simply weren't able to climb this mountain, so why would there be a bamboo basket drifting downstream? The young girls curiously looked. Immediately they were startled, but in the next moment, their shock turned to affection. Within this bamboo basket was a little baby boy who only seemed to be several months old. His entire body seemed carved from powder white jade, and he looked impossibly cute and lovable. The little baby boy didn't cry or make a fuss. His eyes were smart and wide, as if they contained wisdom far surpassing that of an ordinary child. "Madam! Madam!" a young girl anxiously cried out to Madame Lin. Upon this spirit mountain that was a forbidden land, a bamboo basket had suddenly appeared. And, within this bamboo basket was a mysterious little baby boy. This was simply inconceivable. Madame Lin heard the green-clothed girl cry out and also felt something was strange. She quickly walked forwards and looked into the bamboo basket. For some unknown reason, as Madame Lin looked into this bamboo basket she felt as if she shared roots with this boy, as if the baby within the basket was her previous life's own flesh and blood. A long-lost feeling swelled up in Madame Lin's heart, sweeping through her. Her nose burned a little and she almost cried. "The same, just the same," Madame Lin muttered to herself. She had taken an incredible liking towards this little baby boy in the bamboo basket. His appearance looks just like him when he was a baby. This baby's skin is as clear as jade, and those eyes, they look just the same. Madame Lin lifted the baby boy in the bamboo basket and gently hugged him into her bosom. A motherly feeling emitted from her heart, making her feel warm. Babies looked the same when they were born, but a mother could recognize the appearance of their own child. Even after 200 years had passed, Madame Lin was able to clearly recognize Lin Ming's appearance when he was a baby. In addition, the way this baby appeared was extremely peculiar. He had appeared at an impossible time in an impossible manner in an impossible way. As for Madame Lin, she believed that this baby was bestowed upon her by Buddha. She had prayed to Buddha every year, confessing her regret that she might never see her son again. And Buddha, in order to make up for Lin Ming flying up to the divine realm and leaving her here, had gifted her with this baby boy. "From now on, you will be called Lin N." Madame Lin hugged the baby to her chest, a satisfied smile on her face. This Lin N was naturally the reborn Lin Ming. In that nameless cave, he had used 40 years to complete the first revolution of the grand reincarnation art. Afterwards, he put away the magic cube, taking the black dragon and Empyrean divine mist who went into slumber within the magic cube once more, and quietly left. When Lin Ming left, the pressure of energy weakened. With that, the crowd of sky-spill continent powerhouses rushed into the hill cave. But by that time the cave was already empty. Those people were all dumbfounded. They could only admit that the rare treasure had developed a mind of its own and had fled. They simply didn't have the good fortune to obtain it. And then, Lin Ming arrived by himself in the center of the sky-spill continent, in the vermilion bird divine kingdom that he had established. He chose to live his first new life in this world at the side of his parents. The current Lin Ming didn't lack cultivation methods, and his foundation was already incomparably solid. Normal cultivation resources were long since useless to him. What he needed was to become aware of his feelings and slowly complete his cultivation. This path most suited the grand reincarnation art. It had to be known that, in the past, the creator of the Holy Scripture had spent at least several hundred millions of years to perfect the Holy Scripture. And although Lin Ming had the experience and essence left behind by the creator of the Holy Scripture, wanting to add his own things to it was not easy at all. He required a long time to do all of this. Before this, with all things considered, Lin Ming had only lived for a bit more than 200 years. This time period was far too short. When Madame Lin brought Lin Ming back so that Lin Fu could take a look, even Lin Fu, who didn't believe much in Buddhism, also couldn't help but admit that this child really might be bestowed unto them by the heavens. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence in this world? Like this, Lin Ming was formally adopted by the Lin couple, and his name was officially designated as Lin N. The Lin couple didn't speak of Lin N's appearance to anyone. It wasn't until his adoption 100 days later did the Lin couple invite all heroes from the world, including many divine sea powerhouses. They worshipped their ancestors and publicly and officially stated Lin N's new status in the Lin family. For a time, the entire vermilion bird divine kingdom was aflutter with rumors that Madame Lin had adopted a child from nowhere. As for the rumors that this child was bestowed to the Lin family by the heavens, or perhaps that this child was Lin Ming reincarnated, most people didn't believe such incredulous stories. But no matter whether they believed these stories or not, these people were all filled with deep envy towards this child. The Lin family possessed a lofty status in the Sky Spill planet, and all of the resources of the vermilion bird divine kingdom were held in their hands. This lucky fellow somehow managed to get himself adopted into the Lin family, guaranteeing himself a rapid and prosperous future. Years passed. Time flowed on. Lin N grew like an ordinary child. At 7 years of age, he had the height of a 7-year-old. His appearance was 90% similar to Lin Ming's, but there was something a little different. After Lin Ming's rebirth, his face had become much more perfect than before. His 2 eyebrows were like swords and his aura was extraordinary. Lin Ming was satisfied with this. He didn't really want others to believe he was the reincarnation of himself. After all, his status was far too sensitive. Although the chances of any news reaching the divine realm were slim, he had to prevent any possibilities no matter how small. One time during a hunt, Lin Fu brought Lin Ming out. In the forest, a 3-foot-long small black wolf suddenly popped out. At the time, many people were startled. They didn't know what sort of breed this small black wolf was, but after it appeared it followed Lin Ming by his side and refused to leave. Like this, Lin Ming was always together with the small black wolf. The Lin family didn't know just what this small black wolf was. After repeatedly confirming that it posed no threat to Lin Ming, they allowed it to follow him. The days passed peacefully and simply. But in these peaceful days, Lin Ming's comprehension towards life slowly deepened. Sometimes, he occasionally cultivated in seclusion, silently perfecting the Holy Scripture. Lin Ming played with the small black wolf. He frequently accompanied his parents and enjoyed their love and doting. Sometimes he would go off by himself and ride a horse upon the grasslands, recklessly galloping about. He was like an ordinary child, enjoying the pleasures of childhood. This sort of happy and comfortable life, which was filled with the warm love of his parents, was a pleasant current that cleared away Lin Ming's mind. He had wandered the world for too long and had experienced far too many things. He had exhausted himself far too much and needed to experience such a life to dilute all that had happened to him. At 8 years of age, Lin Ming entered the Lin Academy that was established by the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom. The vermilion bird divine kingdom had only existed for a short period of time. Although they had prestige and resources, they were actually sorely lacking in talent. In order to find talented individuals, the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom first set up a grand martial artist meeting, as well as the Lin Academy. With the martial artists school section of the academy, they could raise outstanding martial artists on a massive scale and form all sorts of factions. The front gates of the academy had a 100-foot-high statue of white jade standing tall. This statue was of Lin Ming in his 20s. The Lin Academy had been founded a mere 150 years ago, yet it had already become the most infamous martial arts school in the entire Sky Spill continent. Old Man Good Fortune, as well as the Divine Kingdom's guardian Holy Beast, Demon Shine, both held positions as honorary deans at the Lin Academy. In the academy there were divine sea powerhouses that personally taught the students. It was even said that the guardian Holy Beast Demon Shine would occasionally lecture. It was rumored that these teachings could only be encountered through a stroke of luck. Regarding this, Lin Ming was left speechless. He simply found it hard to imagine what it would look like for a silly dog to be teaching others. Because of the Lin family's fame, not only were great figures from the Sky Spill continent willing to gather here, but all sorts of heroic young elites from the central mainland wished to enter the Lin Academy and were proud and honored to do so. The threshold to enter the Lin Academy was extremely high. Many chosen prides of heaven were eliminated in the entrance examinations. Lin Ming was personally recommended to enter the Lin Academy. Within the Lin Academy he possessed a special status. However, his presence didn't arouse too much happiness. If it really was a disciple of the Lin family, then no one would object to them enjoying extra privileges. After all, the entire Sky Spill continent was saved by Sage Lin, and Lin Ming had rescued countless divine sea powerhouses from being killed by Yang Yun. The Lin family descendants were perfectly justified to have such privileges. But the key problem was that Lin Ming, who was now known as Lin En, was not a descendant of the Lin family but had been adopted. People thought that he didn't have a single bit of relations with Lin Ming, nor did they think he was the reincarnation of Lin Ming. They only believed he was a baby who had been abandoned and then luckily adopted by the Lin family. Everyone was the same, so why did he get to enjoy special privileges? Let alone the common people, even disciples of the Divine Kingdom's royal families wanted to enter the Lin Academy. But they all had to go through the examinations no matter who they were. Only Lin Ming, who was so favored by the Lin couple, was able to use resources however he wished. Other people certainly weren't willing to see such a sight. Linen, how come you keep skipping classes? What are you doing? This lessons is one of the most crucial classes concerning how to revolve energy in your dantian. If you don't complete the course, how will you make up for it later? A green-clothed young girl panted in indignation at Lin Ming. This young girl had run a long distance and had finally managed to find Lin Ming. She had a long ponytail and wore the uniform of the Lin Academy. Her trousers were long and her sleeves were pulled high. Her figure was busty and full, filled with the energetic vibrancy of youth. At this time, Lin Ming was comfortably lying down on a green lawn, a stalk of grass in his mouth. He slowly chewed on it, recalling his memories of childhood. A small black wolf quietly sat beside him. This small black wolf was extremely peaceful. Its large and pitch-black eyes were gazing at this young girl. This year, Lin Ming was 15. In the past, when Lin Ming had left Green Mulberry City, bid farewell to his parents, and reached the capital city, he had also been 15 years old. It was that year when Lin Ming and Lan Yunyue broke up, and he began his difficult road of martial arts. Seeing this young girl, Lin Ming faintly smiled. He couldn't help but recall the youthful spring of his past life. At that time it was like this. He didn't reply. Rather, he continued chewing on the grass stalk. The grass stems of the early spring were tender. When biting one, there was a trace of bitterness as well as a faint sweetness, like the perfect representation of his youth. The young girl appeared upset. She curled her lips and flung up her ponytail. You can't keep doing this. Even if there are people spoiling you, it doesn't mean you can get away with whatever you want. It is impossible for you to separate yourself from the road of martial artists. If you don't try your best, no one can help you. This young girl that was only 15 years old began to speak of the great principles of living. Lin Ming thought this was quite funny. In truth, not everyone was unhappy with his presence at the Lin Academy. Some people liked him. For instance, girls. After Lin Ming's rebirth, his appearance had become even more handsome, and there was a certain temperament around him that was beyond description. His eyes were bright and fathomless, seeming as if they contained a trace of the changing years, leaving those that looked into them fascinated. Many girls spoke endless praise of Lin Ming, even if Lin Ming seemed to be an unmotivated student who didn't make much progress. "You're really noisy." Lin Ming spat out the grass stalk and jumped up. The current him seemed to have recovered the rebellious nature of his childhood, and now he had perfectly fit into playing that role. Only by completely adapting to the present could he see more from this perspective and look at his entire life. "You?" The young girl flushed red with anger. And at this time, Lin Ming had already left with a smile. "Where are you going?" "To class." Lin Ming walked away. The young girl stamped her feet, clenched her teeth, and followed him. Lin Ming really was going to class, but what he was attending wasn't one of the important courses concerning martial arts, but one of the minor classes created by the Lin Academy so that students could increase their knowledge in other areas. Every teacher had class on fixed days, but they didn't have fixed times. This class was set outside on this sunny day. It taught the history of the Sky Spill continent. It taught about the 100,000-year riddle of the Sea of Miracles, the Demon Emperor's appearance, the rise of the 4 divine kingdoms, and even Yang Yun's treachery and defeat. Lin Ming came to this class because the one teaching it was special. Her name was Lan Yunue. Wearing a dress the color of moonlight, a woman looking around 30 years of age waked up to the podium. Her bearing was graceful and elegant, and she seemed like a remarkable person. She looked down from her platform, staring at the students that sat in groups of 2 and 3. After Lin Ming killed Yang Yun, Lan Yunue had also gone to the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom. She lived with the Lin family, and afterwards when the Lin Academy was founded, she joined as a teacher. Her cultivation was at the Xianxia realm. Of course, she had relied on pills to forcefully raise herself to this level. She didn't wish to teach martial arts. Thus she chose to teach history instead. As Lan Yunue's gaze swept over the class, her eyes finally fell upon a youth that was sitting beneath a tree. Seeing this youth, Lan Yunue didn't know just what to feel. Every time she came to teach class, she would subconsciously search for this youth. And this youth had never missed a single day of her class. They really did look alike. In particular, those eyes and that uncertain something that seemed to come from somewhere deep in his blood. How could there be such a wonderful coincidence in this world? Lan Yunue shook her head. Then she took out a thick history book from her spatial ring. In the summer, there would be a survival course in the wilderness. The students of the Lin Academy would go into a forest filled with vicious beasts where they would temper themselves for a month. In this forest, while the teacher responsible for watching over the students wasn't paying attention, Lin Ming slipped away. Moreover, when he ran far indeed. He left the Sky Spill continent and arrived at the Holy Demon continent. The Holy Demon continent was on the other side of the Sky Spill planet. Many divine sea powerhouses now knew this secret, and there was even a transmission array established between the 2 continents. As Lin Ming went, he brought the small black wolf with him. His destination was the eternal demon abyss. "Little Black, today I'm going to bring you somewhere. I already told you about it. Do you remember?" Lin Ming's voice suddenly took on a serious tone. Before, as he was dying, or when he had just completed his reincarnation, or even when he hadn't grown up, he simply didn't possess the ability to bring the small black dragon to the eternal demon abyss. Now, during his first new life, a considerable portion of his strength had returned, and he now possessed the ability to do so. Although Lin Ming's cultivation wasn't high, his true strength couldn't be decided by cultivation alone. Even the greatest divine sea powerhouses of the Sky Spill continent weren't able to see through the mysteries within him. This was because Lin Ming's Dantian was not a Dantian but the inner world of a peak Holy Lord Master, who was soon about to enter into the World King realm. This far exceeded the understanding of the martial artists of the Sky Spill continent. Thus it was now that Lin Ming brought the small black dragon to revisit the eternal demon abyss. Here, he would answer to the dragon sovereign. Lin Ming didn't know what the dragon sovereign's present situation was like. After he was chased by Tian Mingzi into the eternal demon abyss, and when he left, the dragon sovereign had already been in a precarious state. In just the blink of an eye, over 100 years had passed. How was the dragon sovereign doing now? When Empyrean Primordius left, he seemed to have severed all connections with the dragon sovereign. Then, if Empyrean Primordius had perished, it was likely the dragon sovereign hadn't felt it at all. The little black dragon was extremely intelligent. It already understood the entire situation, and at this time, it lay quietly on Lin Ming's back, not even making a single noise. In its eyes, there was nothing but a boundless black wilderness. And at the end of this wilderness there was a terrifyingly giant abyss that revealed a dreadful aura. In the little black dragon's eyes, a trace of confusion appeared. Within its memories, it seemed to faintly recall this place, as if it had seen it before in a dream. "Let's go," Lin Ming said. He flushed forwards like a shot arrow, rapidly crossing thousands of miles. He headed towards that massive abyss and leapt down into it. Darkness rapidly passed over them. With familiar ease, Lin Ming avoided the ancient life forms in the demon abyss and swiftly passed through the tombs of the martial artists until he arrived at the deepest depths of the eternal demon abyss. Faintly, Lin Ming could feel an incredibly horrifying aura transmitting from deep within the eternal demon abyss. The small black dragon was a bit nervous. Its large black eyes blinked. There was anticipation in its eyes, but also a hint of fear. One person, one dragon, the two of them slowed down. Then they felt a boundless vigor that carried with it faint and warm threads of a dragon's majesty. A planet-sized ancient black dragon slowly appeared in the dark void. As Lin Ming and the little black dragon flew in front of it, they seemed as small as motes of dust. And on this giant ancient black dragon's body, 9 chains wrapped around it. Each chain was thick enough that not even 100 people together could wrap their arms around it. At the end of these chains were massive metal hooks that plunged into the black dragon's flesh, binding it in place. Where these metal hooks came into contact with the black dragon, the area would be stained with black dragon blood and pieces of meat. After 100,000 years, this blood had solidified into thick layers of black and brown that alarmed the mind. Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. Although he had seen this before, seeing it again still left him depressed and filled with sorrow. As for the little black dragon, as it saw this sight, its eyes began to fill with pain and sadness. Its large and bright eyes started to turn wet with tears. "Senior, Junior has returned." Lin Ming bowed. The silent black dragon slowly opened its eyes. The dragon's pupils were like lakes of amber that emitted a quiet light. In the darkness, they were especially noticeable. When the black dragon opened its eyes, the little black dragon also held its breath. At this time, the little black dragon was in an extremely complex mood. There was fear, there was sorrow, and from deep within its bloodline, there was an inerasable love. 200 years, the black dragon slowly said. It looked at the small life in front of it. The growth of a dragon was a long process. This little black dragon only appeared to be a dozen or so years old. When converted to the age of a human, this little black dragon was nothing more than a newborn baby. Then it looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming's changed appearance and his lowered cultivation left the black dragon surprised. From Lin Ming's inner world, from Lin Ming's potent vitality, from Lin Ming's deep soul force, it could feel a terrifying potential. "You seem to have obtained a new life?" the black dragon asked, unsure. Lin Ming nodded. He let out a sigh in his heart. He could tell from the black dragon's voice that it had become far, far older than before. Its fires of life were nearing their end, and it was doomed to never be able to return to the heaven-shaking grandeur it once possessed in the past. Lin Ming thought for a moment and then decided to tell the black dragon everything about Empyrean Primordius. Lord Dragon Sovereign Jr. went to the primeval universe and met the primal god race. There, I also discovered the whereabouts of Senior Primordius. The black dragon was stunned upon hearing this. Primordius. You saw him, Seeing Lin Ming's expression, the black dragon had a foreboding feeling deep in his heart. He didn't continue speaking but instead waited for Lin Ming's explanation. Lin Ming took a deep breath and explained everything that occurred to Primordius from start to finish, even describing what Primordius' final moments were like. After hearing this, the black dragon was wordless for a long time. Perhaps what happened was the best possible result for Primordius. It might have been what Primordius hoped to see. 100 different emotions passed through the black dragon's heart. It looked at Lin Ming, looked at its descendant, and fell into silence. Suddenly, light began gathering between its eyebrows. Within the eternal demon abyss, the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy started gathering towards the black dragon's single horn. Seeing this, Lin Ming was bewildered. Senior Black Dragon, you? From the black dragon's body, Lin Ming could feel all of its essence energy and flesh and blood essence gathering towards the point between its eyebrows. Lin Ming seemed to faintly realize what was occurring. He asked, Senior, just what are you planning to do? And at this time, a beam of light shot out from between the black dragon's eyebrows. It shot directly onto the small black dragon that was beside Lin Ming. As the little black dragon was bathed in this light, it cried out in alarm and surprise. It only felt that the energy within this light was warm beyond possibility, so comfortable that it wanted to sleep. But it also felt that something wasn't right. However, it inevitably wasn't able to withstand the increasing heaviness of its eyelids, and it slowly shut its eyes, nearly falling asleep. Lord Dragon Sovereign, did you just give your life essence to Little Black? Lin Ming was worried. The black dragon's life force had originally been greatly diminished to begin with. If it lost any more life essence, then it would perish that much sooner. In fact, the black dragon might not be able to wait for Lin Ming to grow and gain enough strength to shatter apart the 9 dragon trapping cables laid down by the Saint race powerhouses in the past. The black dragon remained silent as it continued passing life essence. Only when Little Black was no longer able to absorb any more did it finally stop. In the next moment, the little black dragon was wrapped in a black brilliance. It sank into the void and began sleeping. After doing all of this, the black dragon seemed to age, becoming much older. Its eyes became bleaker and more clouded. It looked at Lin Ming, and the corners of its massive jaw seemed to lift up a little in a smile. I know what you are thinking. You probably hope that I can wait long enough until you can fight with an ordinary Empyrean and then break open these dragon trapping cables to rescue me. The truth is, you don't have to waste so much effort or thought. I have already become used to staying here. These dragon trapping cables have deeply pierced into my organs, and for the last 100,000 years they have grown together with my flesh and blood, becoming a part of my body. They even affect my essence energy and blood vessels. Once they are forcibly removed, I fear I will die immediately. But if they aren't taken out, they will slowly eat away at my life, causing me to lose essence energy until the day I die. Right now, I am the same as Primordius in the past, living in constant pain, calmly awaiting my demise. If I must die, then I don't want to die without meaning. What Primordius wished to do, what he wished to leave behind, I am also the same. To see my bloodline live on in the world, that is more than enough for me. As the black dragon spoke to hear, it affectionately gazed at the small black dragon slumbering deep in the void. It said, "Help me take care of him. He is the continuation of my life." The black dragon's last few words touched the deepest emotions within Lin Ming, because he had also said words like these when Soaring Feather hunted him down, when his life was in peril and death was almost certain. He had asked Xiao Moxian to look after the child in her belly, because that child was a continuation of his life. This was the instinctive response of a person in desperate circumstances. Man was always unwilling to die, but man would die no matter what. As a person approached the precipice of death, they would hope that they could leave behind something, so that when they closed their eyes one last time, they could tell themselves that their bloodline continued flowing on in the world. This intense desire, if traded for another name, could be called fatherly love and motherly love, the love of parents. In essence, that was one's hope that one's life would continue to exist onwards. This was a selfish love, but also a selfless love. A parent's love never asked to be repaid, because to them, their children living well was the greatest repayment they could ever receive. Looking at the sleeping little black dragon, looking at the utterly exhausted dragon sovereign, Lin Ming seemed to have become aware of something new. He found another manifestation of the samsara of life and death. Children, parents, the love of parents, these three things revolved around life and death. He fell silent. The dragon sovereign told Lin Ming of his hope. He wished that every 100 years, Lin Ming would bring Little Black to the eternal demon abyss. Lin Ming agreed. Although he knew that this would reduce the dragon sovereign's remaining lifespan, this was also the dragon sovereign's greatest desire. The little black dragon slept for a full 3 days in the darkness. After 3 days, Lin Ming brought the little black dragon and left the eternal demon abyss, returning to the Sky Spill continent once more. By the time Lin Ming had quietly returned to the Sky Spill continent and arrived at the dark forest near the Lin Academy, 25 days had passed. There was still 5 more days until the conclusion of the forest survival course. On this day, heavy rains washed down upon the forest. In the summer, this sort of warm and humid forest often had pouring showers. In the boundless waterfall of droplets, Lin Ming scratched his head. He was planning to sneak into the forest without being noticed and then make up an excuse to rejoin the group. But he couldn't come up with a good reason. As he had a headache from thinking of a reason, he discovered that in the Lin Academy's forest, there were a massive number of soldiers wandering about. These soldiers all wore the same silver-patterned war armor. Even in the heavy rain and in the thick underbrush, they still retained their strength and their movements were as flexible as a leopard's. They were a well-trained elite unit. These soldiers each had a cultivation at the Xianxia realm or above. It had to be known that if a Xianxia realm martial artist was placed in a small sect, they would be considered an elder. Yet, in Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom, they were nothing but soldiers. These soldiers weren't part of the common military corps, but were part of the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom's Silver Armor Legion. Many graduates of the Lin Academy entered the Silver Armor Legion to adventure and gain experience, and the Silver Armor Legion also produced many famous powerhouses. This legion was under the direct control of the Lin family, and was considered one of the Lin family's sharpest blades. Normally, they weren't easily used, but now these people had launched a massive search through the heavily raining forest, combing every inch of the land. They shouted out for Princeton. It was clear they had been searching for Lin Ming for several days already. Seeing this, Lin Ming was a bit dazed. This matter seemed to have gotten a bit out of control. In truth, there was still 5 more days until the survival course ended. He never thought that the Lin family would use the Silver Armor Legion to search for him. This was likely because they thought he had been captured or even eaten by some vicious beast in the forest. And to mobilize the Silver Armor Legion, it was certainly his parents who had commanded this. They were worried for his safety and thus sent out the Silver Armor Legion. Lin Ming braced himself and walked out from the woods. Prince is over there. As a silver-armored soldier saw Lin Ming, he was immediately overjoyed and began to shout out as loudly as he could. In a moment, many silver-armored soldiers rushed towards Lin Ming, gathering around him in a circle. A man wearing golden armor and with a great red cape thrown over his shoulders strode forwards. He had thick eyebrows and was towering with broad shoulders. This man was the leader of the Silver Armor Legion, Zhou Yutian. Zhou Yutian was the Lin family's son-in-law. He possessed a variation bloodline and was considered one of the top talents of the Sky Spill continent. He came from a small family background, but afterwards he was admitted into the Lin Academy due to his amazing talent and obtained extraordinary results there. Later, he was even crowned champion of the Grand Martial Artist meeting and was finally taken in by the Lin family as their son-in-law. After Lin Ming and Lin Xiaoga ascended, Lin Ming's parents had 3 more children. The one who married Zhou Yutian was Lin Ming's second sister, Lin Ping. Princeton, you've been deliberately stirring up trouble. Seeing Lin Ming safely return, Zhou Yutian didn't know just what to say. Princeton, do you know how worried Madam was in these past days? She's been too worried over you to even drink or eat. afraid that something might have happened to you. Do you know how dangerous the forests around Lin Academy are? Just how many perils lurk in the dark? In the depths of this forest, there are ferocious, vicious beasts that even Destiny Decree Masters are unable to deal with. You can't do something like this again, Zhou Yutian sternly admonished. Lin Ming was a bit ashamed of himself. Normally, the character he displayed was that of a boy who loved to play around. He feared that his parents probably thought he ran deep into the dark forest because he was being mischievous. Lin Ming could only apologize. He was escorted back by the Silver Armor Legion. As for Lin Mu, she had obtained the news and stood at the entrance of the dark forest. She didn't sit in her carriage but stood beneath it, anxiously looking around while a maid held up an umbrella for her. The heavy rain came down, crashing onto the umbrella with ringing sounds. Lin Mu's bangs were already matted to her forehead. She was too worried. As Zhou Yutian had said, in these past days Lin Mu wasn't able to sleep at all. All mothers of the world were like this. The more they worried over their children, the easier they thought something bad had happened. Seeing his mother wait in the rain, Lin Ming felt his heart ache a little. He had truly been anxious to see the Dragon Sovereign, but he was too young, and it was impossible for him to be allowed to go adventuring. He had to take advantage of this opportunity to head out once. But he never thought his mother would be so worried about him. He ran forwards to help support the umbrella for his mother. "Little Lin, you've caused too much trouble this time," Lin Mu scolded. But although she had a harsh expression, her eyes were filled with kindness and worry. "Little Lin, are you hurt anywhere?" Lin Ming shook his head. He resolved his heart that for this life, he would accompany his parents until they reached the end of their road. He would take care of them until old age, until the end of their natural lives. Oh! Like this, the stormy commotion ended. Lin Ming thought that this minor matter would quickly be forgotten. But reality turned out differently. Because of this matter, rumors began to appear within Lin Academy and the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom. The approximate content of these rumors was that the Lin couple had spoiled Lin and too much. Lin in himself was nothing but a useless black sheep, a wastrel who ruined his family's good name. He had a pitiful background and possessed no good points, and what was most disgusting was that he skipped all his classes and caused trouble all day long. During the survival course in the Dark Forest, he had caused a mess, completely ruining the survival course for everyone else. If an ordinary student of Lin Academy were to have some problem during the survival course, the Academy simply wouldn't do anything at all and would sum it up as a death due to training. This sort of thing happened every year at Lin Academy and several students would die. But Lin had only been missing for 20-some days, and this was enough to cause the Lin family to mobilize the Silver Armor Legion to search for him. This used up military resources and was simply making a massive fuss over nothing. Even the Academy survival course was terminated early. The survival course had only gone on for 10 days. As for the missions assigned by the Academy, only a very small number of people were able to complete them. This made it so that 99% of the students weren't able to obtain any good results. The students of Lin Academy were incredibly unhappy with such an ending. Just who did Lin and think he was? He wasn't even related to the Lin family to begin with. He was nothing but a bastard abandoned by his birth parents. His talent and cultivation were the same as an average person's. In normal times, he would be nothing but a punk with no good points, a street rat wandering the city. The Lin couple not only took in such a bastard child but even allowed him to arrogantly do whatever he wished, doing all sorts of evil and nasty things. Not only was he not discipled, but the Lin couple even dragged in others to search for him. This was a clear case of injustice. It caused the Lin couple's prestige to be greatly affected. Some people even privately said that the Lin couple were nothing more than common citizens who had never seen the wider world before. If they hadn't luckily given birth to their amazing son Lin Ming, then they would have already died and turned into white bones. Even now, people were filled with thoughts that the reason they occupied their seat was only because of Lin Ming. They felt that the Lin couple shouldn't interfere with the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom, and that they shouldn't have the right to mobilize the forces of Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom. They should just look for some nice and quiet place to retire. These discussions, either intentionally or unintentionally, passed to Lin Ming's ears. Lin Ming frowned. During this life, his original intentions were to accompany his parents. While he honored his parents, he wanted to experience their fatherly love and motherly love, becoming more aware of the samsara of life and death. He didn't think that his careless actions would cause his parents to be criticized. Really, wherever there are people, there will be struggles. I just wanted to be a prince that didn't try to seize power, but it seems that someone has targeted me. Lin Ming didn't care what others said about him, but he wouldn't tolerate his parents being harmed. Perhaps he should consider giving suitable honor to his parents so that they wouldn't be criticized. He went to look at the Lin Academy's rankings. In order to encourage students and push them harder, an array formation stone tablet was set up in the Academy's back mountains. The most outstanding students of every class had their names engraved into the stone. In addition, the Lin Academy had done something similar to the Seven Profound Martial House and had created many examinations. The record holders of these examinations would also be written in the rankings. These rankings were looked upon by many students every day. Motivated students would even come over a dozen times a month. As for Lin Ming, he had never looked before. Today he came to take a look. A name caught his eye. This person was called Situ Mingyue. This name seemed to be a girl's, and it often appeared on the rankings. This was because she maintained several current rankings and even had a record high. Situ Mingyue? Lin Ming was curious. Another person named Situ. Those of the Situ surname often possessed a variation dantian and extremely high levels of talent. Could it be? Lin Ming casually asked one of the students standing in front of the ranking list. Who is this Situ Mingyue? The student looked a bit unhappy to be asked this question by Lin Ming, but he didn't dare to not reply. He said, "You haven't even heard of Situ Mingyue? She is the most splendid student from the 3rd class and is Situ Yaoyao's little sister, Situ Yaoyue's niece." This student's words confirmed Lin Ming's guess. It seems he wasn't wrong. Situ Yaoyue was a genius from the Azura Divine Kingdom. She possessed an extreme violet dantian and was skilled in the darkness laws. She was crowned the most talented junior of the Azura Divine Kingdom's younger generation. When the Azura Divine Kingdom chased Lin Ming into the Forsaken God Clan and forced Lin Ming into a continuous battle, Lin Ming had faced opponent after opponent until he encountered Situ Yaoyue. Although Situ Yaoyue was a woman, she grasped the great desolate blood halberd and engaged Lin Ming in a fierce battle. They had fought to a near standstill, but in the end Lin Ming had relied upon his body transformation technique to defeat her. Although Situ Yaoyue at the time was older than Lin Ming by many years, it was still amazing for her to accomplish what she did. As for Situ Yaoyao, she was Situ Yaoyue's little sister, and also possessed an extreme violet dantian. When Lin Ming returned to the lower realms in the past, he had seen Lin Xiaoga battle against her. In truth, Lin Xiaoga wasn't able to suppress Situ Yaoyao. But Lin Xiaoga was finally able to win due to the foundation she established because of all the precious medicines used on her. Only through a competition of endurance did she win. From this point, it could be said that Lin Xiaoga had actually lost to Situ Yaoyao. Now, Situ Yaoyao actually gave birth to a daughter, and it was clear that this daughter also possessed an extreme violet dantian. This Situ family really possessed far too many talents, and the extreme violet dantian was passed down like this. As for himself, he seemed to have a fate with the Situ family. As Lin Ming studied in Lin Academy, the rumors continued to spread. If Lin Ming let loose his divine sense, he could easily hear many people criticizing him. Others said that the Lin couple condoned the overbearingly cruel and domineering acts of their adopted son. These discussions became increasingly fierce, even rising to the level of the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom's ruling class. This surprised Lin Ming. A matter that he didn't think was important to begin with seemed to have been purposefully stirred up and controlled by someone behind the scenes in order to guide public opinion. Was someone targeting him? Lin Ming immediately thought this. After living for several generations of mortal lives, he would think more about everything, even things like this. Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom was after all the #1 divine kingdom of the Sky Spill continent, and those in power enjoyed the greatest authority of the entire continent as well as control of rich resources. If someone appeared that touched upon the benefits of these people, it was reasonable for these kinds of scenarios to appear. The situation became increasingly complex. But at this time, from the ruling class, someone stepped forwards to control the rumors. They started from several different points until the rumors began to gradually die down. Although some people were dissatisfied with Lin Ming, they had never been so blatant in their actions. The one helping Lin Ming was Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom's Eastern King, Lin Xiaodong. Lin Xiaodong was one of Lin Ming's good brothers from his youth. When Lin Ming parted from Lan Yunyue, Lin Xiaodong had looked after him. After Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom was founded, everyone that was close to Lin Ming, including his parents, Lan Yunyue, and Lin Xiaodong, all came here. Lin Xiaodong was given the title of king. During his youth, he often accompanied his parents in business and possessed some skill in politics and communication. In addition to him being brothers with Lin Ming and their close relationship, very few people in court dared to offend him or speak out against him. While Lin Xiaodong wasn't too strong himself, he had raised some guests that were masters. They were at the life-destruction realm, and some of them even ranked on the destiny decree. Thus, Lin Xiaodong became someone that was able to summon storms and reigns in court and possessed a considerable amount of clout. "You little brat. Why don't you try to fight to give your parents a little face?" Lin Xiaodong saw Lin Ming in his own palace and punched him in the chest. In these 200 past years, Lin Xiaodong had put on a great deal of weight. He wasn't tall to begin with, and with his large elephant-like legs, he resembled an egg. Because of his stomach, he couldn't even see his own toes. He maintained his health well and married 3 wives and had dozens of concubines. These concubines all had good cultivation backgrounds. In addition, he also had many maids serving him. This caused him to have droves of descendants. Currently, he had over 40 sons and over 30 daughters. He whacked Lin Ming's chest and ruffled his hair, looking like an elder teaching a junior. His eyes weren't large to begin with, and in addition to his fat stature, his eyes disappeared into slits when he smiled. He looked like a shady 30 to 40-year-old businessman. This left Lin Ming utterly speechless. He couldn't help but recall that in the past, Lin Xiaodong had been a little brother that followed his rump wherever he went. Now, Lin Xiaodong had become Lin Ming's elder, and Lin Ming even had to call him Uncle Dong. Of course, Lin Xiaodong called Lin Ming's parents auntie and uncle. Thus the generational rankings between them had gotten a little chaotic. But Lin Xiaodong didn't care much about this. No matter what, he didn't want a hairless little baby boy like Lin Ming to call him big brother. In these past years, Lin Xiaodong had taken good care of Lin Ming. This was because Lin Xiaodong always felt that Lin bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Ming from the past. After Lin Ming was lectured by Lin Xiaodong, he left the Eastern Palace. He naturally didn't want his parents to be sucked into the vortex that was the struggle for power. Thus he restrained himself a little and started to attend classes in earnest. On this day, the survival course in the dark forest was to begin once more. Because Lin Ming went missing last time, the survival course was cancelled, and many people weren't able to obtain any results. This survival course was considered a make-up exam. After the tempering in the forest began, many people entered into the dark forest in groups of 2 or 3. However, Lin Ming went in by himself. He aimlessly walked through the dark forest, casually killing some small vicious beasts. The edges of the dark forest had many low-level vicious beasts, and these vicious beasts were all divided into further ranks. Hunting and killing vicious beasts of different ranks corresponded to different scores. In 30 days, when the survival course ended, if one could obtain a high enough score, then they would be assessed as having passed the survival course. If one's performance was outstanding, then their results would be graded from good to great to excellent depending on their score. Every year in the dark forest, those that passed only amounted to half the number of students. Most were good, several were great, and there was often only a single excellent student score. Lin Ming's plan was to obtain a score that was somewhere between good and excellent. He wanted to give his parents some face but didn't want his results to be too world-shocking. But at this time he heard a loud cry in the forest. He looked deep into the forests and saw a young girl fighting with a blue-eye poison toad. This blue-eyed poison toad was one of the deadliest vicious beasts in the dark forest. By killing one, a student could obtain one of the necessary conditions to earn an excellent score. Lin Ming recognized this young girl. She was Situ Mingyue. During this year's survival course, the only one who could reach the excellent rank would be Situ Ming. She was extremely similar to a young Situ Yaoyue. She wore purple clothes and her stature was high. Her legs were long and slender and her skin seemed as luminescent as pearls, creamy and flawless. Although her expression was cold, she didn't give off the feeling of an unapproachable icy woman. Instead, she emitted the light demonic charm of an enchantress, making others feel strange upon looking at her. Even when fighting the blue-eyed poison toad, Situ Minji was calm, as if she were completely blended into her surrounding environment. Lin Ming and the Situ bloodline shared considerable karmic bonds. He had completely destroyed Situ Mingyue's nation, the Azura Divine Kingdom, and even several elders of Situ Mingyue had died in that catastrophe. Situ Mingyue's aunt and mother were Situ Yaoyue and Situ Yaoyao. These two women were originally the proudest heavenly daughters of the Azura Divine Kingdom. With the support of a divine kingdom behind them, their futures should have been limitless. But because the Azura Divine Kingdom was destroyed, Situ Yaoyue and her sister were left to fend for themselves. From being proud daughters of heaven, they had fallen from their high perch in the clouds, becoming miserable royal daughters of a defeated kingdom. The difference in status had been too great. The Azura Divine Kingdom could be said to have offended many people. Situ Yaoyue and Situ Yaoyao were beautiful in appearance and possessed an abundance of talent. Thus they were desired by some divine sea powerhouses. Some people wanted to receive them together, and because of this they struggled for a long time. From this aspect, it wasn't too far off to say that the Lin family had a grudge with the Situ family. After rounds of violent combat, Situ Mingyue finally killed the blue-eyed poison toad. In the dark forest, her entire body was matted with blood and green mucus. Her chest lightly heaved up and down. It was clear that striking down such a powerful vicious beast had exhausted a good portion of her strength. Situ Mingyue thrust out her sword once more, piercing through the blue-eyed poison toad's heart to ensure its demise. After she confirmed that the blue-eyed poison toad was truly dead, she turned around and coldly stared at Lin Ming. She had long ago discovered Lin Ming but didn't care much about it. She squatted down and quietly sliced open the blue-eyed poison toad's pustule-covered skin. She reached into it and plucked out a fist-sized monster core. This was a token proving she had killed the beast. Then she looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming could see a hint of hostility and contempt in her eyes. Although the Situ family had fallen in these past years and had atoned for their mistakes in the past, everyone had to admit that the Situ family produced amazing geniuses in every generation and that their bloodline was amazing. Lin Ming didn't know that Situ Mingyue had always had an obsession in her heart. Because of Lin Ming, her nation had been destroyed. So, while she naturally hated the Lin family, she was well aware that it was impossible to overthrow them. Thus, she was hoping to frontally defeat a disciple from the Lin family's direct descendants and earn back some pride for the Situ family. It had to be known that, in the past, Situ Yaoyue had lost to Lin Ming and Situ Yaoyao had lost to Lin Xiaoga. They were suppressed by the Lin family. But when Situ Mingyue was finally born into the world, when she wanted to defeat the juniors of the Lin family and gain some honor for her mother, the talents of the Lin family were actually on the decline, as if they would fall apart at the first blow. Besides Lin Ming and Lin Xiaoga, the Lin family didn't produce any more extraordinarily talented individuals. Even with the support of resources, the disciples of the Lin family often only had ordinary achievements. Because Situ Mingyue couldn't find battles she could fight, she felt as if she were punching against empty air. She had hopes that Lin En would be a little bit fiercer. This fellow looked alike to the Lin Ming that had ascended to the divine realm, so their natural talents should be at least a little bit similar. While defeating Lin Ming was impossible, defeating Lin En would be more than enough. There were even some people that said Lin En was Lin Ming's reincarnation. However, she was left disappointed once more. Lin En was simply nothing more than a playboy young master, a bag of trash. She couldn't summon even the slightest bit of interest to fight him. Situ Mingyue put away the monster core in her hands and turned to leave. But at this time, Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. He looked far off into the distant depths of the dark forest. Situ Mingyue couldn't feel it, but Lin Ming had discovered something strange in the air. A high-level vicious beast was approaching. For such a high-level vicious beast to appear in the dark forest, this was absolutely a disaster to the students of Lin Academy. How could this be? By any reasoning, Lin Academy should never have made such a mistake, allowing such a terrifying vicious beast to kill its way into the forest. Moreover, there was something off about this. This vicious beast was extremely fast. At this distance, the teacher sent to secretly protect him should have already discovered the change in situation. But how come there wasn't any response? Could it be? Lin Ming frowned. He swept out his sense and discovered something else. This something else caused his face to darken completely. Lin Ming's mental strength was incredibly formidable. It was so powerful that he could easily pierce through this high-level vicious beast's spiritual sea. There, within the vicious beast's spiritual sea, he discovered a martial artist's spirit mark. In other words, this high-level vicious beast was being controlled by someone else. It was a high-level martial artist's contract beast. There was someone controlling this vicious beast to enter the dark forest and kill people. And now, looking at the direction the vicious beast was headed in, it was sent to kill either him or Situ Mingyue. As for who it was sent to kill, Lin Ming could easily guess this when he recalled the matters with the rumors earlier. So there is someone who wants to harm me. They worry that my parents favor me too much and will give more precious resources of the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom to me. Are they afraid that even supreme authority will be passed down to me? Thinking of this, Lin Ming inwardly sneered. His parents were supported with the prestige he left behind in the past. No one dared to move against them. But there were people that would make use of his parents' lack of understanding when it came to martial skill and cultivation methods, as well as their lack of understanding regarding the politics of court. These people secretly and slowly manipulated things from behind the scene, influencing the decisions his parents made. There were even those that wished to use these devious methods to obtain authority from his parents and place themselves above all others. After all, his parents were only mortals. Even with many spirit medicines helping them, they would have at most 2,000 years to live. Once his parents died, whose hands would this vast divine kingdom fall into? This was an incredibly serious issue that involved a tremendous amount of benefits. It was natural that everyone would want to eat a portion of this thick soup. As these thoughts flashed through Lin Ming's mind, he could sense that the high-level vicious beast had approached. Situ Mingyue had originally taken 10 steps out, but then her body shook. She turned around and looked deep into the jungle, her complexion instantly changing. Fleeting fire centipede. Why would such a high-level vicious beast appear in this forest? Situ Mingyue's expression turned to horror. This fleeting fire centipede could even kill a life-destruction powerhouse. As for Situ Mingyue, she was only in her teens and her cultivation was at the Xianxia realm. This difference in strength was so great that she wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between the fleeting fire centipede's teeth. You idiot! Stop standing around and waiting for death to come. Situ Mingyue saw Lin Ming standing in a silly daze and was left breathless. She drew out a long whip and lashed it at Lin Ming, pulling him towards her. She grabbed his hand and dragged him into the underbrush. If you don't want to die, then don't move. Situ Mingyue covered Lin Ming's mouth, afraid that this blue-brained idiot would shake around and expose their position. Moreover, she guessed that Lin Ming simply wouldn't know what was happening, or perhaps Lin Ming might not even know what a fleeting fire centipede was. If this sort of catastrophe fell upon someone like this who possessed no skills or knowledge, they would die before they even knew it. She quickly spoke to Lin Ming with a true essence sound transmission and then flicked her fingers. A signal flare shot into the skies. This was a special signal flare issued by Lin Academy to their students to call for rescue. Upon use, the teacher responsible for rescuing students would immediately arrive. If a dangerous situation occurred, students were supposed to use this rescue flare. Situ Mingyue didn't believe that she would be able to find any path to survive if the fleeting fire centipede found her. Nor did she believe that she could outrun it. All she could do was hide as much as she could and hope that this fleeting fire centipede was only passing by and not aiming for them. Or, she could pray that they were rescued before they both died. However, Situ Mingyue also felt the situation was strange. Why wouldn't this fellow Lin Ming have a master secretly following him to protect him? And this master actually let a fleeting fire centipede approach them? But at this time Situ Mingyue's heart chilled, as if she had fallen into an icy lake. She stared helplessly on as the signal flare she shot into the skies suddenly broke apart. The bright lights of the signal flare seemed to be swallowed up by darkness, turning to ash that scattered away in the wind, not leaving anything else behind. Situ Mingyue was terrified. This sort of change could only be done by someone skilled in the concept of darkness. Only the all-swallowing concept of darkness could cleanly swallow away the light of a signal flare. She suddenly realized a horrifying possibility. This possibility left her suffocating in despair. Someone wanted to kill her or Lin Ming. This person had secretly infiltrated the squad assigned to protect the students and moved against them. They even brought a fleeting fire centipede here to make it seem as if they had died during the survival course. This individual might even be some master of Lin Academy. "We have to run," Situ Mingyue rapidly said. By this time, her palms were wet with sweat. She had already guessed that no matter who the goal of this other person was, they would kill all possible witnesses. This meant that both of them would die here. And the moment Situ Mingyue spoke these words, the terrifying flame-colored centipede suddenly rushed out from deep in the woods. This horrifying centipede was over 100 feet long and had a carapace that was burning with flames. It let out a dreadful roar, and wherever it went trees would be shorn apart like little twigs. It was far too fast to the point of leaving one in despair. As soon as it appeared, it didn't pause at all and threw itself at Lin Ming and Situ Mingyue. It stretched out claws that were covered in poison and flames, stabbing towards them like two long spears. In that moment, Situ Mingyue had never felt death so near like today. In desperate hopelessness, she grit her teeth and used all of her strength to slash out her sword. She didn't think that this strike would be able to do anything, but only wanted to leave behind a scar on the fleeting fire centipede, even if it was a shallow mark. This was her angry response to the unwillingness she felt in her heart. Would she die here like this? To die so quickly and inexplicably, would she not even get to know who killed her or what their goal was? Her mother, would she be sad? All sorts of thoughts flashed through Situ Mingyue's mind. She stared blankly on as the centipede's claws thrust towards her chest like the scythes of a death god. She watched as her soft and weak sword strike fell onto the fleeting fire centipede's forehead like a string of straw. And she almost heard the sound of her heart being pierced and her blood spraying out. But in that instant, something unbelievable occurred. The moment her soft and faint sword strike fell onto the fleeting fire centipede's forehead, a strength beyond imagination instantly erupted, as if a great sun were dawning upon the sword blade, radiating a divine light that blinded all. Situ Mingyue's eyes shot wide open. The fleeting fire centipede had a carapace that was as hard as divine iron. But beneath this sword strike it was cut apart like tofu. A massive arc of crescent sword energy continued forwards, indomitably tearing through the centipede. The fleeting fire centipede's high-speed body seemed to be grabbed in that moment by a giant invisible hand, completely violating the laws of physics as it froze in mid-air. Then, a golden line spread out from the fleeting fire centipede's forehead and started projecting backwards. In the next moment, the fleeting fire centipede was sliced cleanly in half. Pa! Pa! The two halves of the fleeting fire centipede fell to the ground. It was only after the golden light vanished that blood began to gush out and dye the land red. As the saying went, a centipede could still move even when dead. Even if this fleeting fire centipede were split in half, it should still have a breath of life and should still have been able to violently struggle about posing a great threat. But after being cut apart by Situ Mingyue's sword strike, the fleeting fire centipede had fallen completely still, without the least bit of life remaining within it. As Situ Mingyue witnessed all of this, her eyes turned as large as moons. Even her mouth, that seemed to carry devilish intentions, had fallen open, as she was unable to believe everything that had just occurred. The scene in front of her was the same as her killing off the fleeting fire centipede, a beast that was equivalent with a high-stage life destruction powerhouse. Of course, this was totally impossible. Situ Mingyue had been able to clearly feel that in that brief moment, a divine strength seemed to slash down from the void. This power had melded itself onto her sword strike, thus creating the miracle she had witnessed. And the origin of this power seemed to have been behind her. She turned around and looked at Lin Ming. At this time, Lin Ming was standing a mere 3 feet away from her. There was no panic on his face, but instead only calmness. His complexion was even a little dark. His eyes were as profound and fathomless as an ice pond, causing anyone who looked into them to feel a bit of fear. This sort of coldness seemed to originate from anger. Could also be because of other reasons, but it absolutely wasn't because he was scared. When facing this fleeting fire centipede that could kill a life-destruction powerhouse, even Situ Mingyue was flustered. However, this youth wasn't afraid at all. She didn't know why, but as Situ Mingyue looked at Lin Ming, she felt a fearful restlessness in her heart. She never would have believed that this fellow who seemed like an idiot and acted like a diabolical young master could have such a terrifyingly steady and calm expression. She even had a feeling that this Lin and had some heaven-shaking secret. This ambush was clearly targeted at Lin and not herself. But even though they sent out such a powerful vicious beast, their attempt to assassinate Lin and had failed. Just where had that power come from? It shouldn't have come from Lin and, right? Situ Mingyue looked at Lin Ming and was completely unable to believe that someone like Lin and, who was younger than her, would have the capabilities to kill a fleeting fire centipede. This simply surpassed all common sense. At this time, faint shuffling sounds echoed from within the forest. If one wasn't listening carefully, then it would have been impossible to detect them. Who? Situ Mingyue's heart felt gripped. Someone was here, and they were even a master. However, she felt that this hidden person wasn't approaching them but was running far away instead. That's right. There was that person who had destroyed her signal flare with the darkness laws. This person likely came from Lin Academy, and might even be the teacher assigned to protect them. They took part in the assassination, but after they failed, they decided to flee. Although they didn't know how the fleeting fire centipede had died or who had killed it, what they knew for sure was that anyone that could kill a fleeting fire centipede with such ease could also easily kill them. This was because their strength wasn't greater than that of the fleeting fire centipede. They ran away. Situ Mingyue didn't know what to do. She only looked at Lin Ming. She naturally wasn't able to stop him. She wanted to see what he would choose to do. Lin Ming furrowed his eyebrows together. He said to Situ Mingyue, "Why aren't you running? What's the point of standing there like an idiot? Are you waiting for them to gather reinforcements so they can return to kill you?" Lin Ming's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Situ Mingyue's head. Just several breaths of time ago, she had angrily shouted out to Lin Ming that he was an idiot who was standing around and waiting for death to take him. Now, these words had been returned to her. What Lin Ming said was right. The situation was currently unclear, so quickly leaving to find rescue was the most sensible choice to make. If they stayed here, then there might be more people coming to kill them. It was extremely dangerous. Just before she was about to run away, she turned to Lin Ming to ask him for some advice on who to find. After all, with the current complex situation, she didn't know who was here to kill them and who was here to save them. If she accidentally stumbled into some dangerous individual and was led into a trap, that sort of death wouldn't be justified at all. However, as she turned around, she discovered that, during the brief moment of distraction just now, Lin Ming had already disappeared. Linen? Where is Linen? Situ Mingyue looked in disbelief towards the spot where Lin Ming had just been. There was only green grass and bushes quietly shaking in the wind, and not even a little bit of Lin Ming's aura had remained. Situ Mingyue was bewildered. She had just turned around for a mere moment. It was impossible for martial artists at the Hotian realm and below to possess such speed. Moreover, if they were to disappear that quickly, then their movements wouldn't be light either. It was impossible for them to disappear while she remained completely unaware. This sort of feeling was like Lin Ming had simply teleported away. How did he do this? Before Situ Mingyue could react, she heard a cry of alarm from deep in the forest. Oh! In the dark forest, Song Ding flew away. Air whistled past his ears as the scenery of the forest rapidly blurred around him. He was a teacher of Lin Academy, a life destruction realm martial artist. He had encountered a mysterious person who had given him a benefit that was enough to tempt him, on the condition he would participate in the plan to assassinate Lin Ming. Moreover, he simply didn't need to do anything. The mysterious person would send the fleeting fire centipede to kill Lin Ming. The fleeting fire centipede was a high-rank opponent that not even Song Ding could defeat. If Song Ding were unable to protect Lin Ming from this centipede, then he wouldn't have to endure much guilt. He had originally thought that this matter was more or less assured. Moreover, to kill such an unpopular and useless adopted son like Lin Ming, Song Ding didn't feel much pressure. But in this situation, the fleeting fire centipede had actually been cut apart by Situ Mingyue's sword. Song Ding's first judgment of the situation was that there was a divine sea powerhouse secretly protecting Lin Ming. He found it impossible to imagine why there would be a divine sea master who would favor a pathetic wastrel like Lin Ming. But the truth was placed in front of him. Thus, he could only run away, lest that divine sea powerhouse take out his anger on him. He was terrified, so he fled at the fastest speed he could. But at this time, several hundred feet ahead in the direction he was fleeing, the void was torn open and a youth with a cold and callous expression stepped out, appearing directly in front of Song Ding. This sudden change left Song Ding frightened out of his mind. To tear open the void and teleport right in front of him. Just what sort of method was this? The truth was that in the lower realms, tearing open space wasn't difficult. However, the martial artists of the Sky Spill continent had yet to reach such an understanding in the space laws. Song Ding suddenly came to a stop. All of his blood energy seemed to swell in front of him because of his nervousness. As he saw the face of the mysterious person who had appeared, Song Ding's eyes almost popped out of his head and his face twisted into something resembling a complex array diagram. You? How could it be you? Song Ding couldn't believe that the youth in front of him was Lin, and Lin's eyes were as deep as icy lakes, cold enough to freeze over Song Ding's soul. These weren't eyes that should belong to a 15-year-old. Tearing open the void and instantaneously shifting through space had been done by a youth. Then, could the death of the fleeting fire centipede also be because Lin had secretly killed it? Where could he possibly have obtained such strength? For a time, within Song Ding's mind, the usually truant and good-for-nothing playboy that was Lin began to overlap with the mercilessly indifferent Lin in front of him. One that seemed like a demon god surging with killing intent. Both versions crossed over in his eyes. Song Ding almost collapsed to the ground. How could such an absurd thing happen? A playboy young master had such deeply hidden depths? Moreover, no matter how talented he was, age was the ultimate limit. You? Who are you? Song Ding felt that there was some demon hiding with Lin Ming. However, Lin Ming simply reached out an arm and grabbed onto Song Ding's throat. Song Ding was unable to budge even a little. His entire body was caged by the space laws. Who ordered you? Lin Ming's voice came from the Nine Nether Abyss, causing Song Ding to shake all over. I don't know. That fleeting fire centipede is not my contract beast. Song Ding's courage had long cracked apart. With the feeling of being imprisoned in space, he simply didn't dare to resist Lin Ming. However, he truly didn't know who it was that had given him his orders in secret. He only knew that this person wore a black cloak covering his entire body. Lin Ming coldly sneered. Whatever. I'll search myself. As Lin Ming spoke, he tightened his right hand's grip and a cracking sound shot through the air. Song Ding's neck was broken by Lin Ming. Song Ding's eyes bulged and his face distorted. Even in death, he couldn't believe that he had been killed by a 15-year-old boy. Lin Ming gently activated the magic cube. A black demonic strength covered Song Ding's spiritual sea, and all of the memories within were drawn out, sent flowing into Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Lin Ming quickly found the information he wanted. The person in Song Ding's memories was a tall and mysterious figure that wrapped himself in a black cloak. This mysterious person had given Song Ding a pill that would allow him to break into the next stage of life destruction. As for who this person was, Song Ding had no idea. Song Dong only knew that if he helped kill Lin Ming, then he would obtain another advantage. Lin Ming sneered and casually threw away Song Ding's corpse. Then, He ripped open the void once more and stepped inside, disappearing from sight. Lin Academy had sent 2 people to secretly protect him. Lin Ming certainly wouldn't let off this other person. See, a black spear shot out from the void, directly piercing through the throat of another middle-aged teacher who was flying away at full speed. This teacher looked down at his neck and the rain of blood gushing out from him with disbelief. He tumbled through the air, smashing into several great trees and breaking them with his momentum. Lin Ming followed the same procedure and searched this teacher's spiritual sea. But he didn't obtain any valuable information. Lin Ming frowned. In truth, he had already memorized the spirit mark in the fleeting fire centipede's spiritual sea. As long as he saw the fleeting fire centipede's master, then he would recognize him. Unfortunately, his current cultivation wasn't too high, so he wasn't able to cover the entire vermilion bird divine kingdom with his sense. Otherwise, he would be able to find this mysterious stranger even amongst the countless people in the kingdom. He knew that his actions had alerted his enemy, but he didn't care. And at this time, Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. He sensed the form of a black-clothed girl sneaking through the jungle. She tightly gripped a long sword and held her breath, remaining vigilant of all her surroundings. She was Situ Mingyue. After Lin Ming instantly disappeared, she didn't leave to find help. Rather, she headed towards the location of the 2 teachers that had disappeared and carefully made her way forwards. She wanted to see just what had happened, and she wanted to know just what secret that mysterious youth had. Lin Ming faintly frowned. He looked at the corpse in front of him. If 2 teachers died here, then with this alone he wouldn't be able to conceal the truth. He waved his hand and received the corpse. Then he tore open the void once more, taking away the other teacher's corpse also. He returned to the body of the fleeting fire centipede and threw the 2 corpses on top of it. Then he took out the flame seed from the dead fleeting fire centipede and set the 2 corpses on fire, reducing them to ashes. After finishing this, Lin Ming quietly left. The corpses of the 2 teachers were quickly discovered. It was believed that they were killed by the fleeting fire centipede, but as for who had killed the fleeting fire centipede, no one knew. A mysterious existence that was at least at the divine sea realm had appeared in the edges of the dark forest and slain the fleeting fire centipede with a single sword strike. How could such a matter have occurred? Moreover, one could look up information on all divine sea powerhouses in the vermilion bird divine kingdom. When Lin Academy visited each of these divine sea powerhouses to ask them some questions, the answers they obtained were all denials. If the person who killed the fleeting fire centipede wasn't amongst these people, then just who were they? The survival course ended. Situ Mingyue had obtained an excellent ranking. Lin Academy celebrated Situ Mingyue's success. Many students of Lin Academy were unbearably envious of her. For a time she rose to the heights of fame, becoming the idol of every junior in the entire vermilion bird divine kingdom. Innumerable people praised Situ Mingyue and many large influences tried to win her over. There were also many famous princes and successors of large influences who wished to propose to her. To marry such a beautiful woman and obtain a great supporter in the future, these were simply unimaginable benefits. With this, Situ Mingyue became the proudest daughter of heaven in the entire vermilion bird divine kingdom. She had so many admirers that if they lined up, they could encircle the entire 8,000-mile black swamp. Such limelight was nearly comparable to the little princess of vermilion bird divine kingdom in the past Lin Xiaoga. But Situ Mingyue didn't feel even the least bit of happiness from all this attention. She was the only person who knew what truly occurred with the fleeting fire centipede. She had watched helplessly as the fleeting fire centipede was easily sundered in half by her blade. This scene replayed itself again and again in her mind, an incomparably clear memory. In addition, she knew that the 2 teachers sent to protect Lin Ming had fled the moment the fleeting fire centipede died. After that, Lin Ming had vanished. Then, in a mere 2 breaths of time, she had heard pitiful screams echo through the forest. If she wasn't wrong, then these screams were from those teachers. 2 life destruction masters had fled as fast as they could, but in a mere 2 breaths of time they had been killed. When added with the sudden disappearing of Lin Ming that occurred at the same time, Situ Mingyue came to an unbelievable conclusion. She searched for the corpses of the two teachers but couldn't find them. When she returned, she saw that there were two more piles of ashes beside the fleeting fire centipede's corpse. Without a doubt, this was intentionally done by someone. Someone had killed the two teachers and then burned them near the fleeting fire centipede's corpse, so that it would look like they had been killed by the vicious beast. The academy had been misled. Who had done all of this? Was it really him? This knot remained in Situ Mingyue's heart. But she never mentioned the matter of the fleeting fire centipede or Lin Ming to anyone else. However, as she continued her usual classes at Lin Academy, whether she was aware or not, she would pass by areas that Lin Ming often frequented and would subconsciously search for those profound eyes. After several days, Situ Mingyue saw Lin Ming. It was a beautiful sunny afternoon. On a slanted hillside of the Marshall Field, a mysterious youth was resting on the green lawn, his arms crossed behind his head. He had a blade of grass held between his lips as he welcomed the sunlight. He wore elegant and luxurious robes. Several precious treasures hung on his waist. He was handsome and refined, a youth that possessed incredibly good looks and grace. His posture indicated comfort and laziness. He seemed like a playful boy next door who loved the sunlight. Situ Mingyue found it hard to imagine that everything she saw in the dark forest was real. If those two teachers hadn't truly died, then she might have even thought she had been dreaming all this time. "Miss Mingyue, you're here too? What a coincidence." As Situ Mingyue was looking at Lin Ming, a voice sounded out from behind her. She turned around to see a 17 to 18-year-old youth in embroidered robes holding a sword and walking out from the Marshall Field. As this youth looked at Situ Mingyue, his face was full of smiles. He was a prince of the sublime smelting divine kingdom. With his talent he had chances of becoming the crown prince, or at the very least being given the title of a king. He always had a favorable impression towards Situ Mingyue. However, he wouldn't be someone ardently fawning over Situ Mingyue. Instead, he maintained an appropriate distance so that his actions didn't seem disgusting. "What is Miss Mingyue looking at?" The youth looked towards the direction Situ Mingyue was gazing at earlier and saw Lin Ming. Lin Ming's appearance caused the youth to frown a little. Why would Situ Mingyue come to see how that wastrel playboy was doing? That fellow Lin N is a bit weird. I heard that the two teachers who died were originally sent to protect him. His teachers died, but he was completely safe moreover. What's strange is that this fellow somehow managed to pass the survival course and obtain a great ranking result. With his current level, this is a bit suspicious. As the youth spoke, Situ Mingyue frowned. She didn't reply. In that moment, an incomparably shocking idea rose up in her heart, one that she could hardly believe she thought of. Lin N was so young and yet had such hidden depths. As for his true strength, it completely surpassed common sense. This was not something that could be explained by mere talent. In addition, his appearance resembled that man from the past. Was there really a possibility that Lin N was the reincarnation of that person? This idea caused Situ Mingyue to suck in a breath of cold air. She didn't know just what she was feeling in that moment. That person, he had returned to the Sky Spill continent? Why would he want to come back? But as these ideas raced through Situ Mingyue's mind, she saw Lin Ming, who was lying on the grassy lawn, suddenly turn his head to look at her. His eyes seemed to pierce through the bustling Marshall Field, penetrating through all, shining like stars. Days passed. Years flew by. 3 years passed. Lin Ming was now 18 years old. During these 3 years, Lin Ming's strength rapidly grew. After he obtained a new life, all of the essence he had accumulated from before had been transferred to his new body. And not only did it not weaken, but instead it strengthened along with his rebirth. Thus, in terms of the mortal body and blood vitality, Lin Ming didn't need to train in those at all. Similarly, his inner world had long since been consolidated. Even when his cultivation had fallen to its lowest point, his dantian had still been an inner world and not a revolving core. Thus, bottlenecks didn't exist in Lin Ming's cultivation. As long as enough energy gathered in his inner world, then it would become as stable as the time when Lin Ming was a peak holy lord. As for the laws, there was no need to mention them. The laws he comprehended hadn't diminished in his rebirth. Rather, during these past years he had obtained many new comprehensions. Like this, Lin Ming didn't possess problems in his foundation for cultivation. His foundation was solid beyond belief. What Lin Ming needed to train in now was his state of mind. In addition to that, he needed to gather accumulations. What he required was time. On this day, as Lin Ming was quietly cultivating in his chambers, his eyes flew open and the power of his sense surged outwards, enveloping the entire Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom. The Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom was countless times larger than the Sky Fortune Kingdom of the past. Now, Lin Ming's constantly growing soul force and cultivation was enough to cover it all. The array formations in the various palaces of Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom were unable to stop Lin Ming's sense. The moment that Lin Ming's sense covered over everything, some divine sea powerhouses of the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom seemed to sense something. Their hearts stirred, feeling as if a clear breeze had blown past them. However, their minds immediately calmed afterwards. They tried to sense what was different, but they couldn't find anything special about what just happened. Thus they finally summed it up as an illusion. My ability is still far worse than before. Lin Ming shook his head. With his current level of strength, the larger the area he wanted to cover his sense with, the less ability he had to hide it. However, he wasn't worried. He was only 18 years old and had plenty of time ahead of him. The moment Lin Ming's sense covered the entire Divine Kingdom, he also monitored everyone's locations. Although this consumed a tremendous amount of Lin Ming's soul force, he still continued onwards. He considered this an exercise for his spiritual sea. During this reincarnation, what Lin Ming focused on was cultivating his state of self and cultivating his spiritual sea. He maintained this condition every day. At the start, he was only able to last for a few quarter hours, but afterwards he was able to continue for 2 hours, 4 hours, and even 8 to 10 hours. Lin Ming challenged his limits again and again. His actions left him a little exhausted. During these 3 years, Lin Ming gradually obtained better results in Lin Academy so that others wouldn't have a reason to criticize his parents. From lower ranks to middle ranks to upper ranks, he now approached the highest ranks. As for Lin Ming himself, he became increasingly handsome. His eyes were deep and bright. His temperament was like a book that no one could put down. Sometimes he was mysterious. Sometimes he was as hot as the sun. Sometimes he was restrained. Sometimes he was anxious. In the 4th year, Lin Academy organized a massive test. Lin Ming achieved incredibly good results and even broke the records for 2 of the tests. This left everyone surprised. No one wanted to acknowledge Lin Ming's progress, yet they had no choice but to. At the end of the 4th year, Lin Academy held a massive tournament. Lin Ming reached the finals, defeating many senior students along the way and finally obtaining a top 5 position. Lin Ming's name was carved onto Lin Academy's ranking stone tablet. Moreover, it appeared in many other places as well. This left Lin Ming's mother ecstatic with joy. During this great tournament, Lin Ming managed to shut up all those people that were looking at him with distaste. After all, only true combat strength was the real deal. In a short few years, Lin Ming had gone from a useless young master to someone who almost matched Situ Mingyue's level. This proved that Lin Ming possessed a terrifying talent. As things stood, if Lin Ming continued on like this, then he would become increasingly fierce. He would overtake many people and then leave them behind as he finally stepped into the Divine Sea. This was just incredible. This was a bright future. Coupled with Lin Ming's handsome looks and his famous family background, many young girls at Lin Academy had a crush on him. 16 to 17-year-old girls that looked like flowers were naive and innocent. Often they would have crushes on the best-looking, most well-mannered, and most confident boy they met. And Lin Ming had all of these advantages, so it was natural for there to be such a result. In fact, sometimes as Lin Ming was wandering through the academy, there would be a brave girl that ran out in front of him. These girls would give Lin Ming a pink letter before fleeing with embarrassment and blushed faces. Slowly opening the letters, the gracefully written words were faint. The words of girls' budding interest in boys contained a shyness and youthful beating of the heart, as well as tenseness and anticipation. Lin Ming accepted all of these letters in piles. He deeply recalled that, during his youth, He had seen countless young masters of great families. These people all came from grand and wealthy backgrounds. Their talent was above others and their strength was amazing. Their looks were handsome and it seemed as if they were the pets of heaven, given every possible advantage. As for the frustrated men that were compared to them, those men had humble origins. Their talents were poor, they lacked resources, their strength was mediocre, and even their appearances were ugly. For beautiful young girls in the prime of their youth, it was clear just who they would choose as their boyfriends between these two types of people. Even if they couldn't obtain the affectations of these rich young masters, they still wouldn't accept the diligent pursuit of those frustrated men. This was the emotion of youth. Lin Ming couldn't help that he once envied these young masters. He envied their high-spirited actions and their frivolous and easy youthful life. During Lin Ming's youth, although he wasn't some frustrated man, he wasn't the young master of a wealthy family either. He had to constantly struggle to spur himself onwards, to take these young masters as a goal in order to surpass them and fight for success. Although he succeeded, he had developed a calm and experienced disposition, one that was edged with restraint. He had lost many things in exchange for that. It was only today that Lin Ming was able to experience such a life. In this Lin Academy he was a young master. Everything he had aroused the envy of others. He felt that his youthful nature that was suppressed in the past was being thoroughly released, making him feel content. To experience the baptism of mortal life and realize the 100 tastes of life. On the road of martial arts, there were many senior supreme elders who would come to the mortal world when they experienced a brutal bottleneck. They would wander the world, feeling the life around them. They would understand these feelings and try to break through what they knew in order to reach a higher level. The present Lin Ming was also like this. However, these senior supreme elders were unable to do what Lin Ming was doing and truly walk down that road of life once more. They could only try to forget their minds and act out some role in the mortal world. But what they did didn't allow them to fully succeed. As for Lin Ming, due to all sorts of reasons, when forced into a desperate situation he had no choice but to experience this mortal world once more and walk down the winding road of life. Thus, his experience of life was much more thorough. Another year passed. Lin Ming was now 20 years old. His cultivation progressed yet again. His spiritual sea became increasingly profound and his sense could already cover the entire vermilion bird divine kingdom for 16 hours without feeling any exhaustion. If it were for a moment, Lin Ming could even have his sense cover most of the Sky Spill planet. He could extend his sense from the Sky Spill continent all the way to the Holy Demon continent. But on this day, as Lin Ming was training his sense, he suddenly discovered a person in Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom. This person had a wisp of an aura on him, one that was similar to the one he sensed on the fleeting fire centipede he had slain years ago. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. During the years of training his sense, he had always been looking for this person. However, because the fleeting fire centipede was instantly killed, this individual seemed to have fled the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom. It was clear that he was afraid of the mysterious existence which killed the fleeting fire centipede. This was why Lin Ming hadn't been able to find him yet. Now 5 years had passed and this person returned. Lin Ming locked onto this person with his divine sense. He was several thousand miles away, but his every movement and action, his cultivation methods, his cultivation base, the movement of energy in his meridians, everything was completely seen by Lin Ming. Lin Ming could confirm that this person was the fleeting fire centipede's master. He smiled. He used his sense and left a mark on this other person, just like the true divinities did to him in the past. He wanted to use this person as bait and fully clear out all those people who tried to usurp power from behind the scenes. Deep at night, a seemingly ordinary carriage stopped at the back doors of a luxurious and opulent mansion. The curtains of the carriage were pulled open and a mysterious person in a black cloak stepped out and walked through the door. His footsteps were light, as if he were just a ghost. He grasped a special entry token, one that allowed him unimpeded access to a chamber in the deepest depths of the mansion. Within this chamber, a 30-some-year-old man had already been waiting for a long time. This man was tall and his shoulders were broad. Beneath 2 thick eyebrows, a pair of hard eyes gleamed. This man emitted a faint killing intent. This was a presence that could only be formed by slaughtering on the road of martial arts for many years. In front of him was a decanter of wine. At this time, he held onto the decanter with one hand and was pouring the wine into a bronze cup. His hands were strong and steady, as if cast from iron. As the wine was poured from the large decanter, the cup filled to the brim with not a single drop spilling out. At this time, the front door of the chamber opened. The mysterious cloaked man from the carriage paced over and respectfully bowed to this 30-some-year-old man. "Marquis Yutian, your subordinate has returned," the black-cloaked person courteously said. This man called Marquis Yutian was the Lin family's son-in-law, Zhou Yutian. He had married Lin Ming's second younger sister, Lin Ping, and was the son-in-law of the current emperor. He had been granted the title of Marquis and commanded one of the elite forces of the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom, the. Concerning Marquis Yutian, Situ Mingyue was faintly aware just how much of a cold and calculating individual he was. He was a past champion of the martial arts meeting and he had many, many lucky chances. There were even some current records of Lin Academy that were held by Marquis Yutian. Such a strong person who had such deep plans had ended up with such a pitiful fate. The reason for this was likely because he had tried to assassinate Lin and Situ Mingyue couldn't imagine just how Marquis Yutian's plan to kill Lin and stage a coup was discovered. But she believed that all of this was inevitably related to Lin and this youth was far too mysterious. 3 days had passed since Marquis Yutian's plotting had been revealed. But the capital was still on high alert, the entire city drowned in a tense atmosphere. With the downfall of such an important figure, there was bound to be a wide cleansing. All matters related to this were managed by Lin Xiaodong. Lin Xiaodong didn't slay innocents. Rather, those that were associated with Marquis Yutian were reassigned to other areas, had their authority reduced, or were even exiled to far-off outposts. This was an inevitable end. Situ Mingyue watched all of this occur, not finding it strange at all. Over 200 years ago, when the Azura Divine Kingdom was destroyed, what followed was also a wide-scale cleansing. She aimlessly walked. Then she paused. She saw that not too far away, on a rolling hill adjacent to the Lin Academy's martial field, there was a youth holding a blade of grass in his hands, relaxing in the sun. This youth was Lin Ming. At this time, his mood wasn't good at all. Although matters had been resolved, the final culprit had been the husband of his sister, Lin Ping. The Lin Ming of this life in truth didn't have much contact with Lin Ping and his parents' other children. Deep within palace politics, when matters of power were involved, affection would slowly turn cold and distant. At the same time, there would be people willing to take risks, murdering and framing in order to seize more power. Zhou Yutian might be the first for the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom, but he wouldn't be the last. As the Lin family grew larger and larger, it wouldn't be surprising for those who shared flesh and blood to kill each other. All of this was an unavoidable truth. Lin Ming didn't want to bother with this. In this life, all he wanted to do was quietly accompany his parents to the end of their natural lifespan. As for whether the Lin family prospered or declined, that would depend on the will of heaven. There was no family that could thrive forever. Tens of thousands of years later, when his own prestige faded, the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom he established might change to another name and the Lin family might revert to an ordinary family. And in truth, this might not be a bad thing. As Lin Ming was thinking this, he could feel a girl silently walking towards him. He turned to see a black-clothed Situ Mingyue quietly arrived at his side. She wore a dress, and as she sat down beside him, she looked like a proper lady. Her hands wrapped around her knees. She didn't look at Lin Ming, only quietly staring into the far-off distance. Lin Ming had long since noticed that Situ Mingyue would sometimes appear by his side, whether it was by design or accident. Sometimes she would be quietly paying attention to him, but it was never like today where she sat right by his side. He faintly smiled but didn't speak. Like this, the two of them looked towards the horizon. The setting sun was colored like blood. The red clouds seemed completely dyed. As the glow of the sun poured down the rolling mountains, it was like the veil of a goddess, an infinitely beautiful sight. Zhou Yutian's case of treason had caused Lin Ming's parents to suffer some strain. In these past days, Lin Ming had frequently appeared by his parents' side, trying to cheer up and soothe their moods. "Father, your child raises a cup in your honor." At a family banquet, Lin Ming filled a cup of wine for his father. No matter how many years passed, his father still had the same two hobbies, drinking and playing chess. "Father, mother, this time your child would like to go out for adventure," Lin Ming suddenly said at the end of the banquet. In this first new life he wanted to accompany his parents, but that didn't mean he would always be around them. He needed to leave, walk down more roads, experience more of life. "That's also good. Go out and take a look at how great this world is." Lin Fu chuckled, but Lin Mu was a bit regretful. However, in order for her child to gain more experience, she eventually nodded. Lin Ming left. This time he was gone for 20 years. Afterwards he returned and spent 2 years beside his parents. Then he left once more. He traveled through the Sky Spill continent and the Holy Demon continent. In the Sky Spill continent's southern wilderness, he went to the country that was founded by the two sisters, Na Yi and Na Shui. These two sisters had become the rulers of the greatest tribal power in the southern wilderness. They met and survived through a catastrophe and were bound by a common destiny. Their relationship was extremely good. Now the two of them had aged. The older sister Na Yi had a house full of grandchildren. As for the younger sister Na Shui, she had become the most devout goddess, vowing to never marry for life. Lin Ming became a wandering seer that roamed the four corners of the world. He arrived at the two sisters' country and quickly saw Na Shui and Na Yi before leaving. "Big sister, that man?" Na Shui looked at Lin Ming's back as he faded into the distance. She didn't know why, but she felt an aching pain in her heart. "What's wrong?" Na Yi looked at Na Shui in confusion. Na Shui shook her head. She lowered her head and saw a glow of blue light gather in her palm, finally condensing into a pill bottle. "He left this behind?" Na Shui was stunned. She opened the pill bottle. 2 vividly green pills tumbled out. These 2 pills emitted a medicinal fragrance beyond description. Just from smelling them, they could feel their meridians clear out and their flesh and blood burn hot, as if all of their meridians were being transformed by these pills. Heavens! Just the smell alone possessed such a potent medicinal strength. It was hard to imagine just how precious these pills were. At this time, a sound transmission passed into Na Shui's mind. "Dip the pill in warm water and only drink the juice. Remember, do not directly swallow the pill. This medicine can prolong your life, help maintain your thoughts, and cleanse your marrow. It can even allow your cultivation to rise much higher and extend your lifespans by several times." Hearing these words, the sisters were completely shocked. This person, could it be? After completing these karmic ties, Lin Ming quietly left. He arrived at the Holy Demon continent. Here he visited the Fey race. He saw Duanmu Kun, Fengshen, and Lan Xian. These 3 people had partied together with Lin Ming in the blood slaughter steppes, fighting with him. They had risked their lives with Lin Ming, and there could be considered some friendship between them. These 3 people had also reached the Divine Sea realm. On the Sky Spill planet, someone that could become an emperor in 100 years was a peerless genius. As for Duanmu Kun and the others, they had accomplished this in their 60s. In particular, Duanmu Kun. He was making steps towards the Middle Divine Sea realm. In his holy land, he held onto an extremely high level of authority and was slowly ascending to become the successor. Lin Ming quietly arrived, left behind lucky chances for the 3 of them, and then departed once more. This time, Lin Ming left for 100 years. He left the Sky Spill planet and freely wandered the vast cosmos of the lower realms. Sometimes he went into seclusion and sometimes he journeyed out to gain experience. Every time he went to a new place, he would settle down for a period of time. He saw different people, saw different nations. Some were primitive, some were advanced, some were poor, some were prosperous. Slowly, during this first new life, Lin Ming had reached 160 years of age. Because of his past accumulations, there were no bottlenecks in his cultivation. His cultivation had long been restored to its previous state, and his strength surpassed its previous highest point. He was getting closer and closer to the World King realm. Breaking into the World King realm was an extremely important jump upwards. Thus, he wasn't in a hurry. He had plenty of time to fully prepare for it. Time passed year after year. On this year, Lin Ming was 200 years old. Adding on his last life, Lin Ming had experienced the winds and rains of over 400 years. He planned to return to his parents and carefully cultivate for 20 to 30 more years. Then, he would begin his preparations for breaking into the World King realm. To break into the World King realm before 500 years of age, for a level of talent like Lin Ming that far surpassed the elites of the 33 heavens, the speed wasn't fast at all, and could even be called slow. But during the process of making a breakthrough, as he became more and more aware of himself, Lin Ming had obtained many benefits. This year, Lin Ming returned. He went to his parents' side. His cultivation was disguised at the early Divine Sea realm. He planned to start his final preparations to break into the World King realm. However, he didn't think that his parents would give him such a difficult conundrum. During the days he was gone, his parents had privately made a decision and prepared a marriage for him. And the fiancé wasn't a stranger either. It was unexpectedly Situ Mingyue. This was because in these past years, Situ Mingyue was far too dazzling in the Sky Spill continent. Lin Ming's parents had taken a liking towards this girl and had already promised the matchmaker the marriage. They even met with Situ Yaoyao and Situ Yaoyue, passing down a dowry to them. After Lin Ming returned from such a long period of separation, his parents were overjoyed. Lin Mu personally went to the kitchen and prepared the dishes that Lin Ming loved to eat the most during his childhood. Living in such a high position, Lin Mu rarely prepared food. It was only when Lin Ming returned that she personally cooked for him, and she even did so daily. After the meal was set up, Lin Ming quietly sat down and then said, "I will not be married." Why? Lin Fu and Lin Mu looked at Lin Ming with surprise. Lin Fu said, "Do you have someone you love? Why don't you bring them back and let your parents take a look at them so we'll be happy?" Lin Ming remained silent. After receiving no reply from Lin Ming for a long time, Lin Mu's eyes widened. "You don't have one? Then why won't you marry? The wife has already been chosen for you. Within the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom, or even the entire continent, she is the most outstanding lady that could possibly be chosen. She has countless pursuers, and even the matchmaker has visited both houses. If you could marry such a nice young lady, then your mother will be happy for the rest of her days. How could you allow your mother to agree to this and then go back on our promise?" Lin Ming shook his head, leaving no ground for compromise. "Why don't you say something?" Lin Mu anxiously said. "That child Mingyue, in what area does she not match up to you? Her appearance is outstanding. Her talent is good. She is clever and smart. Just how could you not like such a wife? Do you really want to be alone for the rest of your life? Your big brother and big sister who hasn't married. Your second brother even has over 100 children." In Lin Mu's mind, marrying and producing children, continuing the family lineage, that was the right and honest thing to do. Lin Ming seemed to have planned to live his life alone, and this left her very worried. Lin Ming still didn't speak. Lin Mu was left grasping at straws. This family banquet did not end happily. On the next day, Lin Ming entered Lin Academy once more. After 200 years, Lin Academy hadn't changed much. On the campus grounds, there were young people everywhere who dreamed their own dreams of martial arts. They all trained here, hoping to find success in the future. There were many people, but none of them noticed Lin Ming. Amongst the Academy's younger generation, although many of them had listened to stories about Lin Ming, only a small number of them had seen Lin Ming's portrait. Lin Ming did the same as he did in the past. He quietly arrived on the rolling slopes near the Academy's martial field and laid down on the lawn, biting a blade of grass between his lips. He quietly experienced the bustling noise of the mortal world, tranquilly perceiving it. He lay here until the sun set, but at this time, the voice of a woman sounded out in his ears. "Sorry, I didn't mean to cause such a problem for you." Lin Ming turned to see a black-clothed Situ Mingyue standing beneath the setting sun. The golden light fell down upon her, illuminating her and making her appear like a spirit that was dancing in flames. When the Empress Dowager sent someone to settle this marriage with me, she didn't tell me that you didn't know about this matter. Situ Mingyue's voice was a bit melancholic. After 200 years, her appearance hadn't changed much at all. She was still as beautiful as she was in her youth, but she gained a more mystical atmosphere around her. She had already broken into the Divine Sea Realm and was making great progress towards the Middle Divine Sea Realm. In the entire Sky Spill planet's martial world, Situ Mingyue possessed a considerable status, and the Situ family was already beginning to slowly reform. Although they no longer had their own country, they had become a top family that was dreaded by many countries. In terms of status alone, Situ Mingyue was properly matched with Lin Ming. I should be the one apologizing. Lin Ming shook his head. I don't want to marry, nor will I marry. Situ Mingyue looked at Lin Ming's eyes as if she could pierce through him and understand his deepest feelings. Why? Because you already have a wife. Lin Ming remained silent. At this time, Situ Mingyue suddenly lightened her tone. She calmly and clearly said, "The truth is that you really are his reincarnation." These words shook Lin Ming's thoughts. He turned to Situ Mingyue, astonishment in his eyes. But then, he immediately calmed down. He didn't acknowledge this, nor did he deny it. There were things that had been personally witnessed by Situ Mingyue. Moreover, in the past years, Situ Mingyue's understanding towards the road of martial arts had become increasingly profound. She recalled the moment 200 years when Lin Ming was attacked by an assassin, and as she mulled over these memories, she thought more and more that it wasn't a Divine Sea powerhouse secretly protecting Lin Ming, but that it was Lin Ming himself who struck back. As for Situ Mingyue, she contrasted her current strength with the strength of Lin Ming at the time. Then, she finally determined that the Lin Ming of that time had possessed a strength that far surpassed her understanding. Even today, Situ Mingyue found that Lin Ming was becoming harder and harder to understand. She eventually believed the conclusion she had formed in the past, that Lin and was Lin Ming. Perhaps he had suffered some danger in the divine realm, or perhaps some other reasons, but in short, he had returned. Lin Ming's silence was seen as tacit agreement by Situ Mingyue. Realizing that such a legendary figure was standing in front of her, Situ Mingyue discovered that she didn't feel much fear or awe. Rather, the one in front of her was still Lin and the youth from 200 years ago. She softly said, "I won't speak of this, and I also understand the reason why you don't want to marry. As for the marriage matter, I have already told my mother to cancel it." "Really? I'm sorry." After Situ Mingyue spoke, she turned and quietly walked away. For a time, Lin Ming had a strangely inexplicable feeling in his mind. In particular, Situ Mingyue's way in which she addressed his name afterwards left him feeling something peculiar. He left the martial field and returned to his parents. During these past days, his mother seemed to be depressed. Lin Ming quietly accompanied her. Year after year passed. Like this, 20 years passed. On this day, Lin Ming left Sky Spill planet and rode Primordius Heavenly Palace to fly deep into some far-off planet. He wanted to break into the World King realm. World King. That was the king of a world. To an essence-gathering martial artist, the pulse condensation realm was the start of their road of martial arts. At this boundary, a martial artist formed their meridians and could draw in heaven and earth origin energy through their acupoints. When one's origin energy reached a certain degree, it would gather in their lower abdomen and form a dantian. From there, a true essence vortex would be created. From the disorderly inner energy of the Hotian realm, it would become orderly at the Xiantian realm. Then above that, when the vortex condensed into a core, that was the revolving core realm. When that core shattered and was remade, that was the life destruction realm. As for the 9 divine shifts, the 3 boundaries of Divine Sea, Divine Transformation, and Divine Lord, during this process a martial artist's dantian would become a world, forming continents, lakes, seas, heavens and earth. After entering the Holy Lord realm, the vast earth within one's inner world would turn into a planet and the great vault of heaven would become the universe. After the Holy Lord realm was the World King realm. This boundary was extremely special. It required that a martial artist refine a real world and fuse it into their own inner world. Their own inner world would integrate the space, time, and matter of a real universe, thus obtaining the characteristics of a real world. To refine a real world, that sounded inconceivable. However, upon practical application, it wasn't so exaggerated. Worlds came in sizes large and small. The 33 heavens could be called an entire world, but a single dewdrop, a single flower petal, could also be called a world. This was what others meant when they one flower, one world, one grain of sand, one pure land of bliss. When a martial artist grew to the world king realm, they would refine a world that depended on how solid their foundation was and how strong they were. The stronger a martial artist was, the more solid their foundation was, then the larger the world they refined would be. Otherwise, the world they refined would be smaller. But in truth, no matter how talented a world king was, the world they refined wouldn't be too ridiculously large. Generally speaking, refining an area of dozens of miles as well as the material in space was considered quite good. Even a top talent like Emperor Xianxia had only managed to refine 1,000 miles of the void. And in rumors, it was said that in the ancient past there were extreme true divinities that refined an entire planet when they became world kings. To take an entire planet, as well as the void around the planet, the origin energy within the planet, the lives atop the planet, and even some of the heavenly Tao law fragments, and then refine all of that into one's own inner world, that was a heaven-shaking feat. To achieve such a step, they either existed in the records of history or were mystical characters like Xianxia, the good fortune Saint Sovereign, or Soaring Feather. But whether or not they had managed to reach such a point, no one knew. To refine the real world in one's inner world, besides differences in size, there were also differences in strength of space, the origin energy, and the law fragments within. There were differences in all these aspects. For these things, if one could choose a higher level world, then it would be helpful to a martial artist's future road of cultivation. Of course, wanting to refine a higher level world was far more difficult. Normally, when the disciple of a great influence was breaking into the world king realm, they would choose a first-rate world to refine. This was because by doing this as opposed to refining a low-level world, it would save a martial artist time when they consolidated their boundary. And in the future they would also reach higher achievements. With Lin Ming's current foundation and strength, he didn't fear such a challenge. Rather, the higher level a world was, the larger a world was, the more it would arouse his fighting spirit. He wasn't afraid of any challenges. In fact, he wanted to verify where the limits of his strength were, and the results of his 400 years of comprehension. However, Lin Ming was in the lower realm dimension where the Sky Spill planet was located. He would have to depend on his own ability to accomplish all of this. To find a vast high-level world. Wasn't that easier said than done? 3 months later, in the vast and limitless universe, brilliant stars dotted the horizon. A panorama of illusionary dreamlike colors flowed through the dark void, seeping everything in a hazy halo. The distant galaxies and blurry nebulas were like small strands of silk that wound about each other, floating an unknown distance away. They glowed soft and gentle. Lin Ming stood in this starry space, quietly feeling the vastness of the universe even as he completely opened himself to his surroundings. His mind slowly fused with the surrounding universe. His inner world opened, communing with this part of the universe. Infinite heaven and earth origin energy began gathering towards him. The plane of the lower realms simply wasn't able to withstand Lin Ming's strength. The space surrounding him had already collapsed and space storms wildly surged out. The sound of the great Tao echoed in the universe, continuing without end, as if it flowed from the ancient primordial nothingness. At this moment, Lin Ming was finally beginning his breakthrough into the World King realm. In his road of martial arts, this was an incredibly crucial stage that would directly affect his future achievements. Energy grew stronger. Lin Ming's body burned like a sun. The rays of light constantly transformed around him, finally forming a rainbow-colored sphere of light behind him. This sphere of light gradually evolved, becoming a massive phantom. The phantom was extremely blurry, as if it were formed from gathered fog. But even in the violent and crazy space storms, it didn't scatter at all. Lin Ming closed his eyes, His clothes flapped around him and his hair flew upwards. The phantom behind him continued to change, finally becoming a giant cuboid. This was a thick and ancient book. This ancient book slowly opened, revealing a completely blank interior. But in the next moment, an invisible character began to emerge from nowhere, as if an invisible pen were writing on the paper. Then, the second character, the third, fourth, fifth, more and more characters were written at an increasingly quick pace. All of these writings appeared in either black or gold. If Xianxia were here, she would discover that these words contained the concepts of the golden pages and the black book. But there were faint differences between them. Lin Ming's books of life and death had been born from the Holy Scripture, but he had added in his own comprehensions. The phantom of this ancient book became increasingly clear. More and more words appeared within it. These words starkly contrasted gold and black, simple and plain, and yet containing a meaning that was difficult to name. They were simply impossible to understand. Rather, it should be said that these words had no definite meaning at all. They only contained different kinds of concepts. When different people read these words, they would each come away with a different understanding. Even Lin Ming was unable to accurately explain these words. This was equal to the total comprehensions of his 400-some years of life. The same life, but different feelings. This invisible pen was the unknowable fate of life. The ancient book was slowly written. This process continued for several days. Finally, the pen of fate fell one final time. In that moment, this ancient book bloomed with the brilliance of a world, as if all the light in the universe was being gathered towards this ancient book. This was an ancient book that belonged to Lin Ming, a self-created great Tao book that would allow him to climb to the peak of martial arts. For a time, a horrifying vortex of energy formed. A massive amount of interstellar matter was sucked into this vortex. With the ancient book as the central point, the great Tao aura in the surrounding space was condensed to the peak. A universe's physical matter, heaven and earth origin energy, heavenly Tao laws. When these three things were joined together, they were in truth the essence, energy, and divine of a universe. Lin Ming used his strength to gather them, purifying them, leaving only their essence behind. He had already comprehended the Holy Scripture and Heavenly Sutra and understood how the great Tao rules of many worlds revolved. He knew that when a universe's matter, energy, and laws were completely gathered and essence, energy, and divine were gathered, one could breed a brand new world. When the Azura Roadmaster and the Holy Scripture Creator established their own world, they had laid down their own world laws and had used their transcendent methods to gather material and energy and then manifest their own world. Currently, Lin Ming was walking down the same path as the Azura Roadmaster and the Holy Scripture Creator. This was a bold move. Rather, one should call it a crazy attempt. This was because the Azura Roadmaster and Holy Scripture Creator had only created their own world when they had become renowned throughout the universe and their strengths had reached incomparably powerful levels. As for Lin Ming, he wanted to walk down this road as he broke into the World King realm. In the dimension of the lower realms where the power of the laws was weak and small, where matter was lacking, where energy was barren, to accomplish this here was already Lin Ming's limit. Slowly, beads of sweat formed on Lin Ming's face. Blue veins popped up on his forehead. He stared blankly on as right in front of him, a world began to slowly appear in its elementary form. In the past, when the Azura Roadmaster and Holy Scripture Creator created their own worlds, these worlds were stable to the point where they could exist for billions of years or even hundreds of billions of years, able to stand side by side with the universes of the 33 heavens. Lin Ming naturally couldn't achieve this. Even if he created his own world, it would collapse in a few dozen or 100-some years. But that didn't matter. The world he created now was only in its elementary form. Through the increasing influx of power and his own rising boundary, he could have this world continue to evolve and consolidate without end. In the future, if Lin Ming became an Empyrean or even a true divinity, it was impossible to estimate just how large this world would grow to. This was a world that was constantly evolving, constantly developing. And at this time, Lin Ming's strength had already reached a limit. If he relaxed the energy flow even just a little bit, it would cause the essence, energy, and divine of a universe that he gathered to falter and collapse, completely disintegrating. If this were to happen, then Lin Ming would likely suffer a backlash from the energy and be heavily wounded. He let out a deep bellow and summoned the power of Azura blood within him. Black scales covered Lin Ming's body. His blood vitality billowed like beams of light, boiling without end. Behind him, a tall and overwhelming black Azura phantom appeared. This Azura phantom was 1,000 feet high with thick chains that twined about its body, its entire being wrapped in dragon-thick muscles. A phoenix danced above its right arm and a true dragon wrapped around its left arm. It stepped on 9 stars. Together with Lin Ming, it held onto this newborn elementary world. This Azura phantom was the power that Lin Ming cultivated, formed from pouring in the power of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, the strength of the Heavenly Sutra, and the blood of a true dragon and phoenix. This giant Azura pushed forwards with the momentum of a grinding pan. It slowly pushed against this newly born world, causing the essence, energy, and divine of this world to condense and condense again. With his own comprehensions of the books of life and death as the foundation of this world, with the Azura laws stabilizing and restraining it, Lin Ming had done everything he could to their limits. When his strength began to reach the point of exhaustion once more, he started to burn blood essence through the gate of life. Then, this world finally began to slowly condense. It was too small, a mere several miles in radius. Moreover, the structure of the world was highly unstable. Even an attack from a divine sea powerhouse could cause the system of essence, energy, and divine within this world to collapse and be destroyed in an avalanche of failure. After completing the creation of this world, Lin Ming had used up every ounce of energy in his body. His gaze was absorbed as he looked at this world, as if he were looking at this own child. At this moment, Lin Ming was fervently excited. He had done it. This was a world that belonged to himself, the beginning of a brand new start. From this day on, a new epoch had begun in his road of martial arts. At this time, the Azura Phantom pushed this world and thrust it directly into Lin Ming's body. The world rapidly shrunk. It overlapped with Lin Ming's inner world. In that instant, within Lin Ming, this newly created world's essence, energy, and divine superimposed with his own essence, energy, and divine. This world slowly fused together with Lin Ming's inner world. For a time, red clouds tumbled throughout space. Paths of life and death, the sound of the great Tao, all of it swirled in the starry space, creating a strange image that continued to change. And Lin Ming, in that moment, had finally broken into the World King realm. His World King realm had an essential difference from the World King realm of other martial artists. He had created a world which could grow and evolve. Currently, because the world Lin Ming had fused into himself was too small and weak, the strength that he had gained from breaking into the World King realm wasn't some drastic leap upwards. But as time passed, the world Lin Ming contained within himself would continue to expand. It would hold planets, galaxies, and eventually become a universe of its own. At that time, the strength Lin Ming possessed would be unimaginable. Lin Ming sat cross-legged in the void, meditating for several hours of time. After he restored a part of his strength, he took a single step out into the void and vanished. Lin Ming continued to tear through space, using void shift after void shift. 3 days later, a blood-red planet appeared in front of Lin Ming. This planet didn't have the least bit of life. It was a lifeless dead planet. But this planet itself contained a massive amount of precious materials and also possessed an incredible trove of world essence energy. The volume of this star was nearly 10 times that of the Sky Spill planet. Its diameter surpassed 200 million miles. In the past 100-some years, as Lin Ming wandered through this lower realm, he occasionally saw this planet and had noted its position. Originally, Lin Ming had worried about needing to refine a world when he broke into the World King realm. He thought of searching for an upper-level world to refine. But finally, Lin Ming had dropped this idea. This was because there wasn't a single world that could truly satisfy Lin Ming. Now, Lin Ming had created a world of his own. Although he couldn't refine this massive planet before him, He could actually draw in its essence energy and use it to reinforce and strengthen his own world. Lin Ming flew towards this planet. He broke into the atmosphere like a rapidly falling meteor. Bang! With a terrifying explosion, Lin Ming crashed into the planet. Lin Ming continued to drill inwards, sinking further and further into the depths of the planet. From the outer layers of the planet where it was dirt and rock, the surroundings became increasingly hot the further in he went. Rock turned into billowing magma. Lin Ming didn't care about this degree of heat. His continued to pierce through. At this time, the pressure also increased. This pressure pushed down on Lin Ming's mortal body, causing explosive popping sounds to occur. Lin Ming didn't seem to care at all. He raced all the way into the deepest parts of the earth. That was the core of this planet. Here was no longer magma. Rather, it was a giant core formed from rare minerals and metals. These metals and minerals were extremely good materials for forging weapons. They were formed in the massive natural furnace that was this massive planet and had been tempered under high temperature and pressure for billions of years. This was a massive trove of treasure. It was extremely solid and had been melted into a near-liquid form by the high temperature. Lin Ming plunged in, continuing to race towards the deepest part, withstanding everything to get there. Lin Ming took a deep breath. Even if his mortal body was incredibly powerful, it still wasn't easy for him to resist such an environment. He let loose his mind and sat in meditation. Slowly, he began drawing in the planet's essence energy. All of the essence energy converged into Lin Ming, nourishing the true world he had created. The growth of a world was a long, long process. So for a long time, Lin Ming could absorb essence energy from this planet to nourish his world. 50 years, 100 years, 200 years. Looking at the boundless universe above the planets, one could see the changing stars. But the truth was that they never changed. They simply traveled along trajectories that cycled with the mystical rules of the heavenly Tao. In the evolution of a planet, several hundred years was far too short, to the point that there wouldn't be any changes at all. However, in this universe, there was a giant red planet that had been experiencing world-shaking changes in the last 100 years. In the beginning, it was a young and hot planet. Its surface was covered with active volcanoes, and it had an atmosphere rich in pure heaven and earth origin energy. However, as time passed, its heaven and earth origin energy began to thin. The volcanoes that dotted its surface began to erupt one last time or gradually die down, as if the energy of the star had started to dry up. In the following 50 years, this planet experienced numerous earthquakes. Massive fissures started ripping through its surface, and from these deep valleys that were hundreds and thousands of miles deep, lava slowly flowed out. After another 50 years, even the lava leaking out from these cracks started to cool. Fewer and fewer volcanoes erupted and the landscape of the planet started to dry up. This was the sign of an aging planet. Such a silence was maintained for another 50 years. On this day, the planet began to violently shake. This trembling surpassed any previous earthquake and any previous volcanic eruption. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth tore open and an alarmingly titanic fissure appeared. It was like a divine god was using a pair of hands to break apart the planet. Beneath this great pressure, burning hot magma and rare liquid minerals and metals gushed out, forming several 100-mile-high waves that impacted into the heavens. Beneath these rough waves, a person's shadow rushed out. From the raging sea of fire, his muscles reflected a dim red light and metallic luster. His dark long hair hung to his ankles, wrapping around his body like a silk cocoon. Besides his hair, his entire body was naked. His figure could be called perfect. His torso, his arms, his legs, his neck, all were formed in beautiful and powerful symmetry. Each muscle, each line of his body, was perfect, as if it were a work of art sculpted by some master. This person was Lin Ming. Over 200 years ago, Lin Ming had entered this planet to quietly cultivate. He breathed in the energy of the planet, nourishing himself. As Lin Ming calmly cultivated, the evolutionary history of the planet that should have lasted for billions of years was quickly reduced to a mere few hundred years. From young, it became old. In exchange for the planet's decline, Lin Ming's inner world became more stable and developed further. As the massive amount of world essence energy gathered into Lin Ming's body, his inner world grew to over 20 miles in size. He had reached the standard of most world kings, and if his inner world grew any more, he would grow increasingly strong. Lin Ming didn't stop. His figure flashed through the void and he tore open space, rapidly flying away. After this period of journeying, Lin Ming re-entered the Sky Spill planet and spent 10 more years beside his parents. After that, in the tearful eyes of his mother, Lin Ming set out once more, flying into the depths of the universe. On the road of cultivation, he didn't stand still. He recalled the position of another planet. This planet was smaller, but the grade was higher. And most importantly, there were no living beings on this planet. It was a dead star. Otherwise, if Lin Ming drew out all the essence energy from such a planet, then all life living on it would die. Lin Ming arrived at his destination in another 10 days. This was a metal planet. It wasn't too large and was almost entirely made of different metals and minerals. Because this planet was too close to a sun, it was extremely hot. Even some metals melted away, forming molten streams, rivers, lakes, and even oceans. Lin Ming's figure flickered and he rushed into the metal planet. He began to absorb the essence energy of this world once more. From a world king to an Empyrean, this was originally a long process. Even a top genius like Emperor Xianxia had to use a full 10,000 years to complete this step. Lin Ming was already over 600 years old, and his cultivation at the World King realm had just begun. The road of martial artist he chose was countless times harder than any other martial artist's road of cultivation. A self-created fusion of the real world and inner world, to cultivate the universe of the world and the universe of the body, to meld together the heavenly sutra and the holy scripture. No matter how profound Lin Ming's comprehensions were, no matter how solid his foundation was, it would require an incomparably long time for him to break into the Empyrean realm. He would even be slower than most divine realm geniuses. Currently, he had yet to complete his full book of life and death. If he wanted to fuse in the Azura heavenly Tao, the difficulty of this was unimaginable. From the overlords of the ancient era to now, no one had ever managed to complete such a magnificent feat. Cultivation passed without sense of time. The road of martial arts was incredibly lonely. During long periods of seclusion, one had to withstand this loneliness. One had to make their heart and mind as calm as placid water. Although this sounded simple, people weren't rocks after all. If a mortal were to be shut into a small black room without light, without sound, without anyone else, then they would feel as if they were going crazy in 2 or 3 days. If they were locked in for 2 or 3 months, then their mind would shatter and they would thoroughly fall into insanity. Martial artists weren't like this. Their minds communed with the heavens and earth, with the universe, taking the heavenly Tao laws as a companion. Lin Ming absorbed the essence energy of the planet for a long time. He completely let loose his sense, pondering on this life without any distractions, reviewing the roads he had walked down. Over 100 years later, the energy of this planet also began to dry up. This time, Lin Ming didn't take as long. This was because his inner world had grown larger and he was able to absorb the energy of the world at a faster pace. Then, Lin Ming roamed the universe. He used the world energy of the universe to nourish his own inner world. And after he absorbed the essence energy of a planet, Lin Ming would return to the Sky Spill planet and accompany his parents for some time. Like this, time passed. Every time Lin Ming returned, it would be after dozens of years or even 100 years of absence. He saw his parents grow older. Wrinkles slowly appeared and climbed up their faces. The wear and tear of time quietly carved itself upon their appearances. Each time Lin Ming returned, they wouldn't have changed too much. But after so many times, Lin Ming's parents had already turned from the appearance of a young couple in their 30s to a middle-aged couple in their 50s. Lin Ming suddenly felt that even though he returned here for this life, he hadn't spent much time with his parents. As if this was the fate of a wanderer. Even if his parents lived lives much longer than a mortal, at the same time, the gaps of time between Lin Ming's return were also much longer than the lifespans of a common mortal. If so, Then the truth was that this was essentially the same. If his parents could live to 1,600 to 1,700 years of age and he returned only every 60 years, then in the future the number of times he would return to see them could be counted on his two hands. But Lin Ming had no other choice. Every time he absorbed the essence energy of a planet he couldn't stop halfway, and he had far too many things he had to shoulder. In a brightly lit room, the windows and lattices were painted with red lacquer, and the wooden bed and furniture emitted a fragrant scent. This seemed a bit similar to the arrangement of the Lin family's restaurant in the past, but the materials used to form everything were far more precious. This was his parents' bedroom, and to the side of this bedroom, there was an old willow tree. When Lin Ming first established the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom and Lin Fu and Lin Mu moved there, they had personally planted this tree. Now, this old willow tree had grown from a small seedling to a towering tree over 100 feet in height. Its roots were as thick and tangled as dragon claws and the bark was aged and thick. In a cool spring breeze, the branches and leaves swayed in the wind. Leaves fluttered down from time to time, falling onto a stone table set beneath the tree. Here, Lin Ming was playing chess with his father. Every time Lin Ming returned, he would join his father in playing chess and drinking wine. As for Lin Mu, she would make a few simple dishes and the three people would eat a family reunion dinner. This time was also the same. In the divine realm, Lin Ming had eaten up countless heavenly materials, and many of these materials and medicines possessed the most outstanding tastes in the world. Even within the lower realms, within the Vermilion Bird Divine Kingdom, there could be food made from all sorts of peak materials. Great chefs of the imperial palace would use true essence as the stove fire and use spiritual spring water to cook, making precious dishes that overflowed with drool-worthy fragrance. But there was no food that possessed the special flavor that of the dishes that his mother cooked. This wasn't just taste, but a kind of taste, a kind of memory. These were traces left behind from Lin Ming's past. Almost 1,000 years ago, when Lin Ming was a child, he loved eating these dishes at the Lin family restaurant. Even now, he was the same. Even across such a long time, Lin Mu didn't forget the types of food that her son liked to eat. Similarly, Lin Ming didn't forget the flavors of these dishes. Little Lin, when do you plan on bringing back a wife? Your mother has no other wishes in life. Lin Mu often rambled on. Suddenly, Lin Ming felt sad. He could feel that his parents' fires of life had begun to weaken. His parents were not martial artists, and it was impossible for them to cultivate to the divine sea realm where they could live for 10,000 years. They had prolonged their lives with all sorts of heavenly materials, and now they would soon reach their limits. After that, they would grow old and die of old age. This was a heavenly Tao rule that no one could change. Time flowed by. Another 400 years passed. Lin Ming's parents had grown even older. If compared to ordinary mortals, they would be around 70 years of age. Their backs had begun to bend over and more wrinkles appeared on their faces. Their eyes became dirty as they stepped into the twilight of their lives. Seeing that his parents didn't have much time remaining, after Lin Ming returned, he didn't plan to leave anymore. He wanted to accompany his parents and spend the final years of their lives with them. This was also to bring this first new life of his to a full completion. Although the grand reincarnation art could allow a person to live 9 new lives, it didn't have the heaven-defying ability to lengthen a person's life by 9 times. Could reforge a person and give them the light of a new life. But it couldn't extend the total lifespan of a martial artist. Ultimately speaking, it wasn't the law of eternal life, but only a cultivation method created by the Holy Scripture creator after he comprehended the concept of life and the concept of death to their limits, created in order to draw out one's potential to its maximum. Thus, Lin Ming didn't think about how long he could live out this life. He needed to complete his reincarnation as soon as possible. Sky Fortune Kingdom, Green Mulberry City, aged architecture, pedestrians of all kinds, sweet and savory candied fruits, fragrant teas. This was a city that had been unchanged for 1,000 years, a constant scene of peace and tranquility. Today, Green Mulberry City welcomed several unusual strangers. They were Lin Ming and his parents. After 1,000 and several hundred years, Dozens of generations of people had already passed in Green Mulberry City. No one recognized Lin Ming and no one recognized his parents, but they had still heard of Lin Ming's legends. This name would be passed down for several hundreds of thousands of years. Lin Ming entered Green Mulberry City like common folk. They walked down new streets that had been renovated many times already, and these still familiar streets left Lin Ming's parents filled with emotion. They arrived at the Lin family restaurant. This was a historical landmark that had been sealed away for over 1,000 years, and was the true home of Lin Ming and his parents. Because this building had been carefully maintained by others, it still remained completely intact. However, after the glazed tiles withstood the wind and rain of over 1,000 years, they were no longer bright. The red lacquered columns and doors, even if washed and repainted several times, began to slowly turn mottled, revealing the flavor of passing years. Creak, the front door opened. What greeted one's sight was the lobby of the restaurant. The marbled blue stone ground was old, but the cleaned furniture was exactly the same as in the past. Lin Ming was able to recall the scene of him jumping about this lobby when he was a child. All sorts of people would come to this restaurant. Some would be here to drink wine, some would be here to drink tea, some would come and tell stories, some would come and play cards, some would play the zither, some would play chess. Lin Ming remembered many of those old regulars. When he ran through this lobby as a child, these people would give Lin Ming some candies to eat. Even through the years, it's still the same. Lin Mu's old eyes filled with tears. She traced the counter of the old tables as she recalled the past. Lin Fu used to stand here, wearing a loose gray cotton robe and a small felt hat. He would hold an abacus in his hands, recording numbers in the ledger as noises filled the air. As for Lin Mu, she would help in the kitchen. After every dish was finished, the waiter would bring it back and shout out with a voice full of charm, "The dish is ready!" Then, with a towel on his shoulder, the waiter would set down the dish, wiping clean the table and helping brew some tea. Lin Mu, Lin Fu, as well as Lin Ming, the three of them lived in this restaurant. This was their family home. The two old parents wished to pass the final years of their life here. This restaurant was no longer open for business, but every day, Lin Mu would prepare food in the kitchen and Lin Ming would help at her side. This three-person family was happy and warm. But Lin Mu still carried a single worry with her, and that was that Lin Ming remained unmarried. Although Lin Ming could see the thoughts of his parents, he always kept his silence. On this day, a visitor came to the Lin family restaurant. A woman in a black dress looking just over 20 years old arrived. Her cultivation was unexpectedly at the late Divine Sea realm. This woman was Situ Mingyue. In the Sky Spill continent, it was incredibly difficult for a martial artist to reach the late Divine Sea realm before 1,000 years of age. "Oh? You want to ascend?" Lin Ming looked at Situ Mingyue with surprise. In truth, this was a reasonable desire. A martial artist who had climbed to the peak of the lower realms would not be satisfied with dwelling there. They would want to fly into the divine realm, seeing a broader world where they could freely spread their wings. Yes, Situ Mingyue was well aware of Lin Ming's identity. She wanted to consult with him before preparing to ascend. However, Lin Ming shook his head. "You cannot ascend." "Why?" Situ Mingyue's heart skipped a beat. She could sense in Lin Ming's eyes a type of deep and sorrow-filled emotion, one that caused her heart to shrink. The divine realm has changed. Moreover, this world was once sealed by a woman. With your strength, you cannot break through. Lin Ming sighed. Situ Mingyue was left puzzled. The divine realm had changed? The world of the Sky Spill planet was sealed? She suddenly remembered. If Lin Ming decided to reincarnate on the Sky Spill planet, was this involved with the so-called changing of the divine realm? She didn't know what it was, but she could feel instinctually that this change must have been some heaven-shaking calamity. What happened in the divine realm? Situ Mingyue couldn't help but ask. The invasion of an outside race. Lin Ming succinctly replied. He looked up to the skies, as if his eyes could see through the starry space and into the divine realm. Humanity is on the brink of disaster. This? Situ Mingyue's eyes widened. She thought that the great change that occurred in the divine realm might be some inner strife amongst humans, but she never imagined it would be because of the invasion of some alien race. And for humanity to already be in a precarious situation. If Senior has returned to the Sky Spill planet from the divine realm, and has cultivated all over from a new rebirth, is this also related to that disaster? Situ Mingyue asked. Lin Ming nodded. Sage Lin, your parents, they don't seem to know of your identity. Have you never mentioned it? Situ Mingyue asked again. Lin Ming shook his head. They don't know, nor does it matter. What they feel towards me is a connection that comes from the depths of their bloodline. It isn't something that can be mistaken. I am their son and I cannot mention what I have experienced in life, otherwise I will have to tell them why I returned to the Sky Spill planet, why my wives and Lin Xiaoga weren't able to return, why I returned to being a baby. If my parents know the real situation of what is occurring, they will not be able to rest peacefully. Lin Ming quietly said. Situ Mingyue was left disappointed. After a long period of silence, Situ Mingyue unwillingly asked, Then, is there nothing that can be done? I don't know. Lin Ming said. I will return, perhaps in 10,000 years. 10,000 years was the deadline that Lin Ming had set for himself. To comprehend and fuse the Holy Scripture and Heavenly Sutra, to grow his inner world, to dual cultivate the universe of the body and the world. All of this couldn't be done rapidly but required an extremely long period of time. 10,000 years was already far too little time. He wanted to grasp as much time as he could to accomplish all that he could. Only like this could he return to the divine realm and have a chance to struggle with the saints and the even more terrifying Soul Emperor. 10,000 years. Hearing this, Situ Mingyue sucked in a deep breath, her expression a bit bitter and pained. For a divine sea powerhouse, living to 10,000 years was their limit. Yet, this was a time period that Lin Ming casually tossed out. His words left her wallowing in despair. If she was unable to surpass the divine sea realm, then by that time she would already be on the verge of death, or she would have even become nothing more than bones. Lin Ming could see Situ Mingyue's thoughts. He said, You can wander to travel. This lower realm dimension consists of more than the Sky Spill planet. I can give you a spirit ship and a star chart so that you can visit other planets. Although you cannot ascend to the divine realm, freely wandering this world will still be helpful to you. At least, breaking through the divine sea won't be difficult. Lin Ming casually said. But Situ Mingyue still held unwillingness in her heart. She knew that if she couldn't ascend to the divine realm and was only able to wander the lower realms, then no matter what she tried she wouldn't be able to accomplish anything great. To barely surpass the divine sea realm would be her limit. She bit her lips and looked at Lin Ming, summoning every ounce of courage she had. She deeply bowed towards him. Senior, I wonder if you can take me as your apprentice? Lin Ming was stunned. He looked at her and slowly shook his head. No, I have never taken in an apprentice and I have far too many matters I have yet to complete. I don't wish to form any new karmic ties here. The destiny of a world, cause and effect, all of these were ephemeral and unpredictable things that Lin Ming didn't want to be touched by. If he accepted an apprentice, then he would have to take on the responsibility of a master. Currently, Lin Ming didn't have the time or energy to do all of this. Listening to Lin Ming's words, deep disappointment flashed in Situ Mingyue's eyes. In truth, she didn't hold much hope that this was possible either. She was self-aware that even though her talent was at the peak of the lower realms, in Lin Ming's eyes, it was probably nothing more than ordinary. Even if Lin Ming accepted an apprentice, he would never accept her. I'm sorry for disturbing Senior. Situ Mingyue ruefully smiled. She deeply bowed towards Lin Ming once more and then turned to leave. But at this time, faint footsteps sounded out from behind them. Lin Mu walked down the stairs and was immediately overjoyed to see Situ Mingyue. She called out, Miss Situ? How come Miss Situ is here? When Lin Ming and his parents returned to Green Mulberry City to live in seclusion, this was information that not even many high-level figures of the four divine kingdoms were aware of. Lin Mu never thought that Situ Mingyue would actually find this place. This caused her to make some exciting associations. Situ Mingyue hurriedly bowed as she saw Lin Mu. But by now, Lin Mu had already gently grasped Situ Mingyue's hand and was pulling her down to sit, saying that she had to stay and eat a meal. Situ Mingyue was helpless. She looked towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment and then slowly nodded. Like this, the family dinner started. Fresh and fragrant rice, 6 simple dishes, 4 pairs of chopsticks. Lin Fu even heated a pot of wine, pouring 2 cups to celebrate. Although the old couple had returned to their past home and their mood was very good, they always held on to some regrets. This was from the monotony and loneliness brought about by such peaceful silence. They hoped for quiet and peace even as they wished to see a lively family. Of course, if it was someone that could make their family lively, it also had to be someone that they liked and hoped to see. Situ Mingyue was exactly such a person. A simple meal, a simple happiness. Lin Mu constantly picked up dishes to place in Situ Mingyue's bowl, her smile both gentle and kind. Eat some more. This is the sweet and sour fish that he loved to eat the most when he was a child. Only the sweet and sour fish of our hometown is the best. From Green Mulberry River, you need to fish up a big carp that is at least 3 jeans heavy. Of course, it has to be fresh. And the ingredients also need to include the finest rock sugar. Lin Mu proudly said. Situ Mingyue knew that the he Lin Mu spoke of referred to Lin Ming and also Lin En. Lin Mu might not know that Lin En was Lin Ming, but what she knew was that the dishes they loved to eat were the exact same. Miss Situ, this is wine that I made myself. Here, try a little. Lin Fu laughed as he spoke. Lin Ming saw the wonderful mood his parents were in. Although they had been happy these years, it had never been like today where they revealed smiles from the depths of their heart. Lin Ming's heart stirred. He let out a light sigh and came to a decision. His lips moved as he sent out a true essence sound transmission. Situ Mingyue, you and I can be master and apprentice for 100 years, but we will normally not refer to ourselves as master and apprentice. I only need you to accompany my parents, and I will teach you cultivation methods and give you a blessing of good fortune. After 100 years pass, I will reincarnate and cultivate from nothing again. And as for you, that is when you and I part. As Situ Mingyue was eating, her chopsticks shook. She looked at Lin Ming, at a loss for words. Situ Mingyue stayed behind. Although her relationship with Lin Ming was only that of a master and apprentice, and one that was temporary at that, this was something Lin Ming's parents didn't know about. In fact, in the eyes of Lin Mu and Lin Fu, there was a profound significance for Situ Mingyue to stay behind. The old couple hoped that there would be people accompanying them in their old age, but they also wished that their son would marry and live a happy and bliss-filled life. Lin Ming didn't give an explanation for this misunderstanding. The reason he asked Situ Mingyue to stay behind to accompany his parents was because he wished to have his parents live peacefully in their old age. Most of the time he didn't speak with Situ Mingyue. He would only pass down cultivation methods to her that were suitable for her to practice and allow her to perceive them on her own. As for pills, Lin Ming had more than enough. Every pill would be melted by her into spring water, and she would slowly drink the spring water and refine the medicine. The effects were remarkable. Situ Mingyue used a mere 10 years to approach the divine transformation realm. The truth was that her talent wasn't too bad even when placed in the divine realm. The problem was that she lacked skilled teachers in the lower realms which had delayed her cultivation. However, this was all made up for now. Although it was impossible for her to have any monumental achievements, with Lin Ming's guidance it wouldn't be difficult for her to cultivate to the divine lord realm. Sometimes, Lin Ming would go out together with Situ Mingyue. They would venture deep into the starry space, and here Lin Ming would teach Situ Mingyue some laws and advanced cultivation methods. Lin Ming even passed Situ Mingyue an incomplete portion of a transcendent divine might. Although he didn't have much hope that she would be able to perceive anything from it, she could at least come into contact with the great Tao laws, expanding her horizons as she obtained more inspirations. Whenever these times came, Situ Mingyue's eyebrows would bunch together as she simply wasn't able to find any clue on what to do. She was worried that Lin Ming would think she was too stupid, and she desperately hoped that she could perceive something to satisfy him. However, these great Tao traces were too complex and varied. No matter how hard she tried, it was difficult for her to become aware of anything. Lin Ming didn't say anything. He simply asked her what progress she had made and then would silently leave. Like this, 50 years passed. Lin Fu and Lin Mu grew older, but at the same time they smiled more and more. When she wasn't cultivating, Situ Mingyue would spend the rest of her time accompanying Lin Ming's parents. She frequently went to the kitchen to help Lin Mu prepare food and would take out a chessboard to play with Lin Fu. Everything was warm and harmonious. The happiness of a whole family made up for the final regrets that the old couple felt in life. This was also what Lin Ming wanted. In this life, he wanted to give his parents peace and happiness in their twilight. For this reason, even if he had to contaminate himself with some karma, it didn't matter at all. Spring went and fall came. Another 20 years passed. Lin Fu and Lin Mu both leant on walking sticks. It became a little difficult even to walk down the street. Even so, there were no servants in their family. Every time they went to buy groceries, Situ Mingyue would help Lin Mu out of the Lin family restaurant where they slowly walked down the familiar streets. During these times, Lin Mu would walk slowly. She would take a stroll, feeling the sun on her face, feeling the joys of life. Lin Fu and Lin Mu, the two of them had tasted poverty and lived in opulence, had experienced the supreme life of being worshipped by millions and billions of people. Now in their old age, with Situ Mingyue and Lin Ming accompanying them, they felt warmth and happiness. This was their life, a blessed life. They had no regrets. 2 years later, just as summer began, on a sunny day Lin Fu and Lin Mu passed away one after another. Just before they left, their faces were filled with smiles and their expressions were at peace. They had died in bed of old age. The death of his parents also marked the end of Lin Ming's first reincarnation, one that had lasted for over 1,600 years. It marked a complete ending to this time. According to his parents' will, Lin Ming buried them in the mountains around Green Mulberry City. After death, become dust and return to the earth. This was the simple wish of most mortals. According to custom, Lin Ming set up grass houses up in the mountainside. He wore simple mourning clothes and mourned for his parents for 3 years. Situ Mingyue also followed Lin Ming. She wore white clothes, observing the mourning period together with him. They lived in 2 separate grass houses. Every day they would sweep the graves of the old couple, burning incense for them and praying for them. These days were slow and tepid, but whether it was Lin Ming or Situ Mingyue, they found an inner peace and quiet in these slow and tepid days. 3 years quickly passed. With the end of the mourning period, Lin Ming had to leave. Early one morning, the bright sun rose. The morning haze of Green Mulberry Mountain scattered and the dewdrops hanging on the grass also slowly evaporated. Lin Ming lit incense for his parents and deeply knelt on his knees, bowing down, his forehead reaching the ground. This was also his final bow. He stood up and said to Situ Mingyue behind him, "According to our agreement, our relation as master and apprentice has come to an end. You can now begin walking your own road." Lin Ming calmly said. But as these words fell into Situ Mingyue's ears, she felt infinite desolateness, infinite melancholy. There was an unspeakable feeling in her heart. She had known this day would come and she had mentally prepared for it. But when it truly came, she was at an inexplicable loss. But she was well aware that she and Lin Ming were originally 2 straight lines that never crossed. It was only because of Lin Ming's parents that they approached for a brief period of time. And that was only approaching. Then, as these straight lines continued on, they would slowly separate, gradually growing further and further apart. This was a destiny that was already decided. Regardless of what she did, it wouldn't change. Thus, she slowly nodded. Then, farewell. If we are fated to meet again. As Lin Ming spoke, he casually stepped into the void. He simply didn't need to tear open the void, but entered directly into it, vanishing from sight. Situ Mingyue stood in a daze where she was silent for a long time. The year before Lin Fu and Lin Mu passed, Situ Mingyue had broken into the divine transformation realm. Moreover, with Lin Ming's teachings and the support of the resources he left her, she had formed a solid foundation. It wouldn't be a problem for her to reach the divine Lord realm in the future. But none of this, including the peak of martial arts that she had longed for in her dreams, brought her any joy right now. She quietly turned around, entering the grass house she had lived in for 3 years, and gently closed the door. Ugh. Another 20 years passed. In a lower dimension of this universe, within an imperial city on an unknown planet, at some unknown time, a young beggar appeared at a city corner. He was short and his entire body was covered in dirt, but his eyes were amazingly bright. Although he was a beggar, he never begged people. He only wandered about, and this wandering continued for dozens of years. This young beggar grew extremely slowly, but because he was a beggar, no one noticed him. Until one day he disappeared from the city. He broke into space, flying deep into the universe. This was the second reincarnation of Lin Ming. During these years, Lin Ming's mood and cultivation had become increasingly perfect. His cultivation didn't increase quickly, but his comprehensions in the heavenly Tao grew at an alarming pace. He quickly sped through the universe. Soon he reached a massive black planet. Like a meteor, he plunged deep into its core. The universe was profound and endless, an existence far too mysterious. It contained infinite rules of the heavenly Tao. Since ages long lost, innumerable ancient powerhouses had searched high and low, tirelessly chasing down the elusive road of martial arts. But up until now, there had yet to be a single person who completely understood all the mysteries of the universe. Not only was the universe mysterious, but it was eternal. Even when great worlds collapsed and returned to nothing, the universe as a whole would continue to exist. No one knew where these eternal skies started or where they would end. Time was the most terrifying reaper of all life. But to the heavenly Tao of the universe, this concept held no meaning at all. 1,000 years was only a flash of time, so short that there would be almost no change in the universe. However, when it came to mortal society and their nations, in several thousand years there would be hundreds of generations of people. Dynasties would fall and others would rise in their place. The great families, sects, countless lives were born and returned to nothing. Their convoluted history would be buried in the sands of time as they were slowly lost forever. In the end, the only thing these people would leave behind in the world was nothing. To the vicissitudes of time, things remained the same, but people always changed. One wintry afternoon, a person and a large black vicious beast appeared outside an ancient city. This city had been renovated countless times, but many edges and corners of it were still engraved with the wearing of the years. Outside the city, people were bustling. These people came and went, fear in their hearts as none of them dared to approach. Even so, they stretched out their necks, curiously looking on. This man wore black clothes and his body was as straight as a spear. His looks seemed carved by a saber, containing an indescribable flavor. As for the vicious beast beside him, that was what attracted the most attention. It looked like a giant wolf, but there was a single black horn that thrust out from its head, making it look like a mythical dragon. This man and beast were Lin Ming and the small black dragon. After 1,000 years, Lin Ming had completed his third reincarnation and had stepped into his fourth. As for the black dragon, it had grown and its appearance was restored to its original state. If it desired, its body could grow to thousands of feet high, towering like a mountain peak. During his fourth reincarnation, Lin Ming returned to the Sky Spill planet and came to Green Mulberry City once more. Green Mulberry City still existed, but its name had changed. It was no longer called Green Mulberry City but was now called Sky Province. The walls here had developed further outwards and the roads had been expanded. In the center of the city, a grand imperial palace had been erected, emblazoned in gold and jade. Green Mulberry City had long become the capital city of Sky Fortune Kingdom. In fact, Sky Fortune Kingdom had already changed dynasties, and this was not the first or second time either. The deterrence of Lin Ming's name made many countries not dare to invade the Sky Fortune Kingdom. But this didn't mean that the royal family of the Sky Fortune Kingdom wouldn't be changed. A coup, a cruel and witless ruler, all of this could cause the downfall of a dynasty. Now, the royal family of the Sky Fortune Kingdom was no longer surnamed Yang, but was surnamed Zhou. The Sky Fortune Kingdom was no longer called that either, but was now referred to as the Great Zhou Dynasty. In order to stabilize the destiny of their nation, the royal family of the Great Zhou dynasty decided to move the capital city to Green Mulberry City and change its name to Sky Province. The royal family believed that since Lin Ming once lived in the city, it would surely have a glorious destiny and would shelter the foundation of the Great Zhou dynasty for 10,000 years. Towards this, Lin Ming no longer cared at all. He now had no more worries. He constantly journeyed out, refining his inner world. He grew stronger and stronger. But during his fourth reincarnation, Lin Ming felt his cultivation reach a bottleneck. This was the transition from an ordinary world king to a great world king. The truth was that if Lin Ming desired, it wouldn't be difficult for him to forcefully break past this transitionary phase. But he wanted everything to be done perfectly. Thus he made a decision. That was to go to the Azura Road and complete the final trial. He had wandered through the lower realms long enough. It was time to leave. However, in order to break out from the world that the Sky Spill planet was located in and go to the divine realm, he would have to take a great risk. Moreover, he had to break through the barrier that Xianxia left behind. In the past, Xianxia had left her barrier above the skies of the Sky Spill planet. The array I was naturally located here too. This array formation blocked out the space channel in the lower realm dimension that connected the Sky Spill planet to the divine realm. Let's go, little black. As Lin Ming spoke, he soared upwards. His body turned into a keen blade that pierced through the deep blue skies. As for the black dragon, it also followed Lin Ming. Like this, man and beast turned into two beams of divine light that broke past the atmosphere of the Sky Spill planet and arrived in space. This part of the void didn't seem unusual at all. But as Lin Ming lightly touched it, it rippled like a rock thrown into a lake. Then, a giant array formation appeared. This array formation was similar in appearance to a giant yin-yang diagram. One half was gold and the other half was black, representing the concepts of life and death. In the samsara of life and death, Lin Ming already had his own comprehensions. After a moment of silence, he faced the giant array diagram. He thrust out his finger again and again, each thrust causing ripples to spread through space. With each thrust, an invisible pen seemed to paint images atop this giant array diagram. This process continued for a quarter hour of time. Then, the array diagram trembled, becoming increasingly bright and transparent, as if it were turning to mist. Seeing this, Lin Ming took in a deep breath. The array formation had been unraveled. He stared at the void behind the array formation and slowly opened a space channel. His appearance gradually changed and his temperament and aura became completely different. Lin Ming used the bodily rebirth technique. After comprehending the concept of life, when he used this secret technique, he could change his life aura, becoming an entirely different person. Not just that, but in the past Xianxia had drawn out most of Lin Ming's soul source, and because Lin Ming's soul had gone through the grand reincarnation art and had gained a new life, during this process of rebirth his soul fluctuations had also faintly changed. He could truly have been said to have been reborn both inside and out. This was also the reason he dared to return to the divine realm before his strength had fully matured. After finishing, Lin Ming stepped forwards, passing through the array formation as if walking through a screen of blue smoke. The array formation that Xianxia left behind wasn't moved at all. The Sky Spill planet's upper space channel was filled with all sorts of chaotic energies. But to the current Lin Ming, these chaotic energies were no different than a calm breeze. It was just that as he rapidly shuttled through the space storms, his heart wasn't calm. He knew that once he reached the end of this space tunnel, he would finally see everything that had happened in the divine realm after thousands of years. This was something he had always wished to know, but also something he was afraid to find out. Oh! Space transformed. Lin Ming felt as if he passed through a thin membrane of water. As he stepped into these familiar yet strange starry skies, all sorts of emotions bloomed in his heart. This starry space, it was this starry space again. But the aura of it seemed to have changed. He knew that what he would see were likely scenes that would leave him feeling sad. He couldn't restrain the feelings in his heart. He tore open space and began using the Great Void Shift. First, he wanted to go see Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. Although he knew what had likely happened, He wanted to lay witness to it with his own eyes. He didn't know what happened to Mu Qianyu, Qin Xingxuan, Xiao Maxian, his child, Mo Evers now, Empyrean Divine Dream, Empyrean Vast Universe. Were they safe? After ascending to the Divine Realm, Lin Ming could complete the journey to Divine Dream Heavenly Palace using less than 20 days. But Lin Ming actually spent a full 2 months. During these 2 months, he swept his sense over many places. He saw many planets that had been destroyed. Their bodies had collapsed, turned into nothing but countless fragments. Beneath the gravitational pull of the remaining mass, they turned into a belt of ring-like fragments that aimlessly floated through the cosmos. Besides these planets, the sects that had been destroyed were even higher in number. Many sects were annihilated along with their spirit mountains and celestial islands. From cold and tragic ruins, Lin Ming could imagine just what it was like when the saints invaded. With a true divinity leading them, humanity was no match for the saints. Those top elites that managed to escape were barely able to flee in time. But as for general holy lands, they were undoubtedly instantly destroyed by the Saint Empyreans. For an Empyrean, eliminating an ordinary holy land was the same as kicking down a sandcastle. Countless elites of humanity had died tragically in this catastrophe. As for those that were left behind, they were only ordinary human citizens. There were far too many of these people. They numbered in the trillions of quadrillions and were spread through the 3,000 great worlds of the divine realm as well as the countless small worlds and medium worlds. It was impossible for the saints to kill all of them. But as long as they severed the martial arts inheritances of humanity, then these mortals would have no strength to resist, just like common domesticated animals. They would be reared in cages and enslaved. Finally, Lin Ming arrived in the part of the universe where Divine Dream Heavenly Palace was. Although he had already been mentally prepared, as Lin Ming saw the place where Divine Dream Heavenly Palace had been, he still fiercely shook. The scene before him left him moved, but in his emotions was also a trace of sadness. Divine Dream Heavenly Palace was no longer here. This was also within reason. If Empyrean Divine Dream were still alive, she would definitely bring Divine Dream Heavenly Palace away with her. But in the former site of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, all of those grand and glorious mountains that were full of spiritual energy and exquisite planets were now completely taken over by the saints. This was a land that contained a tremendous amount of resources and heavenly materials and was a treasure trove rich in heaven and earth origin energy. The saints naturally wouldn't destroy it. A sect of the saints was established here and saint disciples entered in and out. This sect was prosperous and had inherited the millions of years of accumulations of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, and was now using it to nourish itself. They had enslaved the spirit beasts that were raised on the celestial mountains of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, forcefully taming them into mounts and contract beasts. The mineral mines and medicinal fields were also wildly developed by the saint sect. All sorts of heavenly materials were plundered from the ground. As for the human martial artists, they were either slain or taken in as slaves. They were used as miners, servants, janitors, or even taken in as living furnaces. A million miles away, Lin Ming watched all of this. He stood there for a long time and then quietly left, leaving not a single trace of himself behind. In the vast and boundless starry space, Lin Ming turned into a beam of light that fled full speed into the universe. He gripped his fists so hard that his nails dug into his flesh. He told himself, everything that had been lost would be returned twofold. Regardless of what calamity occurred in the 33 heavens, the Azura Road hadn't changed. As for the human, saints, and spiritas here, they seemed to live independently from their kin in the 33 heavens, without much overlap or contact between them. Lin Ming's Azura command had already shattered, so he was unable to use it anymore. He found the spatial entrance into the Azura Road that Empyrean Divine Dream had led him to in the past, and used his own strength to sink into the Azura Road. When Lin Ming re-entered the Azura Road, he discovered that amongst its trial challengers, the saints had rapidly increased in number. In the outer Azura Road, Lin Ming observed that many young saint elites passed in and out of the large cities. It seemed that during the time he was gone, the great influences of the saints had dispatched their disciples en masse into the Azura Road. The saints had revealed their ambitiousness. Lin Ming didn't bother with any of this. Currently, the Azura Road's final trial had yet to open. Lin Ming quietly waited in the Great Desolate. He sank deep into the Great Desolate. Here, he felt the power of the world of the Azura Road. Deep underground, Lin Ming could feel that the Azura Road world was actually somewhat similar to his own inner world. Could it be that the Azura Road world that the Azura Road Master had created in the past was also his own inner world? This thought immediately flashed through Lin Ming's mind. Just how difficult would it be to accomplish something like this? However, he also believed that in the distant future, he would be able to take this step too. The world power within the Azura Road was potent and vigorous. However, because it was locked in by the constraints of the Azura Heavenly Tao, it was incredibly difficult for Lin Ming to absorb any. Lin Ming composed himself and began to quietly perceive the composition of the Azura Road world. With the guidance of the Azura Heavenly Tao, it wasn't difficult for Lin Ming to accomplish all of this. Perceiving all of this was a slow process. Lin Ming focused himself, becoming enraptured with the process. In the blink of an eye, dozens of years passed. Lin Ming obtained many new enlightenments. He fused all of these comprehensions into his growing inner world. And at this time, the opening of the final trial also approached. Lin Ming left the Great Desolate and ventured into the inner Azura Road. In order to attend the final trial, one needed a qualification token. The last time Lin Ming entered the final trial, he had obtained a qualification token from Mo Bright Moon. If one wished to obtain a qualification token, the process would require a tremendous amount of energy and time. Although it wasn't too difficult to the current him, Lin Ming didn't want to waste this time. His strength was already great enough that he could blatantly storm into a sect and recklessly wrest away a qualification token. Late at night, Lin Ming floated high in the air, letting his sense spread out in all directions. He covered a large region of the inner Azura Road and soon discovered an influence that was located near the Azura Sea. This was a group that belonged to the saints, and they were the saints of the 33 heavens. Among them was someone that possessed a qualification token. Even though they had carefully hidden away the token, they still couldn't escape Lin Ming's sense. Lin Ming sneered. He silently descended like a dark ghost of the night. This group of saint martial artists was still meditating in their holy palace. But outside of the holy palace, there were some people standing guard. Those standing guard had spread out their divine sense, completely covering a surrounding area of 100 miles. But when Lin Ming arrived, he didn't alert them at all. Pa! With a faint sound, one of the sentries wobbled and slumped to the ground. The other saint martial artists were alarmed. They rapidly rolled up from their sleep and were about to draw weapons from their spatial rings. But at this time there was a loud explosion. The defensive barrier of the holy palace had been smashed apart. Soon after, one of the people amongst them felt a strong breeze rush against him. A black beast rushed forwards like a demonic hellhound, crashing into his chest. Pong! This person flew backwards, smashing against a wall and vomiting a mouthful of blood. His organs had all been crushed apart in this single strike. Damn it! Amongst the group of people, a great world king roared out. He was clearly able to see the vicious beast that had attacked them. This unknown vicious beast looked like a black wolf with a single long horn jutting out from its head. But what was most terrifying was the master of this vicious beast. Of the 10+ people present, no one was able to clearly see his appearance or catch his position. He was like a death reaper, mercilessly harvesting lives. Every time he flickered, he didn't leave behind any fluctuations of the space laws. Even so, he floated in the air and disappeared into space, vanishing without a sign. This degree of law comprehensions had reached an unimaginable level. Moreover, this other party had a terrifying strength capable of ripping apart the Holy Palace's protective barrier. This left the saints drowning in despair. Scatter and flee. Inform the sect and request backup. The great world king sent out sound transmissions. However, halfway through his sound transmission came to a halting stop. He was the last saint martial artist to die. This Saint race squad consisted of 12 people, and all of them were killed off by Lin Ming. Looking at the corpses around him, Lin Ming was silent. Before, he would never kill innocents. Those he had killed had already stepped onto the road of death. But this time he killed 12 Saint martial artists in a single breath. Also, no news would be leaked out. Even though his identity wouldn't be revealed even if news of him had leaked out, Lin Ming had to guard against all possibilities, no matter how small they were. Lin Ming felt no psychological burden in killing these people. This was because when it came to a war between races, there were no innocents. Lin Ming flicked his finger and shot out a fireball. All of the corpses burned away, and with the breeze of the night, their ashes faded. He found the token he wanted. The other useless things were all destroyed. The Holy Palace was also taken away by Lin Ming and all other traces of his appearance destroyed. After finishing all of this, Lin Ming flew up, disappearing into the night like a bat. The final trial's location was deep in the inner Azura Road. This was a boundless sea called the Azura Sea. The Azura Sea was limitless and fathomless. Even if a massive planet like the Sky Spill planet were to sink into the Azura Sea, it would be completely submerged. In such a deep sea, the pressure at the seabed was unimaginable. By any common reasoning, there was no seabed that could withstand such tremendous pressure. The reason the Azura Sea could still exist was because of the power of the Azura laws. At those terrifying depths, innumerable horrifying sea beasts were bred. Among them were many sea beasts equivalent to an Empyrean in strength. In the rumors it was said that deep in the Azura Sea, there were 1 or 2 true divinity-level super sea beasts that had been bred. They were the king of all sea beasts. Because of these stories, very few people dared to enter the Azura Sea. The only exception was if the final trial was beginning. On this day, the usually lonely Azura Sea began to greet many guests. Many influences gathered at the Azura Sea. On the surface of the Azura Sea, many great figures spread out viewing platforms that floated above sea level. Many martial artists rushed here from all over the Azura Road, gathering to bear witness to such a grand occasion of the Azura Road. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Deep within the sea, the waters separated. A blue whale as large as a mountain emerged from the sea waters. As it rose up, countless streams of water fell down from its titanic body like waterfalls. For a time, the viewing platforms on the sea surface were wildly swept up by the waves created by the blue whale. Many young martial artists on the viewing platforms stumbled around, unable to stand steady. Hey, that's North Heaven Palace's Deep North Leviathan. That is North Heaven Palace's destiny-stabilizing god-beast. Although its bloodline is a bit flawed, it is still a fortress that is much stronger than a half-step Empyrean. I never thought that North Heaven Palace would send the Deep North Leviathan here to shake up the scene, someone said from the viewing platforms. As they spoke, the giant blue whale called the Deep North Leviathan opened its huge mouth. From its mouth, a blue curtain of light appeared. The disciples of North Heaven Palace were shrouded in this blue light. They all wore the uniform of a sect and bloomed with heroic dashing. From their dignified appearance, one could see that they were the elites of their sect. In truth, most of these people only came to see the world and broaden their horizons. They wouldn't truly be entering the final trial. After all, there was a limited number of qualification tokens. North Heaven Palace really laid out their capital this time, but they can't be blamed for doing so. During these past years, the saints from the 33 heavens outside the Azura Road have sent far too many elites in here. It sort of feels as if they are trying to make a show of some kind. Because of this, competition for the final trial has also become more intense. This time, I heard that the 33 heaven saints have sent many high-level figures here. Many of those people come from the Good Fortune Saint Palace. Upon mentioning the name of the Good Fortune Saint Palace, dread flashed across the faces of the martial artists from the Azura Road. Many great figures who rushed here from all over the Azura Road also frowned. The master of Good Fortune Saint Palace was also the supreme leader of the saints, the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign was simply too terrifying. According to rumors, he might have become the #1 master of the 33 heavens. He had fused together with some strange and horrible monster, obtaining unparalleled power in exchange. As everyone spoke, a resonant phoenix cry echoed out in the skies. A bird that resembled a phoenix flew towards this area. On the back of this bird sat an old woman dressed in a phoenix robe and wearing a golden crown. She leaned on a golden walking stick and exuded a rich and opulent aura. Her eyes seemed to contain a great pressure, making it difficult for others to feel at ease. And behind this woman were several beautiful young women. Each one had a face covered by a thin veil, looking like goddesses that descended to the mortal plane. Grandma Goldwind, an inner Azura Road Empyrean. After seeing this old woman, many people were stunned. The Azura Road's final trial was a grand occasion, but it was still a tempering experience for juniors. Most of the time Empyrean-level characters wouldn't attend, but would send their direct disciples to manage the situation. With the arrival of Empyreans, that signified just how valuable this final trial now was. Grandma Goldwind personally led her disciples to the final trial. It looks like the limelight of the 33 Heaven Saints has been too bright these past years. The native influences of the Azura Road are unwilling to fall behind them and are willing to fight more. I fear this final trial will also be set atop the winds and waves. I wonder if anyone will be able to achieve an 80% completion rate. It's not impossible. Amongst the young elites that the Good Fortune St. Palace dispatched this time, there might be some people capable of this. As everyone was speaking, no one noticed a black-clothed, common-seeming youth quietly standing atop a viewing platform. He was like a gray brushstroke amongst this world, completely out of sync. At some time, he suddenly turned his head and looked into the horizon of the Azura Sea. He felt that someone he recognized had arrived.